or spying and destructive forces to destroy our Earth.
Can I remind you to identify yourself?
My name is Li Yang. I'm very concerned about the Earth and how we're going to cooperate all parties to improve the people's life rather than destroy each other. You know, we don't want them to destroy our families. We don't want to destroy our communities.
Well, you see, China and the United States are interacting with each other on so many issues, and the relations is getting more and more comprehensive and complex. But I think the key issue we have to look at is how we can develop mutual confidence, mutual trust. How could we have a better understanding of each other's strategic intentions? I think this is the key issue that sometimes trouble us. As far as China is concerned, China has no intention to challenge or replace anybody's role in the world. Because China is still a developing country, you believe it or not, with such a huge population. Our challenges are first and foremost domestic. China still has to devote most of its energy to overcome its own economic and social problems. We still have a long, long way to go before we can really join the more developed countries. So China has no interest, no intention to challenge the role of the United States in the world. Of course, China is growing, China is developing, and as our economy grows, as our people going abroad, we must have the capability to protect our legitimate interests and to make sure Chinese companies, Chinese citizens going abroad will be safe. And in today's world, I think every country is making its best efforts to develop its defense capabilities, and China is no exception. So I don't think people in the US should be alarmed by the more recent development of China's defense capability and increasing role of China on the international scene. This is very much in line with China's own growth. But as China grows stronger, we'll take up more international obligations and responsibilities. We'll make greater contribution to the world in ways of contribution to UN peacekeeping operations and other kinds of international cooperation on issues like climate change, health, natural disaster prevention, and so on. So I think our two countries should really make even greater efforts to have a better and more accurate understanding of each other's strategic intention. And on that basis, we'll be able to identify more areas for cooperation and give the people of the two countries greater assurances that what we are doing will bring a better life for them and for their children. But we have to do it together. Thank you.
Ambassador, do you mind take one last question? There is a couple of hands here.
Oh, I thought the last one was the last.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Bill Jones from Executive Intelligence Review. When President Trump met with State Councilor Yang, he said that he would be prepared to participate in some of the projects along the Belt and Road. I know also that there are discussions within many of the cabinets of the Trump administration concerning the possibility of working together with the Belt and Road, although this remains still somewhat sotto voce, and as yet, nobody of any significance has really, aside from the President, made an attempt to create a liaison with the Belt and Road. But I want to ask you what your thinking is, what you're getting from the U.S. side. It seems to me that if the United States participates in the Belt and Road, this indeed could become the central item for a major power relationship, which is, concerns not only China and the United States, but the entire world. And given the needs of infrastructure here in the United States, maybe a little bit of the Belt and Road spirit wouldn't hurt in terms of developing our own economy. How do you view the situation now, the status of this issue with regard to the new administration?
I think the Belt and Road Initiative was driven by the economic and social realities of the world. It is in the common interest of all the countries concerned. So it has to be designed and developed by all the countries concerned and benefit all of them. You see, historically speaking, the Silk Road in the past did have a geographical scope. But the Belt and Road Initiative today does not have geographical limitations. It's open to participation by everybody, including, in particular, the United States. So we are pleased that the U.S. sent a senior delegation to the Belt and Road Forum in Beijing in May. We look forward to more communication between our two countries on this initiative and on the related projects. And we also look forward to greater participation by the American business in this initiative. And hopefully, both the governments and the business communities of our two countries could have closer cooperation, and both would benefit from this great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Please join me in thanking Ambassador for your time. So we are about to start our panel one. May I invite the moderator and the panelists of panel one to move to the stage.
Wait. Could you hear me? It's working? You first, Carla, and Ouyang. Do you want us to speak at the podium? Just to speak. You want a podium? Podium? Okay, I'm fine with that. I can see. Okay. Now.
Well, thank you. This panel is going to be chaired by Professor Zhu Feng. He is the Executive Director of China Center for Collaborative Studies on the South China Sea in Nanjing University. And he also sits in the Icas Advisory Board. And I forgot to mention this conference live stream on Icas website. So please make sure if
it's working.
Yeah.
Michael, you can try. I'm working. Carla, Ouyang, and Lloyd.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I think we have liftoff.
Okay, thanks, Hong Nong. Thanks, President Wu. So it's, I think, a great occasion for all of us getting together. The time has never been more timely and illuminating because there's, I see some sort of very interesting debate on either side on how our relations will be heading on and what kind of things just laying out in coming months and coming years. I think Ambassador Choi, with his great illumination, present us his great insight. I think it's excellent, some sort of, push for intellectual contribution from our first panelists. So I don't want to spend any words introducing distinguished panelists, but I'm totally for sure, I think today's first session, I think will be a big addition to Ambassador Trey's pioneered some sort of such a new dynamic and a new momentum, even just in intellectual manner. So then let me give a floor to Michael Swing, the first panelist. Then each of the panelists will have 12 and 15 minutes. I think the shorter the better because we have more time for Q&A. Please, Mike.
Great. Thank you very much, Su Feng. It's a pleasure to be here. I appreciate the invitation and a good opportunity to see old friends again. This panel is on U.S.-China strategic relations, so I guess I took it as sort of stepping back from the individual issues. And I interpret strategic relations not in the narrow sense here of nuclear relations, which often is the case, but really the overall political and power relationship between the U.S. and China as it affects Asia and global stability and prosperity. Before addressing the current situation under the Trump and Xi presidencies, I think it's important to define what I believe are the two key features of the larger strategic context that inevitably shapes the U.S.-China relationship, regardless of who's leading the two countries. First, as Ambassador Cui mentioned, there is an ongoing need for the U.S. and China to cooperate in managing the tumultuous and unpredictable, somewhat unpredictable at least, course of the global economy, as well as a variety of transnational concerns and threats, such as WMD proliferation, terrorism, etc. I mean, these issues will continue to demand bilateral and multilateral support for an array of existing international regimes, albeit probably with some modification of rules and structures over time. But the basic regimes, I think, will continue and will continue to be supported by both the United States and China in dealing with these transnational threats, which are not going to go away. I think the leaders of both countries have long understood this deepening imperative to cooperate on these issues, and ignoring it, I think, will likely prove disastrous for both the two countries and for the global system. So that's one major factor that I think always influences the relationship. The other one is more of a challenge between the two countries, which is the critical need to effectively manage the power transition that is occurring both globally and especially in Asia, marked by the rise in economic and hence military power of the developing world led by China and to a lesser extent India, and the relative decline in power and influence of the developed world led by the U.S. Now, this phenomenon is occurring against a backdrop of growing economic and informational globalization, which is deepening interdependence among states while also provoking resistance and protectionism and various forms of what I would regard as chauvinistic nationalism. And this is occurring in various states to varying degrees. The result is a variety of potentially contradictory policies and approaches, and in some cases, demagogic appeals to publics to support policies which would undermine the overall growth of greater economic interaction and benefit. In economics in particular, we seem to be ending a phase of market liberalization and access as a key to U.S. trade policy, and shifting to something that is much more conditional, transactional, and we need to avoid a race to the bottom in this sphere and avoid a kind of beggar thy neighbor strategy. This power transition and the globalization that accompanies it, in some respects, have yet to be recognized and or accepted by many observers. For example, many people in the United States seek to reverse it or to protect against it by arguing for me-first policies in trade and immigration and an improbable doubling down in defense spending to stay well ahead of China. Others, especially China, seek to more effectively use this transformation to strengthen their influence over critical issues, many of which are legitimizing issues for the Chinese government, such as sovereignty disputes, regional and trans-regional economic networks, and various global rules and norms. In this process, China is trying to reassure other countries, as Ambassador Cui has just done, that China will not use its growing power and influence to undermine the interests of other countries. However, I think we need more than words. We need much more specific actions. The dangers and contradictions of the power transition that we see today, along with the challenges of managing economic growth and transnational threats, are most clearly seen in the Western Pacific. This region, unlike any other, is both the primary driver of global growth and the locus of competition between the two most important global powers, China and the US. This competition is natural and inevitable, but it's made much more dangerous by the presence of deep-seated critical differences between the two countries over the handling of major sources of conflict. Korea, Taiwan, maritime disputes, we all know these. And by different views about what is the best distribution of power in the Western Pacific for preserving stability and prosperity. To manage this complex environment, both nations must strike a stable balance in policies and in power that facilitates continued mutual economic development while avoiding serious political military crises sparked by both miscalculation or excessive confidence on the one side and an overreaction on the other side. I think my own view is to make this situation more stable in the Pacific, we need to think about creating an effective balance of power, which has as a basis for it the creation of a de facto buffer of sorts between China's maritime periphery and the United States and US power in the region. This has to be based on a series of types of moves which I think are important for both sides to make, which I've written about. Now, within this context, let's turn to the current situation. What are Trump and Xi Jinping actually doing to address these basic structural problems and challenges, as well as opportunities, in the international system and in Asia? Well, in my view, so far, not much. There's a lot of positive remarks regarding their mutual willingness and intention to cooperate and work together to address common problems from Korea to trade. And there are some very, what I would regard as marginal economic agreements thus far. But neither leader has expressed a clear, consistent, pragmatic, and relatively specific strategic plan for dealing with the kinds of challenges I've just mentioned. Everything is approached piecemeal and from a relatively narrow perspective, or is glossed over with bromides and slogans. For President Trump, his positive personal view towards Xi Jinping, plus his apparent transactional approach to diplomacy, has created a generally positive atmosphere in the relationship, as Ambassador Cui mentioned. The recent diplomatic and security dialogue was generally positive, if not greatly productive. From my perspective, the dialogue's most significant accomplishment was a commitment to reduce friction in the defense relationship. I won't go into it for time reasons. However, on the negative side, I think President Trump has exhibited what's basically a schizophrenic approach toward China, and especially on the critical North Korea issue. He gyrates between bombastic, categorical remarks about stopping North Korean nukes, putting pressure on Beijing, and showing patience, while suggesting severe actions are planned. But Matterson and Tillerson, his cabinet associates in this area, say the stress in dealing with North Korea is on diplomacy. We don't really know. We don't know what the game plan is. We don't know what the plan B is if North Korea, keeps testing. He's also made a bunch of other actions towards China, which I think have shown great inconsistency. For his part, President Xi and Chinese officials apparently seek to mollify Trump as necessary, providing some concessions, but also looking for some of their own from Trump on investment, technology transfer, and other things. At the same time, expressing what I view as the same platitudes about win-win outcomes and the need to stress cooperative elements. China is trying to increase its leadership role in many places in the absence of American leadership in climate, in developing finance, or financing for development, and in economic integration. And this is all positive. But how that affects the United States and how you then pursue policies that can be cooperative in these areas, I think, is very rarely discussed in a serious way between the two countries. In this context of what we're looking at today, further North Korea nuclear ICBM tests, the full deployment of the THAAD system in Korea, additional Chinese buildups in the South China Sea, and a greatly worsened trade imbalance can all prompt a downward slide in the relationship and a tit-for-tat retaliation between the two countries. Without a larger strategic understanding in Asia, the U.S. and China will continue to react episodically to problems while seeking to avoid outright conflict. They can limp along for some time like this, but the unpredictability of the security environment, and of President Trump in particular, make the problems much worse. I'm not unduly pessimistic, having just said that. I do think the United States and China can manage their differences, but I do think they have to look at their situation in a much more long-term, in a more strategic way, and they have to adopt measures, both confidence-building and in terms of dealing with some of the conflict areas that exist in the region in a much more effective way. If we're going to avoid worsening crises and greater challenges in managing those crises. I'm sorry I spoke too long. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. I think, Michael, some sort of uneasy feeling, of course, is grounded because our bilateral relations is so complicated. Then we will see the bilateral relations really got into some sort of very unexpectedly, we say, encouraging gambit. Mar-a-Lago summit meeting inject a lot of energy. But the problem is how such energy could be evenly and effectively, we say, distributed to some sort of issue-driven or we say result-based interaction process. Of course, it's a big challenge. So I really share a lot with Michael on his anxiety. So then let me invite the second panelist, Professor Carla Freeman from Science of Johns Hopkins University. Carla, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. It's certainly an honor to be here. Let me begin by thanking the Institute for China-American Studies and Professor Dr. Nong Hong for inviting me to speak and join this extremely distinguished group of experts in addressing this timely topic. And thank you as well to the partner institutions for this conference. I'm going to try to make brief remarks that reflect the uncertainty about the direction of U.S.-China policy. Where does the relationship stand today? Let me begin by recalling a theme addressed by Ambassador Sui, the point that we need to know the path we've traveled and have a sense of where we're headed. Decades of normal interactions underlie the U.S.-China relationship, and its now colossal international impact gives it something of a momentum of its own. Today, moreover, the rapport established between Presidents Xi and Trump and the absence of overt conflict make the relationship appear to be in steady state, but it's pretty clear that the U.S.-China colossus is very unstable. It rests shakily on high expectations about very specific deliverables on one side and risky assumptions on the other. Meanwhile, all of the hot button issues that have historically strained the relationship persist: Taiwan, the South China Sea, North Korea, fair trade. However, they float today in a sea of uncertainty about the direction of U.S. policy, not just toward China, but toward Asia writ large. As the wisdom of the ages show, uncertainty leads to miscalculation, upping the risk of confrontation when rivalry is at play. So why am I so positive about the state of U.S.-China relations this morning? During the Obama administration, U.S.-Asia policy certainly had its flaws. It never recovered from the incoherence about tactical emphases within the administration that went hand in hand with the rollout of the pivot, and it quickly became hijacked by its association with maritime disputes. However, the rebalance or the pivot to Asia unquestionably affirmed the durability of U.S. identity as a Pacific actor and made it clear that the U.S. was prepared to challenge China on its destabilizing disruptions to the status quo. The pivot policy represented continuity. History shows that the U.S. has, since its earliest days, looked west, and its connections and commitment to Asia's well-being are intrinsic to its rise to international preeminence. 50 years ago this October, Richard Nixon wrote, "The United States is a Pacific power. The United States, with its coast reaching in an arc from Mexico to the Bering Straits, is one anchor of a vast Pacific community. Both our interests and our ideals propel us westward across the Pacific, not as conquerors, but as partners linked by the sea." The new administration's approach to Asia is one that is open-minded in the extreme about U.S. relations toward the region. The message from the White House has been that its modus operandi is deal-making, and almost anything is negotiable. Openness to new thinking on the part of the administration represents an opportunity, but a sense that little is sacred, accompanied by a nationalistic trade agenda that belies American history in Asia, jars American alliances and damages hard-won partnerships. Within this fluid context, U.S.-China relations have been beguilingly warm, especially for the first months of a new administration. After a phone call from President Trump reaffirming the One China policy, though we don't know exactly what was said, and then official confirmation that the three communiques remain the basis for the relationship, Xi Jinping and Trump had a very productive meeting in Mar-a-Lago, establishing a rapport that enabled the two leaders to communicate effectively. In fact, as they walked together outside, their rapport seemed so good that they appeared to be conversing without interpreters. It was successful summitry in large part thanks to President Xi's willingness to establish a personal relationship with the new American president, and it was also successful because it initiated at least a framework for future dialogues along four tracks. To date, however, unlike in the past, we've seen dialogues between recalling the recent dialogues between the two sides, we've seen the two sides cover so many issues. These were expansive experiences that brought together a large spectrum of government agencies. The issues on the American side now seem to be focused narrowly on a couple of priority concerns and very high expectations on the part of the White House for outcomes. Foremost among these, of course, is the issue of North Korea, which President Trump has laid with very high expectations at China's door. Such a heavy hinging of the U.S.-China relationship on the North Korea issue is already doing damage to the U.S.-China relationship. President Trump has expected China to act to rein in North Korea, yet while the Chinese side has made it clear that it believes it is doing all it can. Perhaps the two sides will arrive at some new formula that will engage North Korea and provide the basis for some sort of breakthrough that will reduce the North Korea threat. But this is unlikely. Creativity in Beijing is unlikely in a climate that ahead of the 19th Party Congress and a country that is in the throes of an intense anti-corruption campaign. Those in the U.S. with ideas about how we might move forward on the North Korea issue do not seem to have the White House's ear. Meanwhile, the recent trade talks between the world's two largest economies, now both each other's largest trading partners, yielded few concrete outcomes, perhaps related to the threats of North Korea-related sanctions on Chinese entities. Concerned that the U.S. president will see betrayal in a failure by China to help deliver a breakthrough on North Korea is one present danger. But the danger of high expectations can be seen on the Chinese side as well, although in a different way. There's a troubling and growing assumption on the Chinese side that the U.S. is in a self-determined retreat, reinforced by our loss of prestige and by hedging behavior, this time in China's direction, of countries in the region and beyond. The danger is that when we do push back against China on the South China Sea, for example, there will be a clamor for a hard response in China, and that if acted on, this risks catastrophe. But even if it is not, it will allow the death by China thesis to dominate US policy toward China. So at the moment, the relative lack of tension feels good, but it's tenuous. It shouldn't be taken for granted. What we need from the White House is a clear articulation of US policy goals in Asia that affirm the importance of constructive US-China relations as part of that. Yes, we're developing a calendar of FONOPs in the South China Sea, but we need a positive agenda that we can work on together with China. And as Dr. Swain mentioned, there are plenty of transnational issues that could be addressed by the two sides together that would provide the sense of common purpose and sense of shared future that has been so important to the relationship during the last few decades in the absence of a simple strategic rationale of common threat. We need a comprehensive dialogue between the two sides. And I just end this with a hope that we will move on that front quickly, and I'll leave it to the other panelists to continue. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Carla. I think you raised a very good question, for example. So yes, Trump administration unrealistically, it seemed to me, raised a high expectation for North Korea's issue. But so far, you also mentioned maybe some sort of, we say, lack of collaboration and coordination between the two countries probably will lead to some sort of, let's say, growing appointments and some sort of, we say, even dissatisfaction. But my question is, what led to some sort of such an unrealistically, we say, heightened expectation for the DPRK issue? It's Trump administration's lack of the Chinese expertise, or it's some sort of Chinese top leader Xi Jinping's stubbornness? What's your thinking? So maybe you can respond after all the panelists, the presentation. So our third panelist is Senior Colonel Ouyang Wei. He's a very well-known Chinese POA's research fellow and working long at the POA's national defense. I can assure you, Ouyang is not just a senior professor, but he's also very open-minded, one of quite a few of the POA's high-ranking researchers who always just being very insightful to international affairs. Ouyang, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Zhu Feng. Thank you very much for the host, for everything. I first appreciate the open remarks by Mr. Wu Zhicun and also Ambassador Cui Tiankai. It's very good in the remarks on China's position on some Sino-US relations. I think it's very important. I want to quote the Ambassador Cui's opinion that China-US relation is the strategically relation. I think looking at the background of the new period, I think especially the United States, the change in the leadership, the new administration, and try to make some change. President Trump said about the new policy focus on the make America great again. So my question is how? The other things is they are more focused on the domestic issues, the changing the questions remarks to American great again from get more material benefits or the others. And also some people said the U.S. policy may be less concerned about ideologies. Is this true or not? I think in my point of view is in generally it's about thinking. It's about trying to make a policy. But how many days in new administration until now? I think it's a very short period. I don't think the policy is changed so much. If you change the whole policy, if you change the different in different areas, it's very difficult. Especially like Michael mentioned about the Taiwan policies, China's South China Sea. I think the leadership is changing, thinking is changing, but the policy is difficult to change. And also implementation is very difficult. So look at the whole picture of the Americans. So Chinese side should be very clear watching on what's have been changed, what's not changed, is give us a clear judgment. I think in China side, I think we don't have changed leadership. President Xi Jinping is coming from, I think you can remember the 18th Party Congress. It's the whole policy, the whole picture, the whole plan, 5-year plan, including Belt and Road Initiative, is still there. So China, compared to the United States and China not changed very much. But the United States changed more than China, I think. China also focused on domestic development. So from the United side, should we understand more about China? What's changed? What's not changed? So China firmly tried to pursue the sustainable social and economic reform, and also keep the social and economic development as long as possible. Was try to make regional and international peace and stability for a long time, including Belt and Road Initiative. They try to make the win-win situation, especially the economic development for the neighbors, for the different regions, including the United States. So this is the background. So what about the Sino-US relations? We can compare some similarities. We do have some similarities and differences. United States counterparts like to use the concept of grand strategy. So China don't have used the grand strategy. But I think the entire policy, I think the China, US, United States, in this historical period, is the similarity to focus the domestic issues. President Trump's looking about to lack the domestic stability and economic development, so is China. So I think the domestic issues is more important for both sides. And for the regional interests, I think that both countries also try to make efforts to maintain peace and stabilities. Look the Northeast Asia, look the Middle East, also look the South China Sea. I think basically both China and the United States also like to look the stability of this region. It's benefit for everybody, including the Asian Pacific. The experts mentioned about the West Pacific. In terms of nuclear issues, both countries agreed to pursue denuclearization in North Korean Peninsula. Concerned about nuclear security, I want to mention that security and safety, the different definition. I think the safety of China is very crucial issues for nuclear safety. Look at the nuclear test area. It's at least just about 80 kilometers away from North Korean-China border. United States also looking for the denuclearization to protect the NPT treaty, and also and avoid potential nuclear proliferation. So the common interest is similar. One hand, China, U.S. have common interests. I think the Korean Peninsula, but in some aspects, we still have some differences. I understand the different approaches, but how to get a purpose, how to get the goals. I think the one is the terminality, maybe terminality of the peninsula, how to design the future. Is the better to the future economic development? Is better to China, Korean, and Japan integrated? I just mentioned the free trade, the relations. Is like the Northeast Asia as an engine for the future. How to deal with the potential reunification of Korean Peninsula. And how to choose the way of approach to deal with the nuclear weapons. I think these certain issues that China and the United States should be sit down and dialogue. But don't worry about it. I think the different approach is the same goal, how to integrate the meet the gaps between the two sides. I think the China and United States should be sit down and dialogue. Indeed, historical legacy is still there, frankly, in China and both in the United States. We also think about the Cold War, think about Korean War, think about we were enemies in the 1950s. So we should not ignore the historical legacy. As for the other countries, I think the 6 parties, the 5 parties, 4 parties, etc. I think the goal is the same, but the different approaches. Some countries, I think maybe a little bit change the attitudes toward the Korean Peninsula. Now also including the new president of South Korea, President Moon. He approaches new policy. I think the people try to understand what's going on in South Korea about SAR system, how to deal with the SAR system, how to have a judgment of the denuclearization and the SAR system deployed in South Korea. We do find some common ground until anti-terrorism. Both in the United States is the main mission of the national security. Also, China is very concerned about the potential terrorist. And China inside, frankly, is with some uncertainties in west part of China and also in the border areas. Afghanistan, and including some South Asian countries. And also cybersecurity. China and the United States also already have many dialogues, strategic dialogues, and second-track dialogues to focus on how to keep, thank you, the security of the cyber domain. I think we do have some differences. Just some friends mentioned about South China Sea, East China Sea, Taiwan. I think I want to mention about if the USN ships use the port of Taiwan, I think there is a very negative impact on China-US relations. It's let the Chinese people think about the different definition of China-US relations, because the military ships porting in Taiwan is the new issues for the cross-strait relations. And also, I think Above this, also some people still argue about geopolitical competition. In China and U.S. The model competition. What is the U.S. model? What about the Chinese model, etc.? Above this, I think there's some issues I'd like to share with the friends here. One is the Sino-U.S. relation is not zero-sum game. Differences sometimes maybe became a crisis. It depends on how to manage the potential uncertainties. Secondly, China and U.S. should be more dialogue, both strategically and operationally. Second track, 1.5 track, try hard to balance the cooperation and the competition. Thirdly, generally speaking, the nature of the policy, I think both sides, I understand, is defensive, not offensive. China and U.S. have many common ground and interests. That's why the two leaders to meet together very earlier after the election. Fourthly, from original intention, China basically is the regional country. U.S. is developed a global superpower. That's for ideology and differences, a different social system. I think whatever kind of a socialist or capitalist, which a domestic political option, it's not international framework. Nobody likes to force the others follow itself because the world is so diversity. So the two countries should respect each other. Fifthly, take more focus on crisis management. As a big country like China, US, including Russia, should play a very important, responsible role in the world peace and regional stability. Sixthly, I think China-US should share the view globally, narrow the gap regionally, balance the cooperation and the competition shortly. Both countries should solve the domestic issues, flexibility on the ideology and the social system differences, and managing the potential crisis. Lastly, I think the Sino-US relation will go into stable, my judgment. Regionally, in some points, will show some uncertainties. U.S. needs time to stabilize the foreign policy and the military strategy. We need to know how to manage the differences and meet the gaps. So I'd like to share with you, my friends, recognize China and U.S. is very important. We're not enough for both sides, such as One Belt and Road Initiative and South China Sea policies. China hopes to get U.S. support and understanding. China are waiting for the 19 parties Congress. Both China and U.S. are facing new stage, many challenges and opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Senior Colonel Ouyang. I like your thoughts about huge complexity behind China's North Korea's policy thinking and making. Our last panelist is Mr. Laurie Kampenhausen, the Senior Vice President of NBR. So, Roy, I have a demand for you. Could you push a little bit further on how domestic political dynamic on either country now will affect our bilateral relations strategically? Thanks. Roy, please.
Okay. Maybe we'll come to that at the end. I had prepared actually in a somewhat different direction, Jufeng, but I think it'll be complementary. First, thanks to you as chair of the panel and to Dr. Nong Hong for the opportunity to be here at this, on this panel with these other distinguished members and at this important day. The premise of the framing question for our panel suggests that the bilateral relationship is really contingent to a large degree on the top leaders having a shared vision for what the relationship ought to be, and suggests or implies that if the leaders get along, then that relationship will be just fine. And so great priority was given to an early meeting between the two presidents with some risk to both, to be frank. But it strikes me that this approach, if we consider it alone, really begs the question of what the nation's broader interests are and how those interests might exist almost or pre-exist independent of the leader relations at some level. So I'll return to the role of leadership at the very end and maybe then segue to the domestic issue, Jufeng. But first I wanted to highlight a dimension of the strategic relationship that we haven't talked about yet, and that is the dimension of the national security, defense, and military relationship between the two militaries. Let me start with this assertion. While the United States and China certainly have a global or strategic relationship in our diplomatic domain, as well as the economic and trade relationship, I would argue or submit for your consideration that we do not yet have a strategic relationship or a global relationship in national security affairs. Why do I say that? First, a quick review of the 2014 Quadrennial Defense Review reveals that China is viewed as a regional power, as a global economic power, in the context of what the QDR calls non-transparent military modernization efforts, and as a partner in strategic stability, which can be achieved when issues such as North Korea are properly handled. It simply does not refer to or regard China as a global military challenge. Now, this judgment may be in the process of changing. The Congress has just impaneled a new commission on national defense strategy, and certainly the commission will pay great attention to what China's military is becoming. And it's obviously the case that events such as the PLA Navy and Russian Navy exercise in the Baltics, first time, will certainly inform that thinking. But at least at this point, the QDR refers to China in a less than global sense. It's an important quote, I think, from the QDR. At the same time, we will manage the competitive aspects of the U.S.-China relationship in ways that improve regional peace and stability consistent with international norms and principles. So it really has a regional focus to how we think of the interaction between the two militaries. So that then begs the question, how does the DoD think about China's People's Liberation Army and China's national security establishment more broadly? I think through three ways, or through 3 points of reference. First, the U.S. looks at China's modernization and China's developments through the point of reference of U.S. global roles and capabilities. As we all know, the Department of Defense has important roles throughout the globe. And in many ways, these are in service of what I would call U.S. grand strategy of maintaining U.S. global leadership in the post-Cold War era. In pursuit of these global roles and responsibilities, DoD favors force structure that is strategically offensive in order to project power to the four corners of the globe. I might differ a little bit with Professor Ouyang Wei, who argued that China really doesn't have a grand strategy. I think for its part, although it's not articulated as such, China's grand strategy is about becoming, about attaining, about achieving the developmental goals that are associated with the two centennial anniversaries, the 2021 anniversary of the foundation of the Chinese Communist Party, and 2049, the establishment of the People's Republic of China. And to that end, China's military seeks a regional leadership role. We've certainly seen aspects in which the PLA has attained more of a global posture, but for the most part, it remains a military seeking regional leadership. And as such, it has a strategically defensive orientation and seeks the acquisition of power that can be applied decisively when needed in certain contingencies. And so in this respect, the two really have very different approaches to their own roles and how they support the achievement of their country's grand strategies. They are not completely incompatible at this point. The second way in which DoD looks at the Chinese military or the Chinese security establishment is through the acquisition on the part of the Chinese side of what DoD calls asymmetrical capabilities. There's a broad range of these, and it can include things such as space and counterspace, cyber, which we could well return to in discussion, and also the conventional or the acquisition of conventional means that are applied in unique and unconventional ways to demonstrate how U.S. forces might be at risk in certain contingencies in the Western Pacific. It's been coined as the anti-access area denial approach. That's the second way DoD looks at the PLA, as an asymmetrical force. The third is through a regional point of reference. And here's really where the rub lies, and several of our panels later today will look at some of the flashpoint issues. My point here is to say a couple of things. First, the United States looks at those regional flashpoint issues largely, or as a starting point, through its alliance relationships, and also the strategic partnerships that it has. Its goal, its interest is in retaining regional stability in almost all of these contexts, and we'll set aside maybe the North Korea case for a minute. I think it's of note that the 2014 agreement on Code for Unplanned Encounters at Sea by the 21 nations of the Western Pacific Naval Symposium really focus on how the navies can interact and operate more safely within the context of the Western Pacific. So, in this regard, the early returns from the Trump administration, engagement with its allies, I would say are positive, especially with our important allies in Northeast Asia, Japan and North Korea, and the Republic of Korea. It can be argued that Prime Minister Abe has very effectively seized the initiative to reach out to the Trump administration, and this has yielded important developments for Japan. It's likewise a very positive development that new President Moon Jae-in would make an inaugural visit to Washington so soon after he assumed power in South Korea. The United States also has a very important partner in Taiwan, and I hope we'll return to U.S. commitment to Taiwan as an important element of the regional context as well. Now, for its part, I think the PLA regards the U.S. In a security perspective mostly through the regional context, and this is where the rub lies. The U.S. approaches the region as a global power, China approaches the region as a regional power, and the tension then results. The region is where China's security interests are, where its leadership aspirations lie, and where it sees the U.S. as impinging on the achievement of those goals and that leadership. U.S. force posture, operational patterns, and forward presence all play a role that China finds itself in opposition to. So what can be done? This is by no means an exhaustive list, but three potential pathways for consideration. The first is a path of accommodation in which the other, each yields to the other's core interests. There's almost a demarcation, if you will. And this is maybe not exactly the same as Michael has talked about, and he and I have certainly talked about his argument at some length. And we were both in Beijing last month for the World Peace Forum and had an interesting encounter there as well on this topic. The challenge, of course, of the sort of mutual accommodation, as necessary and as compelling as it might be, is that the parties are usually not urged into action until there's some sort of crisis. It's the sort of important structural change that often does not occur unless there's some sort of imperative of great peril that would force them, and that doesn't seem likely at the moment. But the need for this sort of accommodation is, I think, in many ways why we sense this notion of a Thucydides trap still has traction. At least to date, though, the two sides have found ways to bound or limit their competition. And at the very end, I'll say a word about how they do that. And indeed, in the military sphere, much of the attention of the mill-to-mill interaction between the two sides has been focused on risk reduction and conflict management and mitigation of possibility of escalation of confrontation. Well, a third pathway really would be to combine elements of the competitive approach with the accommodation approach to find ways in which a very almost certain level of competition would be measured or bounded or limited in ways that avoid that vertical escalation. It substitutes the pursuit of strategic trust with finding patterns of practical cooperation where we can on those areas where we share interests. And it recognizes that the cost of doing otherwise, of allowing competition to go unbounded, is really extraordinary and not worth contemplating. As I mentioned, let's briefly return to the subject of leader engagement. I think this is an important area for us to recall as well. Both sides have leaders, not just the current leaders, their predecessors as well, who have acted to limit the extreme factors that threaten to pull the sides apart and threaten unbounded escalation, and that would otherwise thrust the relationship into open conflict. The leaders recognize the costs of such conflict, and they have acted to limit the possibility of it occurring. And so we think about power that is unbalanced and wonder what to do, and at least one of the answers has been the effective employment of the top leaders in directing their bureaucracies to avoid that really unbounded conflict. But they can't mitigate every source of confrontation. And so I believe we're firmly entrenched in a period in which we will have bounded competition. And the urge to manage that in effective ways will remain, and we will continue to need to find ways to do so. Now, just a word on Jufeng's point at the outset about domestic issues. My single point here would be both countries' leaders must do much more effective jobs in their public diplomacy vis-a-vis their national populations. I would argue that we both tend to inflame our populations with sometimes pretty unhealthy rhetoric, and this really does a disservice to the management of the competition that is already in place and will remain. And with that, I'm going to stop.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Roy, for your very comprehensive and insightful presentation. Now we almost have 20 minutes for Q&A. So then, first of all, just join me to thank Ambassador Choi for your great presentation. Thanks for coming. Yeah. I will collect a number of the questions for our panelists, then we can have a first round. Please. Okay. Yes, this. Please identify yourself.
Yeah, I'm Chen Liu from China's Xinhua News Agency, and thanks for the panel to give us a very good speech today. And I have two questions. One is for Mr. Michael Swain. It's about that you mentioned now Trump administration still do not have a very clear and whole foreign policy towards China, and given the fact that the administration now have been quite preoccupied about the healthcare bill and about the Russian collusion investment, so probably just in the near future, the administration won't have a very clear and whole policy towards China. But under this circumstance, there are many decisions that for Trump to make the decisions, like the Taiwan's U.S. ships Taiwan protocol or the North Korea situation. So, do you think that there's no clear policy towards China, and there are so many decisions, quite important ones, for Trump to make? There will be a problem for the US-China relations in the near future? And the second one is for the last speaker, Mr. Kam Folsen. You've just mentioned about the China's alliances in Asia, like Japan and South Korea. And nowadays, we see a very close relationship between Japan and the European countries, like the free trade deal with the EU, and they're talking about the defense deal with Germany. So do you think that will affect U.S. role as the leading power in the world? Thank you.
Okay, so the second question will be the gentleman just behind you, please, sir. Yeah, behind that. No. The gentleman just before the girl, just who mentioned the question. So, yeah, please.
Thank you very much. My name's Arnold Zeitlin. I've been teaching.
Could you stand up and identify yourself? Thanks a lot. Yeah. A little bit, speak a little bit loud. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, fine.
It worked.
This is for Dr. Swain. You mentioned a buffer in the Pacific, and I wonder if you could expand on those remarks.
Okay, good question. Richard.
Michael, I want to push you a little bit on balance of power and a new balance of power. Part of the U.S. part of the balance has been our allies, allies and partners. To some extent, the problems that we have to manage with China are associated with those allies. So how do they factor into this sort of re-gearing of the balance of power?
Mm-hmm. Good question. So, yeah, over there. The young gentleman. And then Yan Yan will be the last one in this round. Then we'll be back to the panelists. Please.
Hi, my name is Eric Chang, and I'm an intern at the Department of State. So this question is mainly directed at Dr. Kamphausen, but it's open to any of the other panelists as well. So in recent years, we've seen a large restructuring of the PLA that largely coincides with the recent 13th five-year plan, in which Xi Jinping has consolidated a lot of the decision-making power and lessened a lot of the autonomy of the different branches of the PLA in order to focus such power onto himself in more of like a vertical fashion. So I'm just curious how this affects military-to-military relations in the future between the U.S. and China. Does such an restructuring change the ways that the U.S. change the methods that the U.S. should employ in order to communicate with the PLA? For example, does that mean a lessening of sort of like horizontal interaction and more of an intensification of communication solely between the heads of state? Thank you.
Thank you, Yan Yan. Yeah.
Hi, this is Yan Yan of China National Institute for the South China Sea Studies. I have one question to both Professor Ouyang and to Mr. Kamphausen. My question is, how do you evaluate the current bilateral military-to-military mechanism like DMMCA on managing future and possible crisis? And among all security issues like Taiwan, South China Sea, and North Korea, which one do you think is the most dangerous and could probably lead to a future conflict between the two?
Okay, good question. So then we just ended that first round. So then let me invite our panelists. Mike, you first.
Okay. Well, I think there were three questions that were addressed to me. One of them basically was, if the U.S. doesn't really have a clear enough policy toward China, are we headed for increased problems? As I said in my remarks, I certainly think that the lack of consistency and the lack of clarity presents challenges because of the contingent nature of certain issues involved in the relationship. Right now, the most important one is North Korea. And successfully handling that issue is really going to be a big factor in influencing the overall U.S.-China relationship, it seems. The other one is trade and the trade imbalance. Now, both of these are subject to assessments on both the U.S. and the Chinese side, but particularly on the U.S. side, which I think are just extremely unclear. I mean, we don't have a clear sense about what the Trump administration's ultimate game plan is about the North Korea situation under certain types of contingencies. And so it's possible that the administration could become far more confrontational in dealing with China on this issue if there's no sign that the North Korean government is restrained itself in what it's doing. And so I think the lack of enough dialogue between the U.S. and China on dealing with contingencies and on dealing with the long-term future of the Korean Peninsula, which is part of China's fear in assessing what it should do toward the peninsula. The lack of that kind of real dialogue, I think, does leave the situation much more unpredictable. I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know what Trump's reaction will be, and whether or not his reaction will be sufficiently contained, if it is indeed a provocative one, by Mattis and Tillerson and others. We just don't know. I mean, the most unpredictable factor in the U.S.-China relationship right now is the United States and U.S. policy and U.S. leadership. Now, having said all that, I think that the relationship is relatively bounded right now and restrained in what each side is going to do, absent some major, as I said, major provocation going on, say, in North Korea, by two factors. One of them is the 19th Party Congress, focusing China very much on maintaining a placid external environment, not having confrontations. And the other one is the relative stability in the economic situation right now between the U.S. and China, despite a lot of grievances in different areas. But as I say, these things could change. I would think the more concerning period for me would be next year and the year after that, then the remainder of this year. Again, absent some kind of really major event on the Korean Peninsula. The second, what does the buffer mean? Well, I would ask that people read a report that I've written about this to get the details on this, and I'd say the same to Richard, I guess. I'm sort of struck by how people in Washington, to some extent, we don't read each other. It's amazing to me, and I understand why it exists. We're all busy, we're all running around, but we sort of don't do it. And it just, it undermines, I think, our ability to communicate to each other. The buffer concept is really one that seeks to establish a set of understandings over time in which neither country has the capability to project power along the maritime periphery in ways that would really threaten the core interests of the other. Now, that's a very complicated thing to define and to achieve, and I try to do that in this study. And it's not something that I could exactly sum up in a sentence, but it involves transitioning to a force posture that is more what's called denial-oriented in terms of military force structure and doctrine, as opposed to war-winning and offensive-oriented. And I think the two countries still have much of the latter and very little of the former. And I think it requires also a set of understandings, deeper understandings involving demilitarization of the Taiwan Straits issue, the South China Sea issue, and the Korea issue. But I just ask you to read that report, and then you can sort of attack me again based on that. The third would be specifically Richard's question about balance of power. Again, I try to deal with this. I actually think that a stable balance in Asia requires a selective strengthening of the U.S.-Japan alliance, not throwing the Japanese over the transom, not undermining their... It requires a certain strengthening of that position, in part because I think it requires also the establishment of a Korean peninsula that is not as closely aligned to the United States today as it is today. It's going to require a unified Korean peninsula that is only, to some extent, I don't want to say nominally, but is limited in its alliance commitments between the United States and a unified Korea with virtually no or no U.S. forces of any kind on the peninsula. To make that work, you have to have a relationship with Japan. Well, the Koreans, of course, have to accept it, but you have to also have a relationship with the Japanese, I think, that is much more reassuring. And that requires a stronger relationship with Japan. I think under the larger context of a balance, that kind of situation could be acceptable to the Chinese, given the other kinds of definition, the other kinds of features of that environment that I described in that study. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay. Carla, do you have anything to say?
Go to the next set of questions, and maybe we'll have time for another round.
Oh, Yang?
Yes. Thank you for your question. I think China and the United States should be a strategic partner in deal with different issues, especially in regional flashpoint. You just mentioned about the Taiwan issues and the South China Sea issues. I think for Chinese point of view, sometimes the United States use the Taiwan as the instruments to give China's pressure. Something like the arms sales, not very much, but if you sell the offensive weapon system to Taiwan, it makes Chinese mainland make some negative attitude. Depends on what kind of weapon system you can sell. The other issues I just mentioned about the warships to maybe Pentagon try to porting the warship in Taiwan, Kaohsiung, something well. Maybe some refuel in the Taiping Islands. Someone said. I think the new issues for China. I'm not sure the U.S. government and the DoD is thinking as potentially behind the scene is what the policy shift toward the mainland China. And also, I want to support China, United States side. The President Trump is also insist strongly support the one China policy. It's not a tentative. It's a long policy, principle to deal with the cross-strait relations. This is very important. The making two bilateral relations very stable. The other side is in terms of South China Sea issues. For Chinese side, is the territory issues. So, including domestic issues, we Chinese, for my point of view, is the priority is national unity and territory integrity. Compare China with United States. United States, no border issues, no uncertainty territory issues. But China, look around China, we do have two states have no side border agreements with China, India, and Bhutan, and also have border issues and uncertainties around China. What about 14 neighboring countries? Very complicated situation around China regionally. So China have a lot of problems. South China Sea issues basically is a territory issues. China is look at China is the islands and reefs to have some construction and deploy some military equipment to protect them. It's reasonable. So it's not in terms of, in fact, the U.S. policy called freedom of navigation. But we can sit down and dialogue. What's your point? What's China's point? What's the United States' point? So I think the people argue that if the United States is looking China to have a potential geopolitical confrontation in the West Pacific, China don't think so. So if the United States says they not respect the territory of China, maybe some problem. So I suggestion is we should be dialogue, and like the U.S. Navy and China side consultation agreements with the avoid the air and sea accidents is good for the two militaries, avoid potential conflicts in South China Sea. Thank you.
Okay, so there are three questions addressed to me. The first, I think really, while the example was, does the agreement recently of Japan, EU, and an FTA, how does that affect U.S. leadership? I think this is really a question about, does U.S. withdraw from TPP, even if there's virtually no chance it would have passed this year and probably not next year either, but does the very active withdrawal negatively impact U.S. leadership? And that hardly seems debatable, doesn't it? And so Japan, while a very strong and confident partner of the United States, as I mentioned, Prime Minister Abe took proactive steps to, at a very early point, to establish a productive working relationship with President Trump, even President-elect Trump. That doesn't mean Japan's going to take all its cues from the United States, and in fact, it is to a certain degree with the EU filling a void on the trade front. The second question was about PLA restructuring, and does the restructuring make Xi Jinping as chairman of the Central Military Commission a more powerful leader with more centralized controls, and does that somehow affect U.S.-China military engagement as a result? I'm not sure. First, the restructuring is primarily about making the PLA a more modern force, prepared to respond to contingencies on its periphery. So transitioning from an inwardly focused 7 military region structure to a structure that is prepared to look externally in 5 theaters of operation. I'm not sure that fundamentally changes interactions with the U.S., except to say it may facilitate them, because the two militaries will think more alike and will be prepared to view the world in more similar ways than they had previously. The third question was, how do we evaluate mill-to-mill? I'm pretty sanguine. Since 2014, U.S. and China have put in place several agreements to manage the likelihood of incidental conflict, to do risk reduction, to build confidence. The disaster management exchange mechanism is a very interactive process led by the two armies that responds to real-world humanitarian assistance, disaster relief contingencies, and then builds an iterative exercise process to be able to respond to those. So in that respect, it's as healthy as it's been in more than 20 years. But there's really a limited upside to how much mill-to-mill will gain you. We're not going to operate together in any meaningful way. I mean, disaster relief is one context, but beyond that, there are really limitations to how much we can do. And so we ought not regard that mill-to-mill relationship, as productive as it might be, as a panacea for everything that the two militaries face in terms of challenges. The last question was, which issue is the most likely result in, is the most dangerous likely result in conflict? We're going to consider all those issues in the next 2 panels, so maybe we'll just leave it to them to sort out.
Okay, Carla, you have anything to say?
I thought I'd just quickly take your question to me about why President Trump may have come in with this this high priority on resolving North Korea through pressuring China, through working with Xi Jinping to do that. And I mean, I think that the issue itself, the approach itself, represents a measure of continuity with the Obama administration. And I think President Trump we used to talk about the CNN effect. He definitely has the cable news effect. I think that Fox News and CNN really suggested that if President Obama could have persuaded Xi to do more, that then the issue could be solved. And I think President Trump prides himself on his ability to persuade, to push, to pressure. And one of his sayings is, "The worst of times creates the best opportunities to make good deals." I think coming in, he has a sense that this crisis is a good time to make a deal. And my concern, the point that I was trying to make, is just that the emphasis on this particular issue in the U.S.-China relationship is very dangerous at the moment.
Great. I think the time is almost running out, so we have no time space for the second round. I'm just trying to do a very brief conclusion. I think, first of all, four panelists that truly provided us a very illuminatory, comments and their analysis. So personally, I enjoy a lot. But secondly, I see strategic dimension of our relations now. To my understanding, on one hand, is more declaratory. By using this word declaratory, I mean actually a lot of things make more sense to both sides. We understand where the huge stake is and how we should just, move and trade softly. But the problem is, given some sort of very contentious political background on either side, then literally and even in policy, it's a little bit hard to just move that way. So it's some sort of a new gap. For example, so then I think North Korea's issue truly is a new driver for both sides to address the mutually shared challenges. But if we get back to concrete policy context on either, then we will see there's a lot of opposition, hesitation, and even, we say, suspicion for some sort of getting closer between both sides. Then second is our strategic dimension of bilateral relations is really, really unpredictable. For example, so we heard a lot of words out of this government. It's a transactional. But I think it's really misplaced if we put the North Korea's issue into very exactly transactional framework. Because as Michael and the other panelists have said, North Korea's issue is really more strategic than just some sort of a very concrete deal driven to some sort of business. So both leaders should have some sort of such a overall picture examination, rather than just tactically just push aside, push on your counterparts, and just trying to winning some sort of very tentative gain. Otherwise, then we'll see some sort of disappointment and frustration also while surging, and even put our relations on some sort of growing vulnerability. So then I can't tell you how much I like today's first session's discussion. So finally, please join me to thank four panelists. Now it's a coffee break.
This concludes our first panel. So we're going to take a 15-minute coffee break. So please stand up, stretch your legs, have some coffee, and be prepared to reconvene in 15 minutes.
Testing 1, 2. Test, test 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Let me check this one. Test, test 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah, this one is the one that was not really clean. Are you getting now? Test, test 1, 2.
Hello. May I suggest that you are taking your seats, so we're about to start our next panel in just 1 minute.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Test it now, and is it okay? Okay, well, you listen.
One actually laid a very good discussion on a general overview on China-U.S. studies relations. So we're about to start a panel 2 on the regional issues and U.S.-China engagement in Asia-Pacific. So I'm going to pass the floor to our moderator, Professor Gordon Holden, who is the director of China Institute at University of Alberta in Canada. He might tell why he's here as a Canadian. And then he's also sitting the advisory board member in Icas. Your floor, please.
Thank you very much, Noel, for that kind invitation. I am delighted and honored to be here as a Canadian between these two giants. But we kind of have a lot at risk. As an East Asian saying that when the elephants fight, it's the grass that gets hurt, and we're a small country. So we have, I can assure you, a profound interest in things going smoothly. This is a little bit, I thought at first, an orphan panel, two not directly related subjects, but quite frankly, some almost 70 years ago, in the summer of 1950, these two areas had a particular connection. In that year, then Secretary of State Dean Acheson had appeared to have drawn the defense barometer for the United States that ran from Japan to the Kuyos and on the Philippines, apparently excluding both Taiwan and North Korea. Here we are, almost 70 years later. These two thorny issues still remain at the heart of U.S.-China relations, and we're going to address those now. Our panelists are particularly distinguished. First, on my immediate right, Richard Bush, the director of the Center for East Asia Policy Studies at Brookings. I'm not going to read the biographies. You have those in your pamphlet, and time is of the essence. On his right, Richard Kuo, a research fellow at the Institute of International Relations at Taiwan's Zhongzhi Dashi at Zhongzhi University. And then on his right, Alan Rombart, distinguished fellow and director of the East Asia Program at Stimson Center. And then finally, Ju Feng, executive director of the China Center for Collaborative Studies of South China Sea, Nanjing University. We're going to split this into two parts. We're going to begin with the Taiwan dimension, and immediately on my right, Richard Bush will begin his presentation. Please, Richard.
Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me? It's a great pleasure to participate in this conference today, and I want to express my gratitude to Nong Hong and Icas for inviting me. I want to speak about the deterioration in cross-strait relations since January 2016, when Dr. Tsai Ing-wen won the presidential election. And I'm most interested in why the deterioration took place. It's actually a puzzle. Now, just a factual point, we should keep in mind that the deterioration in cross-strait relations actually began 2013, 2014. It didn't spring full-blown on January 16th last year. But the evidence of deterioration since then is clear. Suspension of meetings of the heads of MAC and TAO and of CEF and ARATS, some problems in implementing the 23 cross-strait agreements reached during the Ma administration, arguments about where to repatriate Taiwan residents who've been detained in third places on telecom fraud, Taiwan's non-attendance at last year's ICAO and Interpol meetings and at this year's WHA meeting, Beijing's establishment of diplomatic relations with countries that previously had relations with Taipei, Sao Tome and Principe in December last year, and Panama last month. Beijing has conveyed clear preferential treatment of blue mayors and magistrates in Taiwan over green ones. Next, the decline in group tours to Taiwan after Tsai's inauguration. More recently, the March 2017 detention of Mr. Li Mingjia, a Taiwan human rights worker, and his formal arrest on May 26 this year on charges of subversion of state power. And finally, occasional PLA military operations near Taiwan. Now, I'm fully aware that the mainland side is concerned about certain actions that have been taken within the Taiwan government, and we can talk about those. On the whole, in my humble opinion, I think that President Tsai herself and her administration have been quite restrained. So what's the reason for the deterioration? The first answer one hears, and it's the PRC government's answer, is that Tsai Ing-wen didn't accept the 1992 consensus and the core connotation of that consensus that the mainland and Taiwan both belong to one and the same China, and that the things that have happened have been consequences of that failure on her part. For me, that explanation only provokes some more questions. The first question is, didn't Tsai Ing-wen address those issues in her inaugural address? First, she clearly acknowledged the understandings the two sides reached in late 1992 and the accumulated outcomes that had been reached pursuant to those understandings. She said those should be cherished and sustained. She said that based on these existing realities and political foundations, the peaceful development of cross-strait relations must be continuously promoted. That's in quotes. These statements can be interpreted as an endorsement of the 1992 consensus. Second, concerning the core connotation, she said that it was her responsibility to safeguard the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Republic of China pursuant to the ROC Constitution. She said the new government would, quote, conduct cross-strait relations in accordance with the ROC Constitution and the act governing relations between the two people of the Taiwan area and the mainland area and other relevant legislation. Those documents can be interpreted as one China documents, including both Taiwan and the mainland, and so confirming the core connotation. But the mainland's response to Tsai's statement has been that it was an incomplete test paper, that concerning the 1992 consensus and the core connotation, she has to be very explicit in her pledges. PRC officials would say, we need to know the basic character of cross-strait relations from Taiwan's point of view. Now, my response to that mainland response would be that parties in a negotiation often rely on ambiguity and nuance in order to achieve win-win solutions. The history of U.S.-China relations since 1971 has a lot of cases of ambiguity. So why wasn't it acceptable this time? Beijing's stance raises another issue. Now, I actually understand the PRC point of view that it mistrusts Tsai Ing-wen's intentions for a variety of good or bad reasons, and so it needs reassurance. I may not agree with their definition of her intentions or the way they want their reassurance, but I get the concept. But then I ask, does not Taiwan, its leaders and its people, have reasons to mistrust the mainland and the mainland's intentions? Does Taiwan not deserve reassurance as well? Of course it does. We can talk about why there's mistrust. And it's worth noting that if mistrust is mutual, then reassurances must be mutual as well. It seems, therefore, that the two sides should talk to each other to reduce mistrust. One result of the process of mutual reassurance might be the DPP's freezing the Taiwan Independence Clause in its party charter. Not right away, but in the middle of the process, not for no reciprocation from the mainland side, but for something of proportionate value. Now, from my comments, you can tell that I believe that the deterioration of cross-strait relations after January 2016 was not inevitable, as some might have us believe. We should recognize that in coping with President Tsai, the mainland side made choices. First, on where to position itself on the spectrum from absolute clarity to absolute obfuscation. And second, whether mistrust was one-way or two-way. Clearly, Tsai Ing-wen made choices too. I think I understand why President Tsai made the choices she did, so I'm more interested in why Beijing made the choices it did. Now, as an aside, let me just say what the government, US government, thinks of this situation right now. Briefly, Washington is concerned by the absence of authoritative dialogue between the two sides of the strait. In addition, it recognizes, in the words of one US official, that the Tsai administration has made, quote, attempts to reach out politically to China within the bounds of the political constraints that she faces. This includes, the official said, quote, trying to come up with a formulation that might provide a way forward for cross-strait relations. So, why did Beijing choose absolute clarity or explicitness and one-way mistrust? I frankly don't know why. I can only suggest several hypothetical possibilities. The first is that the PRC officials and scholars responsible for Taiwan are ill-informed about the dynamics of Taiwan politics. I really don't believe that, but hypothetically it's a possibility. The second explanation is that the PRC policymaking process shut out people with policy-relevant expert knowledge about Taiwan. Some of these experts, if they had been consulted, might have told their leaders that there was no way that Tsai could accept the 1992 consensus and the core connotation in an explicit way. The third is that there is a conflict within the PRC between hardliners and softliners, and that a more conciliatory mainland policy will be impossible unless and until the softliners win. I don't know, it's possible. The fourth is, for me, more interesting and maybe a little ominous, and that is that Beijing really didn't want to have a cooperative and productive relationship with the Tsai government, for the reason that doing so would legitimize the DPP and perhaps sustain its hold on power. So it made it very difficult for Tsai Ing-wen to sort of meet the mainland halfway. Now, I think that one assumption of the PRC, this explanation, is that the KMT will return to power in 2020, 2024, 2028. We can talk about that. So, to wrap up, whatever explanation one adopts, I can't be terribly optimistic about cross-strait relations going forward into the medium term and for the US factor. It appears that, first of all, absent a more flexible approach by Beijing, Tsai will have to stick to her current approach. Number two, Beijing will continue and perhaps increase its pressure on the Tsai administration. Third, mainland attempts to win over some of Taiwan's young people will probably not reverse the much broader trends in Taiwan sentiment towards the mainland. And fourth, some political forces in Taiwan's green camp will increase their pressure on Tsai to toughen her mainland policy. I don't know how she'll respond, but that seems to be somewhat likely. I hope I'm wrong in my pessimism, but I actually fear that I'm right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Richard. We're now going to move on to hear a Taiwan voice. Dr. Liu, please.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to extend my appreciation to Dr. Hong Nong and all the teams here supporting this very important conference. And of course, before I start, I really like to say the appreciation to our moderator, Gordon, today, because he has already try very hard to discipline our presentation today. My short presentation here will be divided into 3 parts. I also like to thank Richa for giving such a comprehensive picture of what exactly happening in Taiwan and the cross-strait relations. So it makes my points much easier to come into the analytical part of cross-strait relations. The first part, I'm going to talk a little bit about Tsai Ing-wen's cross-strait policy, or whatever DPP's China policy. The second point, I'd like to address quickly about domestic political change in Taiwan, and also the impact of such a development on the cross-strait relation. And the third part, I would address to the risk of incumbent or existing policy by President Tsai Ing-wen. So these would be the focal point I would be addressing too. The first part about President Tsai Ing-wen's China policy. I think not too long ago, probably 2 weeks ago, Vice Chair of Mainland Affairs Council, Dr. Lin Zhenyi, was here in Washington, D.C. He already clearly emphasized a policy toward China, and I do not want to repeat whatever he said, but obviously as I'm watching from Taiwan so closely into such a challenging issue in the cross-strait relations, I find that currently there are some serious gap between Taipei and Beijing, as Richa already highlighted quite clearly. And we do not want to tackle for the time being we do not have enough time to go over all the details. But I should say, from Mainland Affairs Council, there is a very high hope that this Tsai Ing-wen administration wants to dialogue with mainland China. But of course, whether or not there is a basic point, currently there is no common political grounds between Taipei and China, Taipei and Beijing. That is obviously 1992 consensus. How to go about it, I think this is a political issue since last year. The second point, over the last few months, President Tsai Ing-wen has been making tremendous effort to articulate the goodwill to Beijing in the vocal sense. So that is the reason why Richa said President Tsai Ing-wen has been really refrained from doing surprising work to Beijing. But obviously, from our understanding from the civil society, when we engage with mainland China, if there is no political solid ground, anything Beijing will not accept. So this is a critical problem now going through between Taipei and Beijing. The third point, as I can look into whatever President Tsai Ing-wen is doing, she is trying to set a new tone in the cross-strait relations, in the way, DPP traditional way to see the cross-strait relations. But I think many people may be supportive to her, but many others do not support her position, because I would come back to this particular point slightly later. The reason why, even if the DPP government is trying to set a new tone without going further and also any opportunity to dialogue with mainland China. I think my government in Taipei frequently said that both sides needs to be sitting down and talk the differences, but of course Chinese position is very clear. If there is no common ground, there is definitely no point to sit down to talk. And I think this is a general gap between Taipei and Beijing for now. The fourth point, as I look into this, simply wrap up, Beijing and Taipei today do not on the same page of such a political development. Everyone is saying traditional things, and there is no common ground. So it makes such things so difficult to come together. So wrap up on the first part of my presentation. Currently, Taipei and Beijing do not have any common ground. And it would be so difficult, even if any new initiatives comes up from Taipei, Beijing will just neglect it for the time being. The second part I would address quickly, because before I left for the United States this time on Saturday, and there was a large scale of demonstration in Taipei in front of a presidential office. And interesting this time, the demonstration was organized by the various religious groups in our society. So the headline, if you have read our newspaper on Sunday, they said general people and deities in Taiwan are not so happy with our president. But of course, it simply reflects something wrong in Taiwan, and also perhaps the way our government is handling our policy. Number one quick point is President Tsai Ing-wen is accelerating domestic political effort for reform. But as a result, many people in Taiwan cannot really agree on whatever she is taking. That is more sort of an approach leading to de-Sinicization in our society. So Chinese Taiwan Affairs Office in particular, looking into the picture and see how our government is doing, is really further drifting away from mainland China. So this is the first challenge. The second point, President Tsai Ing-wen's policy, domestic policy, is gearing up political confrontation on two sides. One is domestic politics, and the other side is cross-strait relations. On the first scenario, KMT and DPP are fighting so viciously. Just a few days ago, many of you may have already saw the TV broadcasting. They were fighting again. General people in Taiwan feel humiliated because our politicians fighting physical fight in our legislative yuan. And on the cross-strait relations, because gearing up political confrontation, there is a sense, as Richard just mentioned, diplomatic challenge after Panama leaving Taiwan for China, and such a feeling now coming on the court of DPP's administration government in Taipei. So I am worrying that it may come up with such a revenging attitude in our government. The third point is domestic turmoil lately further weaken Tsai Ing-wen's credibility and image in our society. And I believe because currently she is trading so low in the approval rating in Taiwan, and her cross-strait policy is now losing credit because just last week, the most influential industrial group, Chinese National Federation of Industry, and 1 month before, American Chamber of Commerce, both came up with similar recommendation to our government. Mainland cross-strait relations is something that needs to be redefined, reconsidered. The other one, of course, domestically, our labor law, they have put it very clearly. That is a problematic labor law. Not to say other policy approach, but this is something, the third point. Fourth point, economic downturn and the slim hope to recovery of our economy stirred up future anxiety in our society. So young generation cannot see the future. They are not so happy with the government. This is a natural in a democratic society, leading to constant protests and demonstration in Taipei. Fifth, Beijing, of course, look into this and charge Tsai Ing-wen's policy as tilting toward further independence. And there are many phenomena happens in Taiwan. I just take one simple example, reform of our textbook for the high school. And that is one of the serious things now touching upon the red line of cross-strait relations. So Beijing is not so happy with that. And the final point on this part is the hope is very slim, but I think the cross-strait hope is not dead yet. And I think there's still some hope for that. So finally, I come to the final part of my presentation today. I would raise the potential risk of such a policy approach taken by President Tsai Ing-wen. Number one, Beijing does not really expect President Tsai Ing-wen would have a return to the possibility of cross-strait communication. And I think Beijing has been quietly watching the government for almost 1 year also, and they obviously frustrated with President Tsai Ing-wen. In particular, on the first inauguration anniversary, date back to May 20th, President Tsai Ing-wen did not say anything. She shied away from the media and did not even give any words on the cross-strait relations. So Beijing gave up on that, and I think many people in Taiwan already heard that Beijing has extended frustration on this particular part. So I should suspect that Beijing would be more, perhaps taking more aggressive policy toward Taiwan in whatever front. And the second part is as a result of such a low approval rating in the society and losing support in the society, President Tsai Ing-wen may be forced to take a more confrontational approach to China. As I mentioned quickly, after Panama incident, radical DPP's faction inside the party has come up with such a revenging attitude. So they said they have threatened to further sabotage the cross-strait relation, but I do not know how. And I remember 2 weeks ago when Dr. Lin Zhenyi was here, and he was asked by media how Taiwan is going to revenge or in a taking more drastic way against China. I think he did not give a clear answer, but I'm worrying as a member of a Taiwan society, as a result of such a course of policy, it would drift Taiwan further away from China. And I'm worrying. The third point is a visual cycle is developing in the cross-strait relations because in all the good faith extended by President Tsai Ing-wen, China obviously does not see it advantages to the cross-strait relations. So up to this moment, both sides are standing off and they cannot really give away whatever promise to their own domestic constituency. So this is worrisome. The fourth point, another point I'd really like to ask to our first panelists, because U.S. policy currently is really on the uncertain stage. And as I feared from Taiwan, as a result of such an uncertainty from our strong supporters, the United States, and it may feel it's more difficulty in Taiwan because at this particular time, everyone knows our government is leaning more toward the United States and Japan, but the US policy is unclear. So it makes Taiwan's policy even more difficult. Finally, I will wrap up with just a simple point, a great concern. The cross-strait relations has been actually transformed to a new era after 8 years under President Ma Ying-jeou. But I can see President Tsai Ing-wen is leading a team with the traditional wisdom. They are more sliding back to the time under President Chen Shui-bian. I don't see it such a reflection after 8 years of frequent communication, and our society have already closely engaged with Chinese society after 8 years. So just imagine 650 some flights across the Taiwan Strait every day up to this moment. So all people can easily flying across. But our government is trying to shut down the door. And just 2 weeks ago, Management Affairs Council released a warning. They were streamlined and categorized for those applicants from mainland China. If they are categorized into 3 different categories, they are not allowed to come into Taiwan. And I'm worrying because as a result of such a stringent policy by our government, it may further close the possibility to engage with China. But I think even if a government is now into such a difficult situation with each other, but I can tell every one of you in this audience in Washington, D.C., our society is fully engaged with mainland China. And after 8 years, we know each other more. We have such a mechanism through the civil society engagement. I just hope that there would be more opportunity that our government will consider after all this. So I will wrap up here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Foucault. We are more or less on time. We've had a pessimistic assessment from Richard, followed by a pessimistic assessment by Foucault. I'm now curious, because I haven't seen the remarks prepared by Alan Romberg. The floor is yours, please.
Thanks very much. I also want to thank the sponsors, and particularly Hong Nong, for inviting me to share the panel here. I'm dividing my remarks into 2 parts. I'll speak for a little bit about Taiwan, and then after Jufeng talks about North Korea, I'll come back a little bit on that. Having listened to Richard and Foucault, it is something of a situation of perhaps everything's been said, but I haven't said it. So there may be some repetition, for which I apologize, but there are some differences also. To the extent that external issues mattered, and I believe they did matter more than some people acknowledged, Tsai Ing-wen was elected in important measure to maintain the status quo of peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. She was not elected to reaffirm the 1992 consensus or its one China core meaning, but neither was she elected to reject it. And I would argue that progressively, over the course of both the presidential election campaign in 2015 and since she took office in 2016, while she's declined to embrace it, in fact, she has pursued a policy that is very consistent. Richard has pointed to a number of the points that she has made rhetorically, and I won't repeat those. Beijing, I have to acknowledge, at first was not the only party concerned about how Tsai would handle cross-strait relations. Even after her important speech here in Washington in June 2015, when she said she would govern in accordance with the will of the people and the ROC constitutional order, many people recalled over time she had defined the ROC in different ways. And even at CSIS, where she gave that speech, she answered a question about what the ROC constitutional order was by citing a whole list of different factors which could have taken her policy in various directions. She also said various things both then and later about the 1992 consensus. But I think, as Richard indicated, Americans have more or less become pretty positive in their judgment about how she has stuck to the script. Beijing, of course, has not become more positive in its judgment, and particularly about her way of addressing, or in their view, not addressing, the nature of cross-strait relations, which they see to be evasive and problematic, and insisting that she accept what they call the common political foundation of the 1992 consensus, or some other fashion, in some other way, endorse the core connotation that Taiwan and the mainland both belong to one and the same China. So we're stuck. Tsai hasn't done what Beijing wants it to do, and I don't think she will in endorsing one China. And at the same time, the mainland will insist that she does accept one China, and that won't change. As we know, the PRP's position is that without her doing that, there will be various consequences, and Richard went through a number of those, so I won't repeat them. I would note that while direct military actions have not been taken, and I frankly don't think they will be, the PRC has not refrained from some level of military intimidation. So in essence, we have a classic example of an irresistible force and an immovable object. Only in this case, it isn't merely proverbial or conceptual, it's real world in its effects on various aspects of life in Taiwan and the potential for maintaining peace and stability in the future. It's often been said, including by me and others here, that the wild card in cross-strait relations looking forward is really Taiwan politics. And I think that is still a true statement, but it's inadequate. What one needs to add, as Richard pointed out very forcefully, is how Beijing responds to Taiwan and to political developments. And that, in turn, I would argue, depends in important part, but we don't know to what degree, on domestic political factors within the mainland, and particularly within the leadership, and whether there, in fact, can be an eventual satisfactory peaceful outcome. That outcome, of course, Beijing defines as unification, peaceful unification, but precisely how it's to be achieved and what it consists of has not been defined. And frankly, for me, that's a good thing, because I don't believe you can get to that outcome without changing definitions of unification, of one China, even of sovereignty, and it's too early to expect those changes to take place. But the issue facing us today, and facing the two sides today, is whether or not there is a way to break this impasse, and a way at least around it, so as to stabilize the situation and restore, at least in part, maybe more than in part, the situation that previously existed. And by the way, I'm not arguing that the situation that previously existed was ideal. I don't think it was. But it worked, and as the saying goes, don't let the best become the enemy of the good. Those of you who may have suffered through some of my musings over the past couple of years will know that I think one way of getting around the dilemma on one China is to look at the issue of Taiwan independence. There is no way, in my view, that President Tsai or any other Taiwan leader who genuinely respects democracy will totally reject independence or any other outcome that hasn't been approved by the people of Taiwan. And while I may be wrong, I think that the principle underlying her current position is really that she is not going to foreclose options, however theoretical or unrealistic they may be, but rather she is seeking to preserve the right of the people of Taiwan ultimately to make that choice. And in fact, I would argue that despite the fact that President Ma Ying-jeou accepted one China, he took essentially the same position. That is, no person, no party can decide the fate of Taiwan over the heads of the people of Taiwan. But there are things that can be done. There are things President Tsai can do. She could indicate, for example, that Taiwan independence is not on her agenda. That's a true statement. She could hardly pledge to maintain the status quo of peace and stability if it were otherwise. There's also, as Richard mentioned, the very important issue of how to handle the Taiwan Independence Clause in the DPP Charter. That's come up before. It'll come up again. At the moment, however, it seems to me that the situation is not ripe for movement on these matters. Even setting aside the very difficult political situation in Taiwan, which matters a lot, and I don't think we should link everything to the 19th Party Congress, the upcoming 19th Party Congress is a reality, and I don't think we should expect any important developments in cross-strait relations before that critical event has taken place. In any case, this is not a matter where it would be reasonable or responsible to expect Taiwan to take a unilateral step and then sit back and wait for Beijing to take some reciprocal measure. Given the importance of the issue politically within Taiwan, Beijing needs to agree on what a set of reciprocal measures would be that would be of sufficient importance that would give Tsai justification to take the kind of steps that I'm talking about. Simply arguing that she has broken the status quo by not embracing the 1992 consensus is not going to advance Beijing's long-term goals, but in fact will only serve to reinforce the impression that the PRC is trying to dictate terms, and it is not, as Xi Jinping has frequently said, listening to the desires of the people in Taiwan. Moreover, it ignores, or I would say continues to ignore, the very important issue of respecting the dignity of the people in Taiwan, something Ma Ying-jeou raised, as you may recall, in his first inaugural address, and it remains a critical element, in my view, to any successful handling of cross-strait relations. And finally, let me simply say, for the United States, clearly the U.S. is a player of some importance in all of this. Hopefully, it's a constructive player that contributes to positive outcomes. We have many different and sometimes not totally compatible interests with the PRC and with Taiwan, and managing that is not always easy, and frankly, it's not always well done. Playing games with our own one China policy is a dramatic example of how not to manage things well. Fortunately, I believe President Trump has now moved away from any such inclination, but I would note that there is still the critical issue of how the one China policy is to be implemented, and that merits careful consideration. Let me stop with that, Gordon.
Thank you very much, Alan. And I would say that's still semi-pessimistic, I think we could say. But before we pivot to North Korea, I'd like from our first two speakers, you did touch, Alan, on the United States, but I'd like to inject a little bit more of the U.S. dimension, not just the cross-straits dimension, and starting perhaps with you, Richard, if you could just give us a 1 or 2 minute comment on, there's not a lot to work with publicly, I realize, but the current state of U.S.-Taiwan relationship and what the Trump administration may be facing in that regard.
First of all, I agree wholeheartedly with Alan that we need to sort of ground our policy in the one China policy, something that not everybody understands too clearly, and I've done a little bit to try and remedy that problem. I guess there are two issues here. One is, are there steps that we might take to improve the content and conduct of our relationship with Taiwan? I think there probably are. I think if Hillary Clinton had been picked by the Electoral College to be our president, we would have seen some things from her as well. But my concern is how we do it. My personal view is just do them quietly. Beijing will know. They'll complain. At least some people in Taiwan will be happy, but nothing needs to become a diplomatic incident. We do need to sort of keep in mind what Alan said, what Beijing's reaction will be. And I think we've already heard how port calls would be received, and I think that's a violation of the president's commander-in-chief authority. But that's all I'm going to say. Thank you
very much, Richard. Foucault, I wanted just on the U.S. dimension, Taiwan-U.S. dimension, if you could just give us a minute or two of your comments. Thank you.
I think currently, our government in particular counts on the United States government so much. But as I mentioned, looking from Taipei, the message and the line is not so clear. Even if Richard just mentioned port call and 2018's defense authorization bills, the meaning carries through by the defense approach. But whether or not it is going to happen, I think many people live in the realistic world. We don't see that it is going to happen sometimes in the future. But I think what I like to quickly address to that is currently we feel that the U.S. policy is not so clear on that. So it makes us so difficult. I do believe that there is an important element before we can, current government can really engage with Beijing. It has to be assured by Washington if something comes up more firmly And then I think my government in Taipei would be more confident to engage. Thank you.
Well, we're now going to pivot, not a pivot to the Western Pacific, but a pivot northward from Taiwan to the DPRK. And I'd invite Zhu Feng, please.
Okay, thanks, Gordon. And thanks, Hong Nong, for invitation and job assignment. It's truly my big honor coming and joining such a distinguished panelist and speaking on very sensitive security issues in the Asian Pacific for bilateral relations. Let me starting very briefly from my views on South China Sea issue, then how such a two things, North Korea and South China Sea issue, will inherently, just the way say, coherent in some sort of a security context in the region. I see, yes, of course, then it's some sort of a dramatic up and downs with regard to the security dynamic in Asia Pacific. Then we will see North Korea Sea issues that suddenly bounding into some sort of historical high. Then the South China Sea issue is de-escalating. If we just have a quick look at some sort of elements behind them, then we will see, of course, it's inherently linked. South China Sea issue, then we will see the China's growing more tactic in approaching some sort of such a very contending claims. For example, Vietnamese and the Filipinos, one after another, just did the drilling in some sort of, we say, overlapped claimed areas. But Beijing just moved very softly. Then back to the 2014, then we will see the China some sort of Chinese Coast Guard warship used some sort of interception and a cable cutting and some sort of such a very forceful response. But this time, for the moment, then we'll see the Beijing truly, we say, chose to walk different line. Then we will see another one is diplomatic pragmatism now is prevailing. And both Chinese and the ASEAN counterparts are very, very, we say, positively working on the conclusion of a COC framework. To be President Wu and May will also join some sort of such an advisory council on issues and way. Based on our understand, so we see the framework proved to be a very inclusive, forward-leaning, we say, embracement, and some sort of real risk, we say, settling, we say, such a approach. So we consider it's a very dynamic, positive trend. We should bear in mind that China ASEAN, if they can take the effort, then we will very dramatically and decisively overturn some sort of a longer, lingering, we say, such a tension in South China Sea. Then there's another positive sign I should mention is very significantly improved bilateral relations between Beijing and Manila, Beijing and Jakarta. Then we will see Beijing and Hanoi. Of course, China with the Vietnam relations proved to be a little bit tricky. But the problem is where we see some sort of a good combination of Vietnam's, realistic dependence on the U.S. and Japan for security, we say balance vis-a-vis China, and its economic and political accommodation to Beijing. So then such a...
Back to North Korea here.
Okay. To such a things will get the South China Sea issue a little bit, better than the last year and a couple years ago. So it's also some sort of very interesting, we say, demonstration of Beijing's tactical, tapping of the issues. Then let me back to North Korea. Then we will see there's a lot of complaints on American media for China's little help. Then there's a lot of disappointment from the White House on Beijing's help, quite a little. Then I have to say, first of all, such a transactional approach, it seems to me, is very pragmatic, because DPRK issue is not just a very simple we say, nuclear proliferation issue. DPRK is sitting at some sort of a very interestingly central piece of the East Asia security, we say, dynamic. So for China, it's much more than some sort of just a nuclear proliferation issue. For most of Chinese, North Korea's issue is history, is an ideology, is some sort of a traditionality of China's peripheral security mentality. So it's harder to see Beijing's tangible change in such a short time. But the problem is, in one way, Beijing's policy shift of the DPRK could help driving more cooperation between U.S. and China. Let me just discuss that issue a little bit. First is, we'll see back to the Korean War, we're really enemy. But such an enemy equation is completely retreated. Quite a few Chinese consider there is any necessity for Chinese to cross the Yalu River and having another, always a second Korean War. I have to tell you how revolutionary such a mentality changed among the Chinese. That also will be a very positive leading factor for us to look at the China-U.S. relations and its regional security ramifications. Yes, we still have a bunch of the Chinese paranoid. They believe so enemy's enemy is our friend. If the U.S. is destined to be the enemy, why we should just abandon the DPRK? But I have to say, such a radical extremist mentality now is really, really waning. Really, we say it's dropping. So then I think the overwhelming majority of Chinese see the rationale behind U.S.-China cooperation to get the DPRK nuclear threat issue well-checked and well-settled. I think it's a really magic historical progress we made. Then second is, if there is quite a little prospect such a military crash will happen between the Chinese and the U.S., Americans, so how can we do? I think we can easily think through a lot of things we could do in terms of division of labor. For example, we need a joint contingency plan. We need some sort of, we say, well-informed CBMS. We need to keep both government and the military worldwide. If any unpredictable domestic care happen out of the DPRK. So then the thing is a little bit, we say, very embarrassingly, we say, challenge the both sides is, yes, I see some sort of growing incentive on either side to work close. But the problem is how either government could be politically motivated to really sit down and look into their cooperation for any settlements. Chinese are a little bit scared off. Then I see the White House probably also did not just outreach with the full enthusiastic way. For example, Saudi issue. It's a grave concern. But so far, neither Washington nor Seoul would like to face up to the Beijing's grave concern about Saudi issue. But the problem is, Saudi issue is part of such a package. We can easily figure it out in the future, so our cooperation. So then we need a political enthusiasm. We need a growing willingness. The third one is, of course, like any settlements of the nuclear DPRK, well, very inherently associated with the future evolution of regional security order. It's not just a part of a story of America's military presence, or how many soldiers will be stationed in there, or what kind of military alliance could be reformatted and to balance China's concern. The most important thing is in the post-Kim Jong-un's Korean Peninsula, what kind of a security order will building up. I think it's not just how say Beijing totally asked for dismantlement of alliance between Washington and Seoul, I consider it's totally unrealistic. But we need some sort of, we say, operable, manageable end game of a DPRK. So what's your offer? What's our counter offer? We needed to talk. So my observation is this. DPRK issue has historically turning around. And Chinese has no interest in just use it as a center and a front for U.S.-China conflict. It's a historical progress what both of us made. But the problem is there is a big bunch of the questions remain intact, unchanged. So then I hope that both capitals, Beijing and Washington, could push gently and also very realistically sorting out the way to get off both sides closer, rather than just stopping on some sort of endless complaint. China is not help, China is not help. It's useless. But there's another factor now is, it seems to me, navigate both of us need to do. That thing is Russia's factor. We also see China, early this month, Beijing and Moscow conclude a joint statement asking for what? For the DPRK's compliance to UN Security Council resolution. But I have to say, Russia factor is negative. When the Trump administration pushed China, Russia is pulled China back. Because Russia sees no diplomatic incentive to change the DPRK. Russia just trying to use unchanged factor of the DPRK as some sort of, we say, water car, maybe in the East Asia. But China does not. I hope all our American friends could recognize this nuanced difference. But the problem is, for Beijing, the strategic coordination with Moscow is very important defense parallel for China to strengthen our position in the Asian Pacific. So practically, Beijing is more motivated to maintain, to preserve such a well-coordinated strategic coordination with Moscow. So then we will see the consequences there. DPRK issue between the trilateral power relations with a pull and a push game. How some sort of Russian Gates scandal will soften U.S. position of Russia, or in what way Russia could be welcomed on board to play a positive role in DPRK issue. I'm very pessimistic. The political standoff in Washington probably will be hardened some sort of such a tense relations with Moscow. Then I see such an effect to the DPRK prove to be negative. So then, conclusively speaking, North Korea issue is one of quite a few shining points, which now is twinkle in the fall. Both sides needed to show our wisdom and some sort of desirability to take it and get it well rolling out. So I'm a little bit optimistic about DPRK issue and its upcoming cooperation between Washington and Beijing. Actually, if we can skip over some sort of such a vulnerability of Chinese expertise, for example, how to understand the China's react, how to view the China's as some sort of a positive role, and in what way China could be encouraged to act more. All such things need Chinese expertise. So then if we can base our, some sort of DPRK-driven cooperation on such a very deepened professional understanding, we could have a lot to do. Let me stop here.
Thank you, Fong. And we'll move straight on to Alan, please, on the DPRK.
You want pessimism? I'll give you a little pessimism. I want to comment on two aspects of the North Korea issue. First, the prospects for dealing with the nuclear and the broader security issues that are posed by the DPRK. And second, China's role and how North Korea issues factor into Sino-American relations. On the prospects for dealing with the North Korean nuclear program and the broader security threats that North Korea presents, I have to say, unless something totally unexpected happens, I don't believe we're going to be able to stop Pyongyang from continuing to develop its program until it obtains what it considers to be a reliable intercontinental nuclear attack capability. I'm not speaking of whether we accept the DPRK as a nuclear weapon state under the terms of the NPT. We shouldn't. But I'm talking about the reality of what capabilities they possess. For many years, it's been evident that whether it was Kim Il-sung or Kim Jong-il or now Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leadership is not suicidal. Indeed, I would suggest that survival is perhaps, if not the, certainly one of the most important goals of the regime. And so while they have pursued nuclear weapons as the ultimate guarantee of their survival, in my view, they're not going to initiate an attack with nuclear weapons if they're convinced that the regime, and indeed North Korea as a political entity, will be destroyed as a result. Now, that doesn't mean the North won't seek to use its nuclear capabilities to exact political and economic concessions from others, or that it won't seek to drive a wedge between the U.S. With its extended deterrence assurances on the one hand and its South Korean and Japanese allies on the other. It will seek to do all of that. Moreover, as the program has accelerated and certain benchmarks have been achieved, it seems clear the nuclear program has also been used to shore up domestic political standing of the leadership within North Korea as an object of pride and obviously veneration. But I believe that as long as the international community remains unwilling to take the risks that would be involved in really trying to force denuclearization, it will fail. Keep in mind that even before the North began to make significant strides in its nuclear program, it possessed a powerful and effective deterrent in the form of its long-range artillery and its short-range missiles that could kill tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people in South Korea, including not only South Koreans, but Americans, Japanese, and others. Nonetheless, perhaps due to the demise of the Soviet guarantor it had, as well as the availability of the technology and other materiel due to the thanks of efforts of A.Q. Khan, Pyongyang chose to accelerate its nuclear program. Now, I'm not suggesting we shouldn't and won't continue to try to affect the pace of the program or its cost to the North, though we know that likely the costs will be borne more by the people of North Korea than by the leadership or the elites. But if we're truly unwilling to totally shut down the North's access to markets and finance, as continues to be the case, and if we're not willing to bear the risks of war, as also is the case, then it's hard to see where the tools are to achieve the kind of denuclearization we all aspire to, at least in a foreseeable time frame. With one perhaps rather critical exception, which I'll return to at the end of my remarks, that leaves us with deterrence. To me, that makes it essential not only that the U.S. Alliances with both the ROK and Japan remain strong and vigorous, but that those alliances' willingness to use whatever means are necessary to defeat any North Korean aggression, nuclear or conventional, or unconventional for that matter, that must be unquestioned. Despite a lot of fears that the newly elected ROK president, Mr. Moon Jae-in, would be a clone of President Roh Moo-hyun, whom he served as chief of staff. And though Moon obviously is looking for ways to lower tensions with the North, so far, I don't believe the evidence supports such concerns, at least at an extreme. On the other hand, one has to acknowledge that there are elements of Korean policy today and actions that affect the alliance and don't seem to be fully coordinated. And in my view, those must be folded within alliance management, whoever is in the lead on the issue. Similarly, the United States must respect that it is called the Korean Peninsula for a reason,
And the U.S. needs to work with the realities of South Korea today, not simply insist that nothing can change. Alongside all of this, China's role and cooperation between China and the other key players is more crucial than ever. If North Korea is to understand not only that the commitment to ultimate denuclearization must be integral to North Korea's quest for its own security and for stability, but the different strategic perspectives among China, the US, the ROK, and others will not allow it to avoid the consequences of any unacceptable acts. Even now, that means UN Security Council sanctions will need to be implemented fully, and more are going to be adopted as the North continues to act with disregard for the existing resolutions. But more crucial, it means that any North Korean action to interfere with peace or stability or prosperity of the region, including the United States, or to proliferate weapons of mass destruction, will be harshly dealt with. That means that, as Zhu Feng has argued, and by the way, I would refer you to his recent Foreign Affairs article, which is quite interesting, China needs to come to the conclusion that protecting the DPRK when it acts in an unacceptable manner is not in the Chinese interest. It also means China needs to accept that South Korean security is no less important than Chinese security. For many years, Chinese friends have asked, well, why should we do the United States a favor in North Korea when the United States isn't helping us in X? For several years, X was Taiwan, especially during the Chen Shui-bian era. Then it became Japan during the Senkaku Diaoyu issue as it arose. Then it became the South China Sea, and now it's sort of some combination of all of this. The mistaken concept that working to control North Korean nuclear program is somehow a favor for the United States rather than a matter integrally related to China's own national security interests is fatally flawed. Unfortunately, it is a concept that President Trump seemed to buy into when he openly indicated he would swap trade favors and in other ways, for example, how he dealt with Taiwan, in return for Chinese resolution of the North Korean issue. Well, Mr. Trump now seems to realize there is no such deal to be had, but at least as I see it, the way he manifested that realization was perhaps less than totally constructive and had, I believe, something to do with Ambassador Cui Tiankai's recent vehemence in asserting that the United States cannot ask China to cooperate on North Korean nuclear issues while at the same time continuously taking actions that harm Chinese interests. We may not have immediate solutions, but we, and by we I mean all of us, must begin to address in a serious way the mutual strategic suspicions among us, between the United States and China, that inhibit the kind of cooperation necessary to ensure that the North fully realizes that, as President George W. Bush liked to say, actions have consequences. That may mean coming to some strategic understandings between the US and China and arrangements that look perhaps almost impossible today. Now, do we need to explore possibilities for dialogue on the North Korean issue? Absolutely. But we also need to recognize that, at least in my view, the chairman of the US Joint Chiefs of Staff was right the other day when he said that however horrible it may be to contemplate, war is not impossible. To me, the way to deal with that sobering reality is not to watch and wait as a decision whether or not to use force is eventually imposed on us. It is to understand that the absolute necessity of acting together now to prevent that day from ever coming, the day when such a decision would be required. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We're going to split the questions into two parts, in part because Richard Bush, one of our speakers on Taiwan, has a prior commitment, has to slip away very shortly. So as we go to the floor for questions, I'd ask that you identify yourself, you keep the question short, and we're going to take two questions at this table. First of all, on Taiwan, please. Dr. Swain, and then over to both of you, please.
Richard, I'd like to press you a little bit.
pushback.
You said the U.S. Oh, can you hear me?
It doesn't work.
Put it right up to your mouth. Put it way up.
You said the U.S. government could and should make changes in its U.S.-Taiwan policies, but do it quietly. That, to me, masks a whole box of difficulties. I guess my question, there are people who argue that U.S. policy needs to be much, much closer to Taiwan, as close as allowing senior cabinet members to have contacts, as close as allowing U.S.-Taiwan military interactions and exercises beyond port calls, and of course port calls is viewed as basic. But at the same time, continue to have a nod in the direction of the one China policy. So my question to you is, where do we strike this balance in your view? What do you think would be something that could genuinely improve Taiwan's security and the cross-strait relationship without pushing us over into something that would be much, much worse than what we face today?
Richard.
Thanks for the question. Oh, go ahead.
Maybe if you could pose your question as well, please.
I have a question both on Taiwan and in North Korea. I'll do Taiwan right now.
Perfect.
Mike McDevitt. Richard, it's been 37 years since the derecognition of Taiwan and the institution of the TRA that implies a defense commitment. But in fact, we've had a defense commitment since 1950, really, 70 years. So the question really is, how long is it reasonable to expect into the future can this persist? Can the current situation persist another 70 years, another 37 years? In other words, can we kick the can down the road for 6 or 7 or 8 more decades? Where do you see as where's the culminating point?
Thank you very much. I'll try to keep all that in my head. First of all, I want to say that I endorse everything that Alan Romberg said on North Korea. I follow that too, and he has my proxy. First of all, in response to both those questions, because my answer will blend, if one looks at how we interpreted the One China policy in 1979 and how we interpret it now, there's been quite an evolution. Sometimes it's been more public than others. I think that by and large, U.S. officials are careful in how they think about redefining it later on and how to implement it. For both of you, I think a critical factor that doesn't get discussed enough, both in terms of our mil-mil relationship with Taiwan and in terms of our commitment, is what's Taiwan doing for itself to enhance deterrence? And as some of you know, there's been a discussion that's gone on for quite a while about the proper defense strategy for Taiwan in light of the changes in the threat environment and the implications of that change for even an implied U.S. defense commitment. There's been progress in that discussion, but I think there's still a ways to go. I do know that Taiwan's procurement decision should be based on that threat environment and the defense strategy that's derived from it. Because the threat environment will continue to change, we need to work even harder. Now, the durability of that depends a little bit on how Beijing views its Taiwan problem. This is fundamentally a political problem, and China has certain political goals concerning Taiwan. It wants unification. but it seems very stuck on a formula for unification that was devised by Deng Xiaoping over 35 years ago. Since then, Taiwan has been a democracy. Since then, it has become very clear that one country, two systems, however it is sort of elaborated for Taiwan, has no market there. So, does the failure to reach a political solution, in part because Taiwan people sort of aren't interested in Beijing's offer, does that mean that inevitably we're going to go to war because Beijing will have to use military methods instead of political ones? Or is it conceivable that Beijing might consider changing its offer, solving its political or achieving its political objectives in ways that are more apposite the views of people on Taiwan, the views of the United States, and the views in the region? Is that beyond the mind of man or woman to achieve?
Thank you.
I can hang around for a few more minutes.
Okay. Foucault, did you like to respond, or should we go back to another question? Or Alan? Or Alan. Go ahead, Foucault, and then Alan.
I think your question, Michael, is very important. That's what I meant when I said how we implement the One China policy. And I don't think all those decisions are made. And I don't know how they're going to be made. It concerns me a little bit that there may be a certain amount of emotion that gets behind it. If I'm not happy with this today, will I do something different tomorrow? As a response to that, I don't know. I think there are specific issues that need to be thought about. Richard is, of course, absolutely right about the changes, but there are some things that I think need to be consistently paid attention to. One is the issue, however one may want to say it's eroded, of officiality. I think the One China policy is not to have official relations. Now, that doesn't, you could parse this a lot of ways. It isn't that we don't have relations among officials, but that's different from having national officiality in the relationship. I think there's the question of whether Taiwan gets wrapped into U.S. strategic planning in the region. I said this years ago, much to the consternation of some people, but I'll say it again. I think that would be a big mistake. Taiwan plays an important role in maintaining peace and stability in the region, if for no other reason or no other place than in the Taiwan Strait. If that doesn't go well, we're not going to have peace and stability in the region. So there are a lot of other things, but I think incorporating Taiwan, as some people would like to do, into U.S. strategic planning in the region would be a mistake. No one should misunderstand. We do have, as a nation, I would argue, a strong, not formal, not legal, but commitment to the well-being of Taiwan and to its security. That doesn't tell you what we're going to do. We have it may be an implied defense commitment, but it isn't a formal one. And so we just have to see how that goes. And I think Richard's point about trying to get this back in a political channel would certainly be the way to go. One thing that I think Foucault talked about is the uncertainty of the American policy and how that's viewed in Taiwan. I would just comment that in terms of the phone call, that is the first phone call between Trump and Tsai Ing-wen, I don't think it quite turned out the way that folks in Taipei thought it would. I think they were pretty pleased. They were going to get this phone call, and this would be a sort of feather in their cap, and it would show the U.S. support and would be a good thing. By the time officials in Taipei woke up the next morning, they found that this was an international media event, that Donald J. Trump had tweeted twice about it, and I think they were very concerned that they were going to be drawn into some sort of U.S. PRC confrontation as a pawn, either to be thrown under the bus or somehow to be dragged into an American plan, which they didn't feel was really in their interest to be dragged into. So I think that Taiwan is actually going to be, on the one hand, it wants to close relationship with the U.S. and Japan, as you pointed out. But I think that there's also sensitivity not to be so tied up in what might become machinations by the United States that it will serve to Taiwan's detriment.
Richard, you asked for a quick response.
I could just quick two-finger. First of all, I agree with officiality. There's some things that I think we would all agree are pretty official, and maybe we should stay away from that. The other thing, the other standard for judging this proposal or that proposal is, does it enhance deterrence? Or does it make people feel good? If it just makes people feel good and doesn't enhance deterrence, why are we doing it?
Thank you. I think we're going to go back to the audience for a couple more questions. Again, please identify yourself. Keep it very short, no long statements, please. Madame.
Thank you. A reporter from Voice America. My question is mainly for Professor Zhu Feng from China and the other panelists are welcome to jump in. You mentioned in your speech that Russia factor matters, and could you elaborate on that? What is the policy objective of Russia in North Korea issue, and how it's going to affect China's decision? Thank you.
Zhu Feng, please.
Okay. Yeah, of course, some sort of a central term I usually use in my research work to describe regional players in their policy of DPRK is some sort of hesitation or indecision. I see such a things happening more and less from all the players. But the problem is when, as I mentioned, when the Trump administration pushed China harder for North Korea's issue. So then I see the Beijing's primary response was positive. And Beijing also recognized the stakes rising unbelievably high with DPRK's nuclear threat. But the problem is I see some sort of, let's say, adversary effect come from Moscow, because Moscow don't want to see the North Korea as some sort of, let's say, escalating intimidation or threat. Then a very interesting case at hand is just last month, Russia declared some sort of opening of cruiser, the transportation, lines between the North Korea and its Far East, harbor city, Vladivostok. I think that things is a small one, but signaling a lot or big, because Russia don't want to see the North Korea will be getting weaker and weaker. So then, on the other hand, we also discussed with Russia's expert. Their very preliminary judgment is, for example, under the UN-imposed sanctions, North Korea's economy is getting better, very ironically. But for me and for most of Chinese experts, we're totally counter-arguing. We consider DPRK is increasingly stumbling and struggling. So then I see some sort of enlarged, we say, some sort of a gap between Moscow and Beijing on how to react on the DPRK. So then China's perspective, or Russia's perspective, it seemed to me is this, because they suffer sanctions, heavy-hand sanctions. Maybe the sanctions also will be getting tougher from the U.S. So you see Russia is in any position to be more helpful of the DPRK? No, I didn't see that. So then it's some sort of, we say, Russia's growing hesitation and indecision. Very interestingly, in contrast to the U.S. and China.
Thank you. We have time for one, perhaps two more questions if they're short ones. Please again, and then this gentleman here, please. North Korea is good. Okay, 1 and 2. If they're short, we might even be able to squeeze in a third. We're going to try and finish right on time, though, which is 12:45.
This is for Zhu Feng.
Okay, Mike.
When you mentioned in your discussion about North Korea, you mentioned the term pushing them gently. Caused me to recoil a bit. how can Beijing calmly accept the many things that North Korea has done to have a negative, hugely negative impact on China's interest, and then calmly accept the assassination of Mr. Kim's brother, who was an individual who presumably was under Beijing's protection, and talk about pushing gently? What happened to the China that I grew up with that would not hesitate to teach its neighbor a lesson when they were messing with China's interest? Why is China a paper tiger when it comes to North Korea?
Thank you.
Is there any questions related to North Korea? And maybe
we'll take one more question. The last question, please. North Korea.
On North Korea. So, Will Satron, I work on nuclear weapons policy for Icas. So my question is, there is over the last several months, a consensus has started to emerge in the arms control community in the United States that for the United States to pursue a goal of immediate nuclear disarmament in North Korea is increasingly becoming unrealistic. And they are now starting to propose a nuclear freeze as a more achievable goal. So my question is for Dr. Zhu Feng. Do you think this is something that China would endorse, this kind of strategy? And do you think it's more of an achievable goal?
I'm going to stop right there and go for our last question to Colonel Fong, please. And then any of our panelists could respond.
He's going to shoot back at me. See,
that's okay. Colonel, please.
Thank you for the last question for me. Thank you. My question take for Mr. Bush. And you just mentioned about also including Alan, you just mentioned about how to implement the one China policy. And also you mentioned about the U.S. policy option depends on what's Beijing treat with Taiwan. I think I'm wondering if the U.S. policy is based on principle or based on reality. I think the one China policy is respect the nationality of China or just based on the American interests. For example, the China has treated with the South Korea and North Korea to support the termination of the peaceful reunification. So whatever kind of the confrontation right now in the North and the South. So it's deeply respect the people's choice and people's, I think, the interests, the same nationalities. So I think it seems to me the U.S. policy toward Taiwan may be more flexible. It depends on the Sino-U.S. relations. So I'm wondering, this administration is going to follow the reality or follow the principle of the treaty, the one China policy, respect or not?
Now we have three questions. The one just posed, we have the China non-response, and we have the nuclear freeze question. So colleagues, please step forward, and we'll address those very quickly in the next couple of minutes.
Okay, so thanks, Mike's question. I think, yes, China's policy of DPRK has been very, very embarrassingly switched sides. So then recent cases, Beijing's announced that the repatriation of the DPRK is de facto and caused some sort of such a suicidal. Then such a news just has exposed in the Chinese website, then caused a lot of criticism. I have to say to my research works, there's no single foreign policy issue which is dividing the Chinese more than the North Korea issue. As I mentioned, DPRK mean multiple things for Chinese: history, ideology, security consideration, and some sort of a Chinese traditionality of the views on China's peripheral, the security. So it's some sort of big combination of history, ideology, and interest calculation. It's hard to really dissolve some sort of a key components which behind the Chinese North Korea thinking. The second factor is a bureaucracy. I see now the bureaucracy is piling up because no one wants to make bigger break very, very quickly and very decisively. So then I see a lot of initial reaction from the China's policy thinking and making of a DPRK. So then the result is it's some sort of a growing controversy. But the problem is we have to keep the eyes on some sort of a very fundamental policy redirection. And we say another one is sequentially domestic policy debate of a DPRK. So by tracking this for long, just as I mentioned, I see some sort of a tangible, intangible, but growing, very positive redirection. Then, yes, when the Beijing such a controversial North Korea's policy could end up, I don't know. But I see some sort of such a new dynamic is there. And moving towards some sort of a new direction is there. Then the second question from Mr. Will about the nuclear-free zone, replacing the denuclearization of DPRK. No, I don't think such an alternative will be grounded or will be taking effects.
Freeze, not free zone.
Nuclear-free.
Freeze.
So to freeze the
Oh, freeze. Okay.
as a stepping stone.
Okay, good. If you look at the Moon Jae-in government's approach, it's a nuclear freezing in exchange of some sort of a dialogue and engagement and even the humanitarian aids to the DPRK. My personal view is if such a policy should come the way, it should be based on reconciliation or consent building among three players, Beijing, Washington, and Seoul. So I see if just the South Korean want, move on its own, engage in the DPRK, that will be offset some sort of such a hard push approach from both China and Beijing, China and the United States. So then, since it has never been more complicated in the Northeast Asia, how we can rebuild some sort of a coordinated approach in handling the DPRK.
Richard, please.
On Oh Yang-wei's question, I've written a long essay about the One China policy. It's on the Brookings website. You can see it there. The United States government has never opposed unification. Never. Our position is what matters to the United States, the abiding interest of the United States, is that the differences between the two sides of the strait be resolved peacefully, and more recently we've said in accordance with the wishes of the people of the two sides. Now, I think the content of the word peacefully includes both violence and coercion. In terms of according to the wishes of people on both sides, the important part of that is people in Taiwan because they have a democratic system. And so whatever the solution is, sooner or later it's going to have to be acceptable to the people of Taiwan as expressed through their democratic system. And that's why it may be a good idea for Beijing to sort of think creatively about its formula for unification. Thank you. I've got to run.
I think we can perhaps stop there. We're a little bit past our time, but please join me in thanking all four of our speakers for their patience and their contributions. And now we'll pass back to our organizers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're now going to be taking a break until 2 o'clock for lunch. There's a lunch buffet right outside. Please help yourselves and be ready to reconvene here at 2 o'clock for our third panel, Developments in the South China Sea and Friction in U.S.-China Maritime Ties. Thank you.
sit down, right?
Yeah, maybe 5 minutes. Yeah.
First one?
好，你帮他们带一下那个。Could you also help?
Yes, I need to make the rest.
Excuse me, can I invite everybody to go back to your seats? We're about to start. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. So we're very lucky still have the full room after the lunch. And we're very glad to, in this panel, we're going to cover the South China Sea, the most development in the South China Sea, and how US and China engage in this maritime domain. So before we start, I would like to remind that this conference is live streamed in the Icas website. I will also have lively Twitter, and you're welcome to join the discussion along the Twitter and following the Icas. So we're very honored and delighted to have very distinguished fellows who have been working on the South China Sea, some of them for decades and from the different disciplines. You will find their bios in our conference brochure. So let me start by introducing President Wu. You already heard from his welcome remark this morning. He's the president for the National Institute for South China Sea Studies. Dr. Wu, I understand you have been written substantially on the South China Sea issues, and your institute also covers a very wide range of issues in the South China Sea. Why don't you start give us an overall picture on what is happening now in the South China Sea?
Okay, how long? Enjoy.
15?
15 minutes, no more than. Okay, thank you, Dr. Honong. Good afternoon, my friends. Actually, my presentation consists of 2 parts of it. In the first part, I'm going to look at the current South China Sea situation, analyze some factors that could influence the further development of South China Sea situation. And the second part of my presentation, if time allows, I'm going to put forward my personal recommendations on maintaining the positive trend in the South China Sea. As we know, since the second half of 2016, the South China Sea has witnessed a steady progress towards detente, as well as a return to the trajectory of cooperation. This could be attributed to a variety of factors. They are including the conclusion of the arbitration case. The arbitration tribunal issued its decision on July 12th last year. And also China's suspension of any additional reclamation of the South China Sea reefs and the islands. China, as I announced, the South China Sea islands and the reefs reclamation, and by the mid of 2015, stopped its such reclamation on the South China Sea area, and its limited military deployment consistent with self-defense requirements, and the enhanced bilateral and multilateral consultations that have been held between China and the disputed countries, as well as with ASEAN. At the bilateral level, China and the disputed countries, notably the Philippines, are making active, successful efforts in returning to the right track of bilateral consultations, as well as promoting pragmatic cooperation at sea. On May 19th this year, China and the Philippines held the first meeting of bilateral consultation mechanism on the South China Sea in Guiyang, the capital city of Guizhou, China. The establishment of the mechanism has opened a new chapter for China and the Philippines to manage their maritime disputes bilaterally, and represents an important step forward. Just yesterday, the Philippines President Duterte announced that China and the Philippines are going to conduct a joint development in the disputed area in the South China Sea. If that is the case, China and the Philippines could conduct joint development in the disputed area in the South China Sea. It would be an important step forward in the South China Sea area. There has also been important forward progress with regard to multilateral consultations. Since the conclusion of the arbitration case, China and ASEAN have played patience and wisdom to finalize the guidelines for hotline communications among their senior officials. A joint statement on the code for unplanned encounters at sea in the South China Sea. Implementation of the declaration on the conduct of parties, as well as most recently progress towards completing a framework of the code of conduct in the South China Sea. Just in the middle of May, China and ASEAN countries worked together to reach the final version of draft framework of the COC. So it is also an important step for the cooperation between China and ASEAN countries in the South China Sea rules-based mechanism construction. And the conclusion of arbitration case served as a variable closing of an old chapter in China-ASEAN relations. Both parties have opened a new page in their relations and have made important forward progress in their South China Sea-related COC consultation process. Though the South China Sea situation in general is relatively quiet and stable at present, there are many uncertainties and even negative factors which may complicate the situation in the future. The South China Sea Arbitration Award, which has changed the rules of the game, is one such factor. Based on the award, disputed countries may shift their focus to effective control and jurisdiction over maritime spaces through various means, such as expanding their maritime presence by military or civilian forces, strengthening maritime law enforcement measures, and unilaterally exploiting non-living resources in disputed areas. Extra-regional forces like the United States and Japan may also take advantage of the award of the South China Sea arbitration to challenge China's claims and rights in the South China Sea. Now, I would like to discuss some factors that could influence the further development of the South China Sea situation. The first one is that, in the name of conducting FNOPS, freedom navigation operations, the United States will continue to challenge China's claims and rights in the South China Sea. On May 25th, the Trump administration conducted its first FNOPS in the South China Sea by sending a missile-guided destroyer within the 12 nautical miles of the Mischief Reef. On June 3rd, Secretary of Defense James Mattis remarked at this year's Shangri-La Dialogue that the United States will continue FNOPS in the South China Sea. In recent days, news has emerged that such operations are planned to be conducted on a very routine and very regular basis. It is foreseeable that the contention between China and the United States over these issues will increase in the future. The second fact is about the US, Japan, and other extra-regional powers continuing to hype up China's militarization in the South China Sea. In the context of China's land reclamation activities and facility deployment on the South China Sea features. To provide public services, China will continue to deploy facilities for civilian purposes based on its security assessment and for self-defense purposes. China will also deploy necessary military assets. Yet in recent years, some countries have intentionally hyped up the theory of China's militarization in the South China Sea features, alleging that China's island development efforts are intended for military purposes only, which will change the status quo of the region. The two states, namely United States and Japan, will continue to put blame on China's land reclamation and facilities deployment for militarizing the South China Sea, which will unnecessarily exacerbate tension, and they may even take countermeasures when opportunities avail themselves. The third factor that could influence the further development of the South China Sea situation is the potential influence of the award of the South China Sea arbitration case, which shouldn't be ignored. Thanks to a series of timely and effective responses by China in diplomacy and public opinion management, the South China Sea has been witnessing a relatively stable period of calm in the period since award was released since last July. At the recent this year's Shangri-La Dialogue, the United States, Japan, and Australia reiterated that their position that the arbitration award is legally binding, and urged the relevant countries, meaning China, to abide by the award. When occasion permits, disputed countries may also make use of the award to deny China's historical rights over living and non-living resources within the U-shaped line. If we look at the decision issued by the Arbitrary Tribunal last July, it says that there is no legal base for China to claim resources which is falling within the U-shaped line, and none of strategy is able to generate extended maritime zones. So those disputed countries neighboring South China Sea may also make a use, which is totally conducive, beneficial to those countries. So they may use of award to deny China's historical rights over non-living and living resources. In order to do so, they may take unilateral actions to further fortify or militarize the features that they have occupied currently, and expand their control of maritime spaces and exploit hydrocarbon or fishing resources in these disputed areas. The fourth relates to the COC consultation. Although China and ASEAN have reached a consensus on the draft framework of the COC, with the deepening of the COC consultation process, disputes could crop up over key terms within the COC document as the process reaches its final stage. Hence, it could be more difficult to reach further consensus when even a deadlock may rise. From my perspective, it's difficult for China and ASEAN to reach consensus on the final version of the COC. If ASEAN and China come to the area, I mean, which area the perceived COC would apply for, it is difficult for them. And if they come to the nature of the COC, is it, should be having legal binding forces or non-legal binding forces? It's difficult for them to reach consensus. And is it a crisis management mechanism or dispute settlement mechanism? It is also difficult for them to reach consensus. So the hard-earned peace and stability of the South China Sea shouldn't be taken for granted. Regional countries should endeavor to jointly maintain the positive trend in the South China Sea, while extra-regional powers should do their share in not disrupting the virtuous dynamism among littoral countries of the South China Sea. To this end, I would like to make 4 proposals. They are my own observations. First, because the South China Sea situation will be affected by the forces of three relationships. They are China-US relationship. The second one is China-ASEAN relationship. The third one is China and other claimed states relationship. So I will address those three relationships respectively. The first, China and the United States should establish an effective and integrated mechanism to manage a potential crisis in the South China Sea. Currently, we already had several mechanisms in place, such as notification of major military activities, as well as a military hotline and the rules of behavior for the safety of air and maritime encounters. However, those mechanisms are all voluntary and non-binding. And the new reality is that China and the United States encounters over the U.S. ISR, intelligence, reconnaissance, and surveillance activities in the China's exclusive economic zone has become a new normal. And most of them are not unplanned, unintentional, or even unexpected. In response to the perceived threats from the United States and its allies, China is unlikely to give up military deployment on its South China Sea islands and reefs. Such a vicious circle will probably give rise to miscalculations, contingencies, and even conflict at sea. Therefore, in line with establishing a new model of a major power relationship, the two sides, China and the United States, should seek to establish an integrated mechanism involving various tracks, such as diplomacy, civilian forces engagement, meal-to-meal discussions, just to name a few, so as to address these potential problems and crises effectively. Second, about the China-ASEAN relationship. China and ASEAN should work together to exclude external interference and speed up the COC consultation and put into place the China-ASEAN track of the dual track approach, which is initiated by China in the year 2014. Track 1, which is to jointly safeguard peace and stability in the South China Sea by ASEAN and China, while being fully aware of the complexity and the difficulties of the COC consultations. Relevant countries should draw up a feasible timetable and roadmap in achieving the final version of the COC. Meanwhile, China and ASEAN should work on regional crisis management and control mechanism that fully engages and is jointly led by little countries of South China Sea, rather than unwisely welcome the interference of external powers. Third, about China and relevant countries' relations. China and claimed countries should exercise self-restraint and avoid unilateral exploration and exploitation of natural resources in disputed area. So now it is a problem if we look at some neighboring countries, what they are doing now. It is a potential crisis between China and other some claimed states. Instead, we should seek to shelve disputes and endeavor to find a consensus on how to conduct a pragmatic cooperation in the South China Sea. Given the complexity and the sensitivity of the South China Sea issue, it seems neither feasible nor realistic to resolve the disputes in the short term or in the foreseeable future, because the South China Sea is most sensitive and complicated in the world. given the fact that the numbers of the islands involved and the number of countries involved in this dispute. And the multilateral cooperation mechanism among littoral countries of the South China Sea on marine environmental protection and sustainable use of living resources could be one of the options for us to start to work on. Through such a mechanism, we could focus on cooperation in the restoration of the coral reefs, fishing resources, and the biodiversity of the South China Sea, which are also pressing regional issues for us. China and disputed countries should also actively seek for means to implement the other track of the dual track approach, that is, probably address the South China Sea disputes through negotiations and consultations among the countries directly concerned. To this end, disputed countries should establish bilateral mechanisms to enhance cooperation, build confidence, manage potential conflicts, and create a friendly environment that is conducive to resolving the disputes. Thus far, China and the Philippines, as I just mentioned before, have established such a bilateral mechanism among government on safeguarding maritime security and promoting pragmatic cooperation. China and Vietnam and other claimant states of the South China Sea dispute should promote and expand their functional cooperation activities beyond the Gulf of Tonkin areas and draw up an effective management mechanism in this regard. And also, China and Malaysia, another claimant state of the South China Sea dispute, should also consider the possibility of establishing a similar mechanism as well. So with that, I would stop here. Be happy to hear your comments and questions later. Thank you.
That's a very, very comprehensive, very insightful overview on the current situation in the South China Sea. And if we have time later, we'd like to hear you more on what do you think the prospects in maintaining the maritime relations in the region. Now let's move to the second panelist, Admiral Michael McDavid, who is an old friend of ours, and he's a senior fellow with the Center for Naval Analysis. I believe he has a report about China and maritime issues. And so, Admiral, I would like you to, for instance, share with us your views. How do you observe the Trump administration's South China Sea policy, if there is one, or if there is an emerging one? And how do you view, for instance, the Chinese engagement in the maritime domain? Leave you for you to 15 minutes, please.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hong, and thank you to Icas for allowing me to participate in this useful and very timely event. I wasn't prepared to talk about the Trump administration South China Sea policy, but I would suggest to you there's a great deal of continuity from what we have seen up heretofore, from what we have seen over the past 8 to 10 years. And so far, that's not to say that tomorrow there couldn't be a tweet storm and everything would change overnight. But as of right now, there seems to be a general thread of continuity of flying and sailing and exercising wherever international law permits, periodic freedom of navigation operations, and continuing to insist upon high seas freedom and freedom of navigation. I would expect that there would be no changes in those areas. Before I launch into the South China Sea part of my presentation, I think it's important that we not forget the body of water that has the highest probability of causing a war between the United States and China, and that's the East China Sea. And why do I say that? Because U.S. has a treaty obligation to Japan, and have both the Obama administration and administration before them, and now the Trump administration, have said that Article 5 of the U.S.-Japan Mutual Defense Treaty covers the disputed
or the Japanese say it's not disputed, but the disputed rocks of the Senkaku-Daiu island chain. And hence, it is possible that as China endeavors to assert its claim by periodic operations very close to those, I'm going to call them the Senkakus, an inadvertent accident could happen, or one way or another we could wind up with a shooting contest that could evolve into an out-and-out serious conflict. Now, I don't think that's going to happen, but that's a possibility. And we ought not to forget also that Taiwan is at the southern end of the East China Sea. And so, in fact, Taiwan is also in the possibility of conflict again, is very low, but nonetheless, you can't rule it out completely. Certainly, China has not ruled it out because it keeps the use of force on the table as a potential alternative. And so that's also a possibility. So those are the two potentially most serious flashpoints in the whole maritime domain of East Asia. And finally, the East China Sea also happens to be the home waters for Japan, China, Korea, and Taiwan, and the airspace above it. And so you have their ships and airplanes and submarines all operating in that same body of water. Again, so there is the possibility of mishaps, accidents, unidentified submarine contacts that scare one party or another into thinking they're under attack. There's all sorts of problems there in the East China Sea that have tended to be downplayed because of the South China Sea. So, South China Sea. Now, I'm delighted that Beijing's relationships with ASEAN in general and the Philippines in particular have improved, thanks to President Duterte. No matter what you may think of President Duterte in terms of his policies at home and what have you, he strikes me as a brilliant geostrategist. Not only has he managed to have Beijing provide him with a large number of loans, although I don't know how much money has actually been transferred, promises of loans, but he has done that holding the U.S.-Philippine Mutual Defense Treaty in his back pocket. In fact, President Duterte is very reminiscent of during the Cold War when we had small countries who were cleverly able to manipulate the United States and the Soviet Union to their advantage on both cases. In Duterte's case, not only is he manipulating the United States and China, but he's also got the Japanese providing stuff, and the Russians are there too. So this guy is really playing a bad hand very, very well. So, now, I would challenge the assertion that was made. If you look at the little write-up for this panel, it says that our U.S.-China maritime relations are at an all-time low. I would say that's not true, at least at the military-to-military basis. And that's about the only piece of the maritime relations that matters here, is we have the Navy-to-Navy relationship is quite strong. Obviously, the PLA Navy is planning again to participate in RIMPAC. We have regular port calls along with U.S. Navy ships in mainland Chinese ports as well as Hong Kong. We have a hotline. In fact, the U.S. Navy's Chief of Naval Operations was talking to the PLA Navy's Chief of Naval Operations just the other day, among other things, about Korea and North Korean submarine issues and what have you. So across the board, it seems to me that, and the ship and aircraft MOUs for unencountered or unexpected encounters, they seem to be being followed very rigorously. Every time I talk to a commanding officer of a U.S. Navy destroyer, I was just in Tokyo last week, and I had a chance to talk to a young man who had just left command of a destroyer, and he said, absolutely, our interactions with the PLA Navy and the South China Sea and East China Sea are very professional. Both sides are using the rules as they should be.
And so in that sense, I would say our Navy-to-Navy or maritime relations are not at an all-time low. There's no doubt about it that they are under some stress in areas that I'll get to in a minute. Now, I agree that freedom of navigation operations are a great annoyance to Beijing. They're not intended to be a great annoyance, but the thing that I think annoys the United States is the fact that Beijing has so far steadfastly refused to countenance acceptance of the award findings, and we heard some of that from Dr. Wu with regard to excessive maritime claims. Now, to me, the root of all evil in the South China Sea, to put it, is the 9-dash line and the historic claims that 9-dash line purports to encompass. Just so everybody understands, that line cuts through the exclusive economic zones of the Philippines and Malaysia and Indonesia and Vietnam. And essentially, this historic right says, as we heard, that China has the right to all the fish and resources in the ocean or in the bottom of the ocean within that line. Well, in effect, if that argument, which the tribunal said had no merit, no legal merit, if China persists in that argument, that means that essentially they're saying we get to take and absorb all of those fish that belong to the Philippines inside that line that are in our exclusive economic zone. Those belong to us. And all of the gas and oil on the bottom of the ocean in Reed Bank that are in the Philippine EZ, those belong to us. And so that, I think, is a problem that is waiting. This is a ticking problem. It's going to continue to go on. I think one of the first things that we've seen, maybe the beginning of a new pushback from ASEAN, was Indonesia just recently decided to name the waters inside its economic zone the North Natuna Sea. And why did they do that? And they're applying to the International Hydrographic Office in Monaco to officially have the North Natuna Sea recognized, because China's 9-dash line cuts through that exclusive economic zone. And so they're trying to, by changing the name, give them one more legal leg up to say that China has no claim to the fish and gas that is in our exclusive economic zone. We've seen Manila has already, years ago, tried to talk about the West Philippine Sea. I wouldn't be surprised to see at some point in the future Manila taking a look at their EEZ saying, I think I'm going to call my EEZ the West Philippine Sea. And I can even imagine the Vietnamese calling their EEZ the East Vietnamese Sea. And then the South China Sea will be a little hole in the middle. But seriously, these are the beginnings of the fallout, if you will, from the tribunal. Countries are beginning to take a look and say, wait a minute, the tribunal said that this historic claims business has no legal merit. So why in the world are we being slapped around by Beijing when we try to do drilling or resource or fish in our own exclusive economic zone? So that's kind of one of those things of stay tuned, watch this space. This is going to continue to go on. And I would say, as a result of the 9-dash line, all of the year's worth of good relations in the South China Sea is being put at risk in my mind. Now let me switch now to a word about FONOPS. Okay. I understand, I came in after Ambassador Sui had spoken, but I understand he said that the origin of the Freedom of Navigation program was intended to undercut the Law of the Sea Treaty. I'm not sure if that's
correct or not with what he said, but it's important to understand that the Freedom of Navigation program started long before there was a Law of the Sea Treaty. And it was based upon, in fact, it was based upon one of the reasons that the Law of the Sea Treaty was an important move forward is different countries were claiming different territorial seas. At the time, the United States claimed a 3-mile territorial sea. Other countries claimed a 12-mile territorial sea. I remember Chile at one time claimed a 200-mile territorial sea. So we had countries all over the world claiming different areas of territorial seas. And so the U.S. started sailing warships through what we called at that time an excessive claim for a territorial sea to demonstrate that the United States did not agree with that excessive claim. And that's where the Freedom of Navigation program actually started. And it had nothing, in fact, UNCLOS made that problem go away, and everybody now has a 12-mile territorial sea. But the best way to make freedom of navigation operations go away would be if China revised its claims, its excessive maritime claims, to make them in accordance with the law of the sea. If that happened, there would be no more freedom of navigation operations against China. I can guarantee you that. But the problem is, and I don't think it's unique to China, but the problem is that Beijing believes that its domestic maritime law takes precedent over international law. So if China's domestic maritime law says that I can draw straight baselines around the paracel chain, for example, that takes precedent over what the law of the sea says that you cannot do that. Now, the problem with saying that your domestic law can trump, pardon the word, take preeminence over the law of the sea is that means anytime you can change your domestic law tomorrow. So what that really means is my maritime claims mean whatever I say they mean. You can change them on a whim. And so unless you bring your domestic maritime claims in line with the law of the sea, you are going to create this dilemma where you're saying domestic legislation overrules law of the sea, and then you're going to create a situation where you'll have a destroyer sail through around the paracel, Triton Island and the paracel, challenging the excessive baseline claim, for example. Mischief Reef is a unique situation. Now, I'm sure everybody in the room does not understand where Mischief Reef is, but it's one of the 7 features that has been turned into a major base. 1 minute? Oh my goodness. Well, I'm getting close here. Mischief Reef was an appropriate, first of all, the law of the sea says you're not allowed to appropriate any low tide elevation. Mischief Reef is a low tide elevation. China appropriated that. Not only did they appropriate it, they built a big island on it. And not only did they appropriate it, a low tide elevation, they appropriated a low tide elevation on the continental shelf of the Philippines. So, depending upon how you want to argue based upon international law, is that an act of aggression that you have stolen a piece of the Philippine continental shelf? Would some clever lawyer say that the U.S.-Philippine Mutual Defense Treaty applies in the case of Mischief Reef? The point of it is, so Mischief Reef is a particularly troublesome issue because of the U.S.-Philippine MDT and the fact that legally it is in fact an illegal appropriation of Philippine continental shelf. So that's something that if there's any lawyers in the room, there may be some room there to do some exploration. And finally, I can understand why China built on the 7 islands in the South China Sea. It makes perfectly good sense. Strategically, it gives China defense in depth.
It helps protect with their SSBN base on Hainan Island. It reclaims, it helps them, puts them in a position to help reclaim lost territory and whatever. So from a military strategic sense, everything that China has done with regard to the Spratly bases makes it absolutely good sense. Now the trouble is, of course, is that this has changed the entire strategic balance in the South China Sea vis-a-vis China and its other claimants there. And it may in fact be implied coercion. So let me close on the thought that China, though, still faces a really big problem in the Spratly Islands. Is how do you get the Vietnamese and the Malaysians and the Filipinos, who are all occupying Spratly Island features, how do you get them off of those features without starting a war? Thank you.
Thank you, Amara. I think I appreciate your presentation. On the one hand, you actually help us to understand the perception gap between China and U.S. And I think that's one very promising point that you mentioned in the first part of the presentation, pointing to the fact that between U.S. and China, we do have a lot of existing mechanisms to push for maritime cooperation. And the most example that you mentioned about the July 20th senior high-level naval discussion, which is a very promising sign. And on the other hand, your presentation also highlights the perception gap as well. As you mentioned about freedom navigation, you mentioned freedom navigation exists far before UNCLOS. And I think that's exactly what brings to you another argument about China's historical right claim, which I think China's claim is also based on the customary international law, which pre-existed prior to UNCLOS. So I do think the U.S. and China have a lot of common issue as well. Thank you for your another third point about talking about Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam. I think that perfectly brings us to our third panelist, Professor Song Yanhui from Academia Senegal in Taipei. He has been Professor Song has been scuba diving in all the waters around the South China Sea, has been to many waters in Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Philippines. So I would like you to share with us, according to your research, how do you view the different approach or common approach, how these countries are in terms of dispute settlement or conflict management in the region? So please limit your presentation in no more than 15 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Hong Long. Before my talk, I would like to thank President Wu Shichun and Icas for inviting me to this very important event. As you, Dr. Hong mentioned that the task I am assigned is to address the claimants' approaches in managing or settling the South China Sea disputes and functional cooperations in the South China Sea. But actually, Dr. Wu mentioned in his talk already about the claimants' approaches taken, and then there are some kind of a positive trends of development in the region. But in any case, I have to do my talk, right? So. As we all know that the South China Sea is a semi-enclosed sea, which is defined under Article 122 of the 1982 UN Law of the Sea Convention. And this sea is facing a number of serious challenges and potential threats, in addition to the possibility of escalation of sovereignty and maritime disputes into armed conflict. Under Article 123 of the Law of the Sea Convention, the countries that border this semi-enclosed sea are required to cooperate in different areas. As Dr. Wu mentioned, that marine scientific research, conservation, and protection of fishery resources, and maybe cooperating with regional organizations as appropriate. So there are a number of obligations under Article 123 of that convention. But now there are 6 claimants in the South China Sea. But China, the Philippines, and Vietnam are the three key players. Brunei is considered a silent claimant. However, Brunei is advocating the so-called dual track or two-track approach in dealing with maritime disputes in the South China Sea. Recent disputes over the development of oil and gas resources between China and Vietnam in the Vanguard Bank area, between China and the Philippines in the Reed Bank areas, and between China and Indonesia in northern Natuna Island area in the South China Sea has the potential to escalate tensions in the South China Sea. So it's very important for these three claimants. I'm talking about China, the Philippines, and Vietnam, now probably includes Indonesia, to exercise restraints, to avoid taking action that could complicate or expand the existing disputes. Now, what about Malaysia? Malaysia is another claimant which has been taking a low-profile approach. And this country prefers to take the diplomatic approach ahead of legal approach. As we noticed the debate, discussion at the 49th ASEAN Foreign Ministerial Meeting in last July 2016, also at the 30th ASEAN Summit in April this year. So all of the ASEAN countries agreed and to have full respect of the legal and diplomatic process in managing the South China Sea disputes. But from the perspective of Malaysia, try to put diplomatic approach ahead of the legal approach. And that will come to the discussion Professor Dr. Wu mentioned about the award announced by the tribunal in July last year. So the legal approach, the Aquino III government of the Philippines in 2013 decided to take this legal approach, which escalate tension in the South China Sea. So my point is, should legal approach to be put after the legal approach? So that comes to the one very important point is the concept or approach of dual track approach, as Ambassador Trey Teng Kai mentioned in his speech this morning. I tried to raise the question to Ambassador Trey about the difficulties or challenges regarding the implementation of the track 2 approach. But anyway, we can discuss that later. So Indonesia now is one of the claimants. Usually we don't consider Indonesia is a claimant of the South China Sea. But recent developments tell us a different story. As far as another claimant, as Taiwan, is concerned, due to her unique political status and the adherence to the One China principle by the countries border the South China Sea, Taiwan has been excluded from the legal, diplomatic, and security dialogue processes in the region that address the South China Sea issues. The recent developments in the cross-strait relations make it more difficult for Taiwan to play a role in the South China Sea. Cooperation between Taiwan and China is also unlikely under the current Tsai Ing-wen administration. Due to time limitations, please allow me to make two arguments. That's my personal argument in relation to the approaches taken by the claimants and functional cooperation in the South China Sea area. The first one, in my view, the importance of adopting a dual-track approach in managing the South China Sea disputes has been increasingly recognized, in particular by the claimants in the South China Sea. And this positive trend of development, according to my assessment, demonstrate that the dual-track approach or two-track approach work to help maintain peace and stability or lower the escalation or the tension in the South China Sea. And the second point, my argument is the time has come for the countries that border the South China Sea to think about the need and possibility to establish a regional management or cooperation organization, such as the South China Sea Fisheries Management and Conservation Organization, the South China Sea Environment Program, or the South China Sea larger one, the South China Sea Cooperation Organization, just like Shanghai Cooperation Organization, in addition to the idea to establish international marine peace park, maybe to establish marine protected areas in the South China Sea. So those are the things very important. I don't know how much time I have, but let me allow to elaborate. Why did I make that argument? Why did I say so? In addition to the argument, the point made by Ambassador Cui Tiankai and the point raised by Dr. Wu Sichuan. Now, first one, both China and the Philippines are taking similar approaches in managing the South China Sea dispute. From Chinese perspective, they call it the dual-track approach. And this approach requires specific disputes to be peacefully resolved through friendly consultations and negotiation by parties directly concerned. And stability in the South China Sea to be jointly managed by China and ASEAN. This approach is consistent with the requirement to settle disputes by peaceful means, which are mandated in Article 33 of the UN Charter and Article 279 of the 1982 Law of the Sea Convention. Those two articles provide a list of peaceful methods to settle dispute by peaceful means negotiation. Put at the very beginning. Judicial settlement will be in the end. But no matter what, this approach, dual-track approach, in my view, is consistent with that obligation under UN Charter and the Law of the Sea Convention. What about the Philippines? Philippines is also adopting two-tracks approach. President Duterte separates the South China Sea issue into two tracks. The contentious issues on one track and non-contentious issues on another track. The contentious issues are the disputes over territorial sovereignty and maritime entitlement and jurisdiction. The non-contentious issues are trade, economic, infrastructure, and people-to-people exchange. Mainly because these two countries are taking these kind of diplomatic approaches that focus on friendly consultation and negotiations. So we are seeing some kind of positive development in the South China Sea. The first meeting of the Philippine-China bilateral consultation mechanism on the South China Sea was held in May this year. I believe there will be more. Dr. Wu just mentioned that yesterday. Joint development consultation between China and the Philippines was done. I believe there are more coming months or coming years. Now, the approaches adopted by China and the Philippines also helped the conclusion of the agreement between ASEAN and China on a framework on the code of conduct in the South China Sea, as Dr. Wu mentioned that. if the COC framework is adopted in November this year, it will help the two sides to move further toward negotiating an effective, legal binding code of conduct in the South China Sea. Although we know those obstacles, challenges remain, as Dr. Wusserton mentioned that. Now, this development should be put into the context of regional economic development and the development free trade agreement, One Belt, One Road initiative, AIIB, maybe RCEP, and so on. Now, I have 1 minute, so allow me to mention about my second argument, the reason I mentioned that argument about the functional corporations in the South China Sea. Mainly because there are a number of legal bases, existing legal bases there. 2002 DOC, 2015 EAS consultation mechanism statement, 2016 DOC the joint statement, Article 74, Article 83, Article 123 of the UN conventions. And there are more. There are more proposals of peace and cooperation in the region. The Philippines submitted the Zone of Peace, Friendship, Cooperation in 2011 at the 18th ASEAN Summit. Taiwan proposed the South China Sea Peace Initiative. The United States proposed Southeast Asia Maritime Security Initiative. Japan proposed Shangri-La Security Dialogue. So there are more. And recently, the Vice Foreign Minister of Chinese government proposed to establish a maritime cooperation mechanism in the South China Sea. So those are possible. So again, I think I finished my time, so I stop here. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Song. And thank you for helping us understand the importance of Article 123 of UNCLOS, which is set a very good foundation for regional cooperation in the South China Sea as semi-UNCLOS Sea. And you also help understand the importance, the right timing of dual-track approach in the South China Sea. And that will bring us to our final speaker, my friend, Mr. Greg Pauling. He's the Director of Asian Maritime Transparency Initiative in CSIS. So, Greg, would you like to share with us, because we hear a lot of examples that mentioned by Dr. Song about, for instance, different countries' approach, Vietnam's approach, Indonesia and the Philippines, in terms of many of the functional cooperation. So I'd like to have your views on what is the United States' role in the relation between China and ASEAN and between China and other claimant states in this region. Please.
First of all, thank you to Dr. Hong and Icas for inviting me. It's a big topic. I am not a China hand. I'm a Southeast Asianist. It is nice to be able to talk about Southeast Asian countries. I am up here talking about China, which is not necessarily my fit. To start off, it's important for us to recognize that there is no ASEAN or Southeast Asian position in the South China Sea. I know it's trite to throw that out, but we talk about ASEAN as a shorthand because it's simple. But each of these countries have wildly different opinions. They each have a certain degree of agency in decision-making here. We can't pretend that they're pieces on a chessboard. I'm not going to talk about all 10. If anybody wants to hear about what Laos thinks on the South China Sea, ask me in Q&A. I'm going to restrict myself to what I think are the 5 that really matter, which are the 4 claimants. I include Indonesia and do not include Brunei in that. The 4 claimants with any agency here, and Singapore, which, while not a claimant, is a key player in just about any diplomatic format you can think of. To set the stage, we are now just over a year since this arbitral award last July 12th, which was a landmark ruling, and not just because of the diplomatic angle, but landmark in that it really changed the frame of reference in the South China Sea. It has established the acceptable bounds within which, especially the Philippines, but really all of Southeast Asia can act. Most of these claimants are, at least nominally, democratic nations. They do have to take public opinion into consideration, as we've seen with Duterte over and over. Anything that flies in the face of the ruling is considered dead on arrival, almost universally across Southeast Asia. So even if we talk about setting aside notionally the idea of Chinese compliance, politically within these countries, any deal has to still be sold as falling within the framework set by the arbitral award. The real game changer here for me has been less a change in Chinese actions as it has been the rise and election of Duterte, because he has fundamentally shifted the discussion throughout the region. Duterte, I will differ from everyone with Devacare here. I do not think that Duterte is intentionally a geostrategic genius. I do not think he's Tito or Mao balancing two great powers. I think he is an accidental genius. Duterte is ideologically anti-American and anti-Western. Duterte is handcuffed by an establishment in the Department of National Defense and the Armed Forces of the Philippines and in public opinion that limits how far he can go in that direction. So every time he flings himself toward a Russo-Sino angle, he gets dragged back by his own institutions. It is a play that we are seeing in Washington to a degree here. Duterte has rammed up time and again against the kind of invisible barriers of what is acceptable in the Philippines and then been walked back.
How many people in the room would like to be accidental geniuses?
Oh, look, so if you were to take people like Defense Secretary Delfin Lorenzana and the current Chief of Staff of the AFP, General Eduardo Año, out of the picture in the Philippines, and I know they're not household names here in Washington, you take them out, Duterte is not the Duterte that we've come to know over the last year, because there is no swing back every time he says something crazy. He just says something crazy and then stays out there. They're the ones that drag him back to a modicum of sanity on these things. And I was in Manila on his October trip last year when he went to Beijing and made his big statement about separation from Washington. And it took, I think, 3 hours before his economic team, who was on the ground with him in Beijing, had issued press statements saying he didn't mean it on the economic side. Lorenzana, the defense secretary, was not with him. He made a statement to the press that I heard about this on the news just like you did. By the time Duterte landed at Ninoy Aquino Airport a day and a half later, you had already had a number of senators, including from his own party, issuing public statements threatening impeachment, and he was forced on the tarmac to walk this back. So he does not balance the U.S. and China by choice. He balances by necessity. All of that said, he has clearly changed the discussion on the South China Sea, and he has opened a window of opportunity that Beijing has very adroitly seized, in which outside players, the U.S., Japan, Australia, have in a sense been sidelined. Other countries in Southeast Asia, like Singapore and the Vietnamese, who would like to have taken a stronger position on the arbitral award, were kneecapped. I mean, they cannot be seen as taking a stronger position than the claimant who brought the case. These countries are also deeply skeptical of the current Chinese charm offensive, and yet they do not want to be cast in the role of spoilers, and therefore even if they are skeptical or cynical, they have to go along with things like the framework COC negotiations, precisely because Manila is doing it. Now, Manila also has the added benefit of being the ASEAN chairs here, which means they get to set agendas, and they get to frame the discussion on things like the ASEAN meetings. It's being held in Manila, after all. They get to dominate the news cycle. The Chinese charm offensive, I think the real question here is this real and is it sustainable? Or is it just window dressing to avoid blowback from the ruling? And I don't think the evidence is in yet, but over the last couple of months, I think we have to lean toward the more cynical view, which is that despite some low-hanging fruit, like the gentleman's agreement for traditional fishing access for Filipinos at Scarborough Shoal, we've seen no willingness of Beijing to change some of the fundamental policy issues that are at the heart of the disputes here, and that inevitably those things make this new status quo unsustainable. We did hear Duterte talk about this week joint development. However, Duterte talked about joint development in the frame of a commercial deal. He raised the Malampaya gas field, which provides the majority of electricity for Luzon, as the example. The Malampaya gas field is 90% owned and developed by Shell, but under Philippine law. So unless CNOOC or another Chinese corporation is willing to enter a commercial agreement under Philippine law to jointly develop gas at Reed Bank, when Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who is in Manila right now, talks about joint development, he is not talking about the same joint development that Filipinos are when they talk about joint development. We just saw that this week. The Vietnamese have now canceled well, the contract is still alive, but they have told Repsol, which is a Spanish company that owns Talisman Energy, which owns the rights to a gas block 136 at the southern end of the Nine National Line, to stand down from drilling work they've been doing. Repsol's been out there for a month. They have invested about $300 million into this test well. They know there's commercially viable gas. And yet, the Chinese issued a perhaps explicit, certainly implicit threat of the use of force against Vietnam. And the Vietnamese have now stood down, which sends a message to the Philippines and the rest of the region that while fisheries and perhaps environmental cooperation, which are the low-hanging fruit here, while those might be on the table, the fundamental issues of sovereign rights to the seabed and things like that, those are not up for discussion. Despite whatever diplomatic niceties might be going on over the last year, fundamentally, this is the same South China Sea it was a year ago. And that is the South China Sea in which China has every intent to establish dominance throughout the Nine-Dash Line, meaning economic dominance as well as military. And for the Southeast Asians, there are ways you can sell some of that. And we keep coming back to fisheries precisely because it's the only idea anybody has. Fish move. Article 123 of UNCLOS allows you a way to thread the needle there. But all of the other stuff, the other 14 points that were in the Philippine arbitration case, those are all hanging out there. That can has been kicked down the road. And nobody's willing to talk about it because they know that there is no compromise on the horizon on any of this. That leads me, I guess, to, well, that kind of answers my rhetorical question, which was going to be, is the current COC framework process real? Is there really a light at the end of this tunnel, or is this more of the same that we've been talking about for 15 years? And I unabashedly come down on the side of no. No, there is nothing here. This is an exercise in time wasting. Everybody who has seen a draft of this secret agreement universally says that it has virtually no words that do not appear in some other ASEAN-China document over the last 15 years. It is basically a copy and paste job from the 2002 Declaration of Conduct, the 2013 guidelines for implementation of that document, and a few joint statements since. So what we are going to see probably next month when the foreign ministers meet on the sidelines of the ASEAN Regional Forum, they will presumably release a draft that will be signed off on in November by the leaders, is going to be a checklist of how countries should pursue peaceful resolution and talk, negotiate with each other, and things should be done on the basis of consensus. There might be a couple things in there like cues, which still only applies to Navy ships, keep in mind, not Coast Guard, to make it seem like this is new. But there will be no discussion of where this applies, which is something that Dr. Wu raised. For the Chinese, it applies throughout the Nine-Dash Line. For the Southeast Asians, that is universally a non-starter. There will be no discussion of is it legally binding, and if so, how does one implement it? There will be no discussion of the mechanics of joint development or joint conservation or how law enforcement is supposed to cooperate. None of the things that will actually put meat on the bones here. Southeast Asian governments know this. The US government, the Chinese government know this. The problem is going to be that Southeast Asian publics do not know this. Universally, when you read the press, whether it's in Kuala Lumpur or Manila or even Hanoi, they talk about a code of conduct. And there has been a very false optimism generated that next month there's going to be some kind of game-changing document presented to the world that is going to shift the narrative in the South China Sea and put us on a new glide path to peaceful resolution. And when that doesn't happen, there is going to be a snapback in places like the Philippines. So while I agree that we do have a spectrum here within ASEAN of countries who are, let's say, more conciliatory and trusting of Beijing and those who are less, and the Philippines is currently on that more conciliatory side, it is not in the same camp as, say, Malaysia, which pretty universally either doesn't care about this issue if you're the government or is not aware of it if you're the public. Duterte is riding on a wave of popular discontent on this issue that's being drowned out by his overwhelming popularity on other issues. But he has been given just enough rope to hang himself. And if the narrative, as it became for, say, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo a decade ago, becomes Duterte went to Beijing hat in hand and he got nothing. He got burned. And now the Chinese are insisting on our gas at Reed Bank. The public uproar is going to be great. It's going to be enormous, and Duterte is not a man invested in this issue. He doesn't care. He is a man who hates being seen as weak. If he feels that he's been burned by Beijing, he might very well become a more anti-China president than Aquino was. And Beijing knows this, which is why Chinese officials talk about Duterte like they have a tiger by the tail, because they do. They cannot give him what they've promised. And yet sooner or later, they're going to have to pull back the curtain here. Now, I said in the middle you have countries like Indonesia and Singapore, who are not quite as skeptical of Chinese intentions as the Vietnamese, but they're certainly a lot more skeptical than we've seen from Kuala Lumpur and from Duterte himself. Indonesia, I think, is playing an interesting game here, where you have a large number of government officials, including the president himself, who isn't particularly invested in this issue. They have bigger concerns related to development, infrastructure investment, and they would much rather not talk about this. However, you have some very important members of the administration, including the current Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, the Fisheries Minister, who is still the most popular member of the cabinet, and the Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs, who do care about this and have the ear and the trust of the president. So even if this isn't Jokowi's issue, when they come into his office and talk about things like we should really name our EEZ the North Tuna Sea, they tend to get the sign-off more often than not. Not the same kind of investment you have on decision-making in Hanoi or Manila, but it ensures that the Indonesians are not really bending with the wind here in the way other countries are. Now, I should say, when there are concerted efforts to lobby Jokowi the other way, it tends to work. So in the wake of the arbitral award, all reports are that Jokowi personally intervened to squash a Indonesian statement of support for the Philippines. That the Office of Maritime Affairs had written a statement calling on Chinese compliance, and they had gone on the record a month earlier saying this statement would happen. So it was on the public record, and yet when it got to Jokowi's desk, he killed it. But 9 times out of 10, he leans toward nationalism, both economic and otherwise, which means on these issues, cracking down on Chinese fishing in the North Tuna Sea, it's a home run for him. He's going to continue to take a strong stance. The last that I want to talk about is Vietnam, because it is often hard to read the policy debate in Hanoi, even in Hanoi, certainly here in Washington. It is not a nation with a free press. We generally only find out the things that the leadership wants us to find out. But it's quite obvious that over the last year, Vietnam has been willing to play ball, but remains convinced that this is only a temporary détente with China. Time and again, every time we've seen a Vietnamese senior official go to Beijing or vice versa, it has been coupled very publicly with a senior visit either to Washington or to Tokyo, or vice versa. A year ago, when we had President Xi visit Hanoi, and it was supposed to be a very big deal for President Xi and for the Vietnamese Communist Party, the day he left, Gen Nakatani, the then Japanese Defense Minister, lands. We have, at the same time that Prime Minister Phuc is heading to Beijing, we have a visit by senior defense officials here to Washington. This goes on and on. The Vietnamese are sending a signal both ways that they're hedging their bets. I already talked about this rollback of their decision to greenlight oil and gas exploration in Block 136 on Vanguard Bank. But the fact that they even went ahead with it over the very explicit objections of General Fan Changlong when he was in Hanoi was meant to send a signal to the Chinese that we are not the Philippines, and you can push, and we're willing to talk, and we're willing to give dialogue its chance, but we're not fooled. And I think that's going to continue to be the modus vivendi in Vietnam for the foreseeable future. They are deeply distrustful, almost as a matter of national narrative, of anything that comes out of Beijing. And while they're not going to fool themselves about the ability to stand up to the PLA anytime soon, they do feel they have a second strike capability. They feel like they have leverage, at least more than any of the other Southeast Asians, and they're not going to be willing to roll over for things like a COC that they think are a waste of their time. I'll wrap it up there.
Thank you, Greg. That's very timely. And I think the presentation has successfully presented to us how complex the South China Sea is by using Mr. Duterte as one particular example of among many factors like geopolitics, legal interpretation, resource, and now we have this politician who also plays a key role as something you call accidental regime, if I didn't misunderstand your phrase. Now I would like to open the floor for Q&A. So I would like to collect 3 questions in a row, and then please identify yourself and specify who you want to address the question to.
Susan Lawrence.
Microphone.
Can you hear me? Okay. I'm Susan Lawrence with the Congressional Research Service. I had a question for Professor Wu. As I understand it, China's interpretation of UNCLOS is that U.S. military activities within China's exclusive economic zone would require Chinese acquiescence, and that's the basis for an objection to FONOPs within China's EEZ. But in the case of something like Mischief Reef, that FONOP is not in an area where China has declared an EEZ, what is the legal basis for China's objection to a FONOP within 12 nautical miles of Mischief Reef or any of the Spratly Island features?
There's a question here. Microphone, speed it up.
Yeah, Bill Jones from Executive Intelligence Review. I was wondering if Professor Wu could explain a little bit to the notion of what this 9- line really means, because every time it comes up, the U.S. assumes, as I think Admiral McDevitt assumed, that this is a territorial claim. When you hear the explanation on the part of the Chinese, it's not exactly that. It doesn't mean that they have the entire area of the South China Sea. If you could clarify that, I would appreciate that.
By the way, I did not say it was a territorial claim.
I think there's another question over there, that gentleman over there.
Ken Meyercourt, lifetime student of international affairs, now retired. It seems a little presumptuous of the United States to lecture China on the law of the sea when we refused to ratify the convention, to show our good faith and our willingness to abide by the convention. Do you think it would be beneficial if we relinquish the EEZs that we claim around what would be defined as rocks in the Pacific, like Palmyra, Johnson, Baker, Howland, Wake?
Dr. Wu, do you want to start by answering the latest question, why China objects to military activities in the EEZ and also particularly related to the mischief? And then maybe Admiral can address the question later.
And, what's your question? Yeah, 9- line, the meaning?
What is the significance? What is it, I mean, in terms of the Chinese?
Okay. Let me address your Bill's question first and then Susan's question later. If we look at the statement issued by Chinese government soon after the last year's July 12th decision made by the arbitrary tribunal, in this statement, if we look at the Article 3, it says that China has sovereignty over all 4 island groups, named Dongsha, Xisha, Zhongsha, and Nansha. That's the first. The second, those 4 island groups have internal waters, territorial sea, contiguous zone. Third, those islands have EEZ and a continental shelf. The fourth, China enjoys historical rights in the South China Sea. So those requirements or demands or claims should be viewed as what China, claims, sovereignty, territorial sovereignty or maritime interests in the South China Sea within the 9- line. So that could be viewed as my response to Michael, you just mentioned the 9- line. To the question of Susan, you just raised, what is the legal base of the mischief reef China refuses U.S. warships to enter in the nearby water? As we know, China declares the baseline in the Parasol Xisha Island in 1996, but China has not yet announced the baseline in the Spratly area. So if China would be able to announce the baseline in the Spratly area, I think the nearby water should be fall within the baseline of the Spratly. So China claims the sovereignty over South Chinese islands, not based on the individual insular features, but should be viewed as a group, the whole group, namely the Dongsha, Xisha, and Nansha. So if the United States, from my perspective, insist to continue such a phenomenon, either in the spread area or in the parasol area, that might be force China to think the possibility to think about the announce the baseline in the spread area. So that's why I would respond to your question with regard to what is the legal base for China to claim the United States cannot send the warship to the nearby water of the Mischief Reef. Despite the tribunal says that the Mischief Reef is a low tide elevation. So if some, scholars, argue that in a special area there are at least 12 islands that could be able to generate easy and continental shelf. So if we think about the Taiping Island, Itoaba Island, the Mischief is within the 200 nautical miles of the Itoaba Island. So Itoaba, if we think about the possibility to declare the baseline of the expiratory area or the Taiping Island, so it's possible. So that could be viewed as a legal base for China. So please.
The issue of us lecturing, the United States lecturing China, first of all, I agree that we have not ratified, we have signed, we have not ratified the law of the sea, but yes, indeed, we do follow the law of the sea, and in fact, all of our maritime claims are in accordance with the rules laid down in the law of the sea in terms of baselines or straight baselines. For example, the United States does not draw straight baselines around the entire Hawaiian island chain and then claim the waters inside there as internal waters, whereas China has drawn straight baselines around the parasols and claimed the waters amongst those islands as internal waters. Because the United States is not an archipelagic state. The law of the sea prohibits that. China is not an archipelagic state like the Philippines. And the law of the sea is quite explicit in prohibiting that. But China's rationale for doing that is its maritime law, I think, of 1992 says that you can do that. So that's a problem. Now, with regard to us renouncing our EEZs around those features in the Pacific that under the recent criteria from the tribunal would probably not make the cut for being considered an island. You're absolutely right. If that becomes established international law, then the United States should do that. But since the award only applied to the Philippines and China, it doesn't apply to the United States or any other country like Japan or others who have low tide elevations that they're using to draw a 200-mile exclusive economic zone. But when that finding becomes established international law, I suspect that Washington will have to come to grips with what you suggest. I think that's it.
Anyone in the panel want to jump into discussion?
Yeah, on the last question, I mean, obviously, yes, the U.S. should ratify UNCLOS. It is a black eye for us. That said, I mean, there's a grade school argument that two wrongs don't make a right. Whether or not U.S. would ratify UNCLOS has absolutely no bearing on anybody else's legal responsibility. Two, the vast majority of UNCLOS has been declared customary international law, including things like what makes an island, EEZs and continental shelves, et cetera. All of these things apply whether or not you've joined the treaty or not, so they're as binding on us as they are on anybody else. On the distant, on our outlying islands in the Pacific, I would agree with Admiral McDevitt, except I would add that, yes, we will have to come to terms with the fact that these are rocks, almost certainly, under the precedent set. That said, the baseline you need to meet to bring litigation is whether or not you've been harmed. And we have the benefit of those rocks lying in the middle of the Pacific where they do not infringe upon the rights of any other nation. China's tiny specks of land basically say that entire coastlines off Vietnam and the Philippines have no economic, no EEZ or kind of shelf. That's a fundamentally different issue. And then, come back to the 9 line question, I think what Dr. Wu just pointed out and what the 2013 position, or what the July 13th position paper last year made clear is that the 9 line means whatever it needs to mean. It is a claim to the islands, and then the claim to whatever maritime zones can be generated from those islands, and then a claim to whatever other rights China wants to get out to the 9 line. And we've just seen proof positive of that this week in Vietnam, where you take...
Could I add some, if we look at some state practices, for instance, Norway or Finland, that is, offshore islands of a non-archipelagic state, whether those, archipelagic islands could be applied for archipelagic, baseline should be governed by customary international law rather than UNCLOS.
But UNCLOS is customary international law. 90% of UNCLOS is customary international law according to various tribunals.
Yeah. I just want to clarify a point that when I said the 9 line, let me start again. The award from the tribunal did not erase the 9 line. It did not say it doesn't count. It just said it addressed the issue of historic rights, which is one Chinese argument that the 9 line also included historic rights. So by implication, the 9 line can continue to exist on a map or a chart, expressing a Chinese claim to all of the land inside of it, i.e. the islands and rocks. And so in that regard, you were right. I should have been more precise that it can indicate that that is a claim to sovereignty over the land and the water that any land feature rates. It is not a claim, though, to sovereignty over the entire South China Sea.
There is a two-finger point from Dr. Song.
Well, the Law of the Sea Convention right now has about 168 parties. And this constitution for the ocean is not perfect. And this convention has a number of provisions which can found ambiguities. Article 7, regarding the straight baseline drawing, can be applied to offshore archipelagos. If you examine the state practice in the world, in particular those parties to that convention, you can see the inconsistent state practice regarding to announce or to use the straight baselines measures to claim 12 nautical miles for those archipelagos. For example, United Kingdom, Falkland Island, Norway, UK, Australia, other countries. That's only one article, Article 7. What about Article 58? If you look at the parties in that exclusive economic zone, also they have kind of disputes regarding military activities. Some parties to that convention argue that, no, you are not allowed to conduct military activity within our exclusive economic zones. Then Article 121, you mentioned that, the interpretation and application in terms of state practice also inconsistent. The arbitral tribunal did not spend time, did not make any efforts to discuss, to examine state practice regarding the interpretation and application of Article 121. In June this year, Shangri-La Security Dialogue, French, American, Australian, and Japanese defense ministers argued that the tribunal, the arbitral award is binding. But if you look at the Article 121, French government established 200 nautical miles EEZ surrounding Clifton. That's located in eastern Pacific Ocean. Can we consider that as a rock or an island? What about Australia? Hearst Island, McDonald Island. Again, it's a volcanic rock. No human being living there. No fresh water. But the Australian government claimed 200 nautical miles. In addition to that, extending to 350 nautical miles of outer continental shelf. What about other countries? Japan, we just mentioned that. So I'm trying to point out Article 7, Article 58, Article 121, maybe Article 298, and a number of articles are not clear regarding state practice. So China is trying to apply that, Article 7, in the Paracel Islands. But at this point, there's no such mentioning, such intention to, clear intention to use the strait baseline to draw territorial, to major territorial sea in the respective islands. And if that's the case, why the arbitral tribunal say that hypothetical question, arguing that China is going to draw that kind of strait baseline surrounding respective islands? So this arbitration case has a lot of problems, but I'm not going to talk more about that. So the thing is that when you are asking state parties to abide by that ruling made by the tribunal in last July, then you have to think about the implication of that convention, mainly because a lot of parties of that convention are making inconsistent or claims, or they have different interpretation and application. So maybe we can discuss more when.
See, this is what happens when you talk about the South China Sea. You immediately get dragged down into what I would call inside baseball details of the law of the sea, and everybody in the audience goes.
So let's move from UNCLOS. I think we have either a final question or two questions from that table before we rush up this panel.
Thank you. I think the very interesting about what we're talking about, the South China Sea issues, is I think the complex issues. We're talking about the law, we're talking about the territory issues. But what the real problem in the South China Sea? Is it the territorial dispute, including China, Philippines, Vietnam, and the Brunei, and Indonesia, etc.? Now China is a changed relation with the Philippines. China is maybe next time is the changed relation with the Vietnam and Indonesia. Vietnam is a big challenger to China's declared territory in South China Sea, the biggest one. But we're talking about the Sino-US relations in South China Sea. What is the problem, China and the US? So is it a legal problem? Is it a geopolitical problem or military problem? So I just get some news that the President Trump is accept the proposal that allow the PECAM to get more permission to operate in the South China Sea. My question is going to the Admiral. I said, what is meaning about the Pentagon or PECAM get more rights to launch more operation in South China Sea? What is meaning? Is for the free of navigation or respond for the alliance, just Philippines? Because in South China Sea, logically, one of the American alliance is Philippines. According to the free of navigation, that means the U.S. warships can go anywhere, including China, including EEZ of Vietnam, including VEC of the Indonesia, or the whole of China Sea. I'm not sure. What is the meaning of the new proposal for that? Give the more rights to the PECAM. I'm not sure you get some information for that or not. I think the President Trump just get the permission for the U.S. Navy for get more, maybe more frequent the operation. I mean, the freedom of navigation operation in South China Sea. Thank you.
Professor, could you make your question short? Very short, please. One sentence.
Not going to raise any question to the final part. I'd just like to offer a very humble contribution to our debate here, because everyone noticed that we have two sets of discussion. One especially led by Mike. You focus more on the final war, arbitral tribunals, final war, which stick on to whether you like to implement it or not. It has become a legal challenge for regional countries. But while Dr. Wu and Dr. Song move beyond this legal challenge and thinking through diplomatic way. So I'm thinking that currently, as we have already worked through with regional partners in Southeast Asia in particular, everyone else is thinking that arbitration final war may have its problems, as Dr. Song highlighted quite clearly. But you cannot just stick on to the legal debate. We need to move on. And I think I would very much appreciate that beyond this legal debate, I don't see that anyone could oppose to anyone else on legal stand. But at least for the best part for entire region, whether there is a way for everyone else to go around the dispute and probably find a certain way at least to settle for the time being. And I think every regional country involved in COC discussion, and I think Taiwan is outside of this process. We are looking closely, but whether it will become something which may reduce the tension in the region, we need to really bear it in mind. And so it comes up into two different directions. One is a challenging legal point. The other one is really stick on to reducing the tension. Thank you.
Amon, you have the final say.
To Wei Yang's very good question, the answer is simple in my mind. The United States believes that its Navy can operate anywhere that international law permits it to. So it could be in the, and we in the United States Navy believes that the law of the sea permits military operations, peaceful military operations, in the exclusive economic zone of other countries. The United States also believes that the PLA Navy has the right to operate anywhere that international law permits, and that the Russian Navy has the right to operate anywhere that international law permits, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this is not an exclusive thing that the United States says only we can do. We just believe that international law permits navies, and since that's a topic, the navies to operate in certain areas, innocent passage, military ops and EEZs, et cetera, et cetera. So your Navy exercises those rights when it passes through the Aleutians without asking for permission, or when it goes into the exclusive economic zone around Guam without asking permission. Does the United States complain about that? No. And so this is something we believe that every Navy in the world has the right to do.
Thank you. Another finger, one sentence, please.
If you get a chance to read Bill Hayton's article recently about compliance of the arbitral award, if you have not read it, I recommend you to read it. Now look at the 9-dash line. Right now, according to my observation, Chinese government has been trying to lower the approach, not to use 9-dash line, actually trying to use broken lines, something like that. So it's and then you look at this Scarborough Shoal, the traditional fishing rights are given to certain the claimants in the region. And if you look at the oil and gas the development, China is exercising restraint. But at the same time, we know that the Philippines and Vietnam are trying to using another way to implement or to force China to implement the arbitration. But we can discuss more and more. But my point is that for a country just like China, the face saving, maybe try to do something to comply with that by taking step-by-step incremental approach, because it's come to the very important core interests of the party, that is the legitimacy to rule. Now the 19th party's Congress come in, so there are a domestic important issue to be covered. But China is trying to abide by the international law of the sea, especially law of the sea, 1982 Law of the Sea Convention, and the ruling. But this ruling has a lot of problems, because I have studied this arbitration case since 2013. We can debate more, but time is kind of limited, so let me stop here. I think you have two fingers.
Thank you all. I think I really need to close up this panel.
Oh, I was going to... No, go ahead. You're saying goodbye. That's good. Okay.
So I think everyone raising their hand. Do you want to wrap up? I will give like 1 more minute.
Okay. Start for me?
Yes.
Okay. Let me make clear once again about China claims within the 9-dash line. Number one, China claims sovereignty over our 4 island groups. With regard to maritime jurisdiction, it depends on the negotiation of demarcation between China and other neighboring countries. If we talk about the Icas Islands area, it depends, because China has already announced the baseline in the Icas area. It depends on the negotiation on demarcation between China and Vietnam. If we talk about the maritime zones in the special area, once China would be able to announce the baseline in the Nansha area, the outer limits of the maritime zones in the Nansha area depends on negotiation on demarcation between China and the neighboring countries, Vietnam, the Philippines, even Brunei and Indonesia and Malaysia. So that's what I would like to add.
The reason I made a big issue of the 9-dash line potentially causing problems in the future is because of the infringement on the exclusive economic zone of the countries. If you're a Filipino or a Vietnamese or an Indonesian or a Malaysian, it looks like China is trying to steal your fish. It's trying to steal your gas and steal your oil, because it's cutting off a huge chunk of the exclusive economic zone that belong. The reason they call it an exclusive economic zone is it exclusively belongs to the government of the Philippines, for example. And so even if you're talking about a co-production deal, if the basis of the deal is Chinese sovereignty, that's different than the basis of the deal being business or a financial investment. And it just strikes everybody as if China's trying to steal other countries' resources.
Greg, you want to have a final say?
Yeah, I was just going to make an unfair interjection on Yan Hui's point. AMTI this afternoon posted a podcast with Bill Hayton in which he says that this week's intervention off the coast of Vietnam proves that he was wrong. China has no interest in coming into compliance with the ruling.
This is a very fantastic discussion, and please join me in thanking our 4 panelists. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our 3rd panel. We're going a little bit over time, but we are going to take a much-needed coffee break. So fuel up, get your caffeine, and we will be having a lively discussion with panel 4 on economic and trade relations with China.
after you finish with this. Yeah, that'll be good.
Welcome back. This is going to move to our final panel on economic and trade relations between U.S. and China. And this panel is going to be chaired by Mr. Saurabh Gupta. And he's the senior fellow with Institute for China and American Studies.
Thank you, Nang. We're going to shift gears and move away from the security and strategic studies area and move on to trade and economic issues. Obviously, there has been a lot happening on this front. President Trump came in with strong words, candidate Trump came in with strong words on U.S.-China trade relationship. Then we went to Mar-a-Lago, and suddenly President Trump and President Xi hit it off well. There was a 100-day action plan. And then we had the first comprehensive economic dialogue just last week. And things may not have gone that well. So it's been a little bit up and down. And there's obviously a lot happening in the area of China-U.S. economic relations. We're not just talking trade, we're talking currency, investment, and macroeconomic issues. And there's also a lot of movement happening right now in U.S. domestic trade policy, and we might be seeing a recalibration of how the U.S. engages the world in the area of international trade. Let's begin. We are running a little late, but I'm sure we're going to have a very, very interesting conversation. We have a very distinguished panel. First of all, we are going to go with Mr. Yukon Huang. He's going to talk about on these issues, and he's got a full PowerPoint slide on this. Yukon has just published a book, which you will may also find very interesting. Yukon is a senior fellow in the Asia program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Next, after that, I'm going to have Claude Barfield, who's the resident scholar at American Enterprise Institute and a long-time trade specialist in Washington, D.C., to give his views. He's done a lot of interesting work at the intersection of trade and cyber policy of late, which is a very, very hot topic. Third, we are going to go with Bill Reinsch. Bill has been a fixture in Washington, D.C. for a long time and has tremendous experience in government and outside government. He served as Undersecretary for Export Administration in the U.S. Department of Commerce, then President for 15 years at the National Foreign Trade Council. And he has been concurrently a member of the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission. Bill has great experience in congressional executive relations. He's going to speak after that. And finally, we will conclude with Liu Yawei, who is the director of the China program at the Carter Center and has done very interesting work in the area of China's political development and grassroots democracy. So without any further ado, let's start with Yukon.
Could somebody put up the slide? Okay. I'm getting really tired. You're probably very tired. And economics is a very heavy subject. And so only economists use charts, because if they use words, no one wants to listen. No one can understand them. I want to talk about the key economic and trade issues affecting China. Very complicated subject matter. A tremendous amount of dispute. I'm not going to be able to answer them. I can't explain everything. But what I want you to understand a little bit better is what is the nature of the question. And my point is actually very few people understand it. And because most of their understanding is wrong, the policy prescriptions are wrong. And I'm going to try to explain to you why the understanding is wrong and why it is that everybody's policy recommendations tend to be misplaced. There are three major issues that create these kinds of tensions. Are U.S.-China trade balances related? China has a $340 billion trade surplus with America. That accounts for 60% of America's trade deficit. Everyone thinks that U.S. trade deficits and China's trade surpluses are related. And the reality is they're not related at all. And why is that? Because if you understand that, then you realize that all the policy discussions that you read about is totally wrong. Now, everyone in the United States thinks that American firms invest too much in China. That leads to job loss, loss of competitiveness. You walk around the streets of Beijing and you see lots of American signs. So you're saying all these American companies pouring money into China, they should be investing at home. And that's President Trump's message. What's the reality? The reality actually is that American companies invest practically nothing in China. And then the question is why? Why do they invest practically nothing in China? Does it make sense for them to invest nothing in China? And the answer is it makes a lot of sense. But did you ever read about it? Never. Here's the subject which really is going to generate a lot of tension between U.S. and China. Technology transfer and tensions. The U.S. is the world's leader in technology, innovation, high value added. China wants to go up the industrial production ladder. And the answer is it going to get it from the United States? In what ways? Is this good for both sides or is it bad for both sides? So these are the three major issues that you read about. They create tremendous amount of tensions, and then these tensions reverberate on the political sphere. So you get the South China Sea, North Korea. Are you going to bargain these for progress on the political front? That's the source of what my book talks about. My book is basically saying, no one understands these issues. Let's explain why. Let's take a look at U.S. trade deficits. This is it. This is U.S. trade really becomes seriously large, improved and stayed here, but still very significant. So here's U.S. trade deficits, and the question is, did China cause this? Here is China's trade surpluses. And the first thing you realize is China generates practically no surpluses until about 2004 and 5. And here it is. America's already having huge deficits. And then China's surpluses really soar. But America's deficit gets smaller. So the first thing you realize is U.S. and China trade balances move in opposite directions. They're actually not related at all, but everyone thinks they are. And now what you have is a slightly different situation. China's surpluses are getting bigger because growth has slowed down, so they import less, so the surplus gets larger. America's trade deficit is getting worse because the American economy is doing well, so you consumers are buying a lot more. That's actually a good thing. But the real factor that's changing global trade balances is the EU. Fundamentally before, in balance, but now generating huge surpluses, and that's Germany. So the U.S.-China trade balance issue is getting much more complicated because the EU's role now is becoming very, very large. And this is a huge problem. So if China and US trade balances are not related, why do we think they are? And here's what Ambassador Trey said. This is Americans' share of imports of manufactured goods from Asia. It's 45%. So Asian countries, from Japan, China, everyone, they provide about 45% of America's imports of manufactured goods. And the first thing to notice is it hasn't changed. Not in 15, 20 years. Now, if you go back to 1990, China accounted for about 10% of that. 90% came from Hong Kong, Korea, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Beijing. And therefore, the bad boys were Japan, Hong Kong, Taiwan, not China. Here is China today. China now accounts for 50, 60% of that share. Japan, South Korea, Taiwan shrunk a lot. So China looks like the bad boy in this. But the first thing to realize is the overall role of Asia hasn't changed in 20, 25 years. The second thing to realize is China's shares increased, but not its value added. So as the Ambassador Trey said, the iPhone made in China, $800. How much of this goes to China? 25. How much of it goes to Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Singapore? 250. The other 400 is pure profit for Apple. So Apple really makes a bundle, but China counts for very little. Nevertheless, it shows up as an $800 import. And this is why you have this total confusion. Is it really related or is it not related? What causes trade balances? So the papers talk about tariffs, dumping, prices, all sorts of unfair practices. They actually have nothing to do with trade balances. Trade balances are explained by the differences between what a country saves and what a country invests. That's an accounting identity. If you save more than you invest, you have a trade surplus. If you save less than you invest, you have a trade deficit. So here is the U.S. Trade deficits are these yellow bars. And here it is. Savings rates in the U.S. falling dramatically. The investment levels don't change. So the question is, why does America run a trade deficit? Well, why have they been running one for 40 years in a row? Because America is not saving very much. And who is not saving? It's the government. You have a huge government deficit. The U.S. has a trade deficit. You have a huge government deficit, stays on forever, you will always have a deficit. Has nothing to do with China. But here is China. It runs a huge trade surplus because savings rates have been soaring for 25, 30 years, and particularly over the last 15 years. And this exceeds investment by a lot, so China runs a savings deficit and then a trade surplus. Now, the critical question is, how come China's savings rates have soared in the last 15 years? And people write all sorts of articles. Chinese love to save, they say. But Chinese have been saving forever, so that's not the reason. And they talk about exchange rates and interest rates. Actually, none of these have any effect on why savings rates have increased in China. So some people talk about pensions and social security systems are weak, so China need to save a lot more. But they were always weak. The actual reason why China saves much more today than they did 15 years ago is because of migrant workers. And when I say that, people are shocked. What does that have to do with savings? There are 250 million migrant workers now in China along the major coasts. They account for 40, 50% of the labor force. Why does this explain savings rates surging? Because they save twice as much as normal Chinese. And this accounts for the totality of the increase in savings rates in China and the totality of China's trade surplus. How do you get rid of the surplus? You ask migrant workers to consume more. How do you get them to consume more? Well, as you know, they don't have residency permits. They can't buy houses, they can't buy cars, they can't spend food on their money and their kids. If they consume like normal Chinese, China would be a trade deficit country. But do you ever read an article about this? Not at all. It's never mentioned. They don't even understand it. Let's look at China. China invests multiples more in the EU than in the US. Because people actually think that all the investment coming out of China is going to America, but actually most of it is going to the EU. Why is that? This is China's exports, U.S. exports to China. Why does the American firms, why do they not invest in China? Well, what determines what a firm does? You invest in China, largely determined by what you export to China. So let's look at America's exports to China and ask the question, what are they? And do they lead to foreign investment? So what's the first largest category of America's exports to China? Anyone? Agriculture. Oilseeds. Does that require foreign direct investment? No. Second largest category. Boeing aircraft. But Boeing does not produce in China, so there's no foreign investment. Airbus does, so Europeans invest. Third largest category. Third largest category of Americans' exports to China. Very large. I asked this question to trade representative. I asked this to the Department of Commerce. Not a single person knows it. Not a single person knows it, and it's so huge. And none of you will know it. But the issue is that this product is commonly available. You deal with it every single day. Okay? What is it? What is it? Recycled cardboard and scrap metal. What you put out in the streets every day. Third largest category of U.S. exports to China. Does it lead to foreign direct investment? Obviously not. You're not going to invest for that purpose. Fourth category gets a little bit more complicated. Semiconductors and components. The Apples, the Dells, the computers. And they put it to China. China puts it into an iPhone, puts it in a computer. There's a big manufacturing plant in China. Is that America's investment in China? No. It's all Foxconn. It's a Taiwan investment. Do American companies like Apple invest in China? Apple has no foreign investment in China, although it produces everything in China. What's the fifth largest category of U.S. exports to China? And I can tell you, none of you get it. And no U.S. government official gets it. So how can they formulate policy when they don't even get it? This shocks everyone. Cars. Why does this shock you? Buick, but Buick's made in China. It's not exported to China, so that doesn't count. So what American cars are made in America, shipped to China? Those are Japanese, right? Not those. Jaguars, BMWs, Mercedes-Benz, SUVs, BMWs, European, made in the U.S., shipped to China. Who does the foreign investment? European companies. That's why European companies invest in China, but American companies do not. Because if you look at this, there is no incentive for American companies to invest in China. That's why U.S. investment in China is negligible. It is 1.5% of America's foreign investment. Only 1.5% of America's foreign investment goes to China. The other 99% goes to other countries. But how many times when you read a paper do you get that impression? That's why it's totally wrong. EU exports, however, manufactured goods, chemicals, crude materials. You walk through a mall in Beijing, 90% of the products are European. No wonder Europeans invest in China. There's a structural economic reason for investment relationships, but most of the dialogue talks about politics, security, tensions. They miss the whole point. The economic structure is a major factor, but no one recognizes it. Technology transfer. Here is a graph that says, how rapidly does a country adopt and make use of high-level technology produced elsewhere? Okay? So something is invented or something in Europe, United States. How long does it take a country, a poor emerging market country, to begin to use it and borrow it? China is in a class by itself. We've never seen anything quite like it. Its ability to adopt technology from abroad and to make money from it. And it started around the 80s and just soared. And it's above anything we've seen for any other country. So how does China do it? It does it through foreign investment. Foreign companies come to China, they establish a plant, technology is transferred. It does it through trade. China imports high-level equipment. China buys the design. China also steals, right? That generates a lot of tension. Now, in my book, I talk about theft, because stealing is actually an underrated policy instrument. What you learn when you look at countries which steal, Remarkably, on a consistent basis, not many countries steal. Why? Because it turns out that only rapidly growing low-income countries steal. And there are not many rapidly growing low-income countries that steal, because it's actually very difficult to steal something and make money from it. It takes a talent. And there's all sorts of reasons why some countries are successful and some are not. So who are the successful countries? This is a chart that graphs theft of technology from the US. And I follow Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and this is their per capita GDP, and this is the years, and you can see that Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, these purple or red lines is when they stole. And then when they got to a certain income level, they stopped stealing. That income level, by the way, is around $30,000. Here is China. It's stealing a lot, okay? How long is it going to take for him to get to $30,000? Well, it's going to take a long time. So this is going to be a big issue. And then the question is, how do you deal with this? Because this is a source of great tension. And I can't answer that in 5 seconds, but it's in my book also. What is the biggest issue in terms of U.S.-China technology relations? It's basically that China restricts foreign investment, and its restrictions are largely in services, and services which make America's economy. That's America's comparative advantage. So the key issue then in the end is U.S.-China have to talk about the restrictive policies in China on services and what to do about it. Now, more complicated is the long-term relationship. China has benefited greatly from technology transfers from the U.S. and Europe. That's why it grows at 10% a year for so darn long. It's been good for China a lot. Is this good for America? Asia's success in lowering the cost of manufactured goods has helped the U.S. excel in high-value services. If you think about what's been happening in America over the last 20 years, you realize that Americans in general have benefited enormously from a sharp decline in the value of manufactured consumer goods, which has allowed American companies and people to channel their resources into high-value services. And this is where America has become highly innovative. It dominates the internet. It dominates the entertainment sections. It dominates health services, education services. And it's been able to do this because of the lower cost of manufactured products coming from China. Now, is this a symbiotic, positive relationship? The answer is yes and no. It's not that straightforward. But we don't actually understand this process very well. And how you deal with this, the positive and negatives, well, there's a bilateral investment treaty that needs to be discussed. And the issue is this, that treaty needs to understand this relationship. And most of the time they don't. And therefore, they often just don't focus on the right issues. That's my book. My book, by the way, has a chapter on the South China Sea. And it basically says, if you read everything written by the conflict, security, and political scientists, the theme of my book, of course, is it's all wrong. So how would an economist look at the South China Sea? And the answer is they look at it completely differently. They would see it as a game theory. And what does game theory tell us? The game theory tells us, of course, there is no solution. The two sides will just debate forever. But there actually is a solution. There is a solution that will persuade both sides to actually say, hey, I'm not gaining anything. I need to make compromise. Well, what I find interesting in the literature is you never see that solution. But that's how the economists would look at it. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm in an odd position. I was anyway, but for the first talk, I have to try to find a path that makes my point while agreeing so much with the points of the first speaker. Before I get into I guess I would make the theme here sort of the making of a trade hawk or the evolution of a trade hawk. And I am someone, as Bill Reinsch will tell you, is known around Washington as sort of a fierce free trader. My normal first and last trade policy is unilateral disarmament. It would better not do anything, and usually it would be bad. And I also have not been, in any sense, a hawk about the People's Republic of China and Beijing. I thought that the way we handled Huawei, for instance, has been disgraceful. Huawei may or may not be a security threat but the United States has introduced its own due process and going against. I was also one of the few people here who, or not here, but around Washington, who actually thought we gave the Chinese a raw deal when we refused to change the non-market economy status. This had nothing to do with whether China was a market economy or not a market economy. There are lots of definitions of that. We made a deal 15 years ago that said, we didn't say anything about what the definition would be, but in 2016, at the end of 2016, that non-market economy status would change. The reason we didn't do it had nothing to do with definitions of market or non-market economy. It had to do with the fact that the companies, the sectors, and the political powers who were committed to anti-dumping laws did not want to change those laws. Even though we had anti-dumping laws that pretty much could control any imports that we wanted. This gave them an extra margin. So I start with that presumption, and I agree certainly with everything that was said about the foolishness about bilateral deficits and what produces a deficit or a balance overall, an international balance, whether it's China or the United States or whoever. All of that I agree with. And yet I'm reluctantly coming to believe that the United States cannot just stand supine in terms of what the professor was talking about at the end, the technology areas. And I think my point here is that, and here I do disagree I disagree in general with the trade policies as they've been announced so far, even though they haven't really gone very far. But I certainly disagree with the priorities that we have taken in the U.S.-China Comprehensive Economic Dialogue. The idea that we would, yes, there's a problem of overcapacity in steel and a problem of overcapacity in aluminum, but the idea that this is in any way defense-related for the United States is nonsense. We can get steel and aluminum from any place we want, and certainly plenty of steel and aluminum around. We're to wash with it. So my problem with the U.S.-China Economic Dialogue is, in the past, it hasn't produced very much. I don't think it's going to produce very much now. And where I think the United States should have really been hitting much harder is the really series of laws and certainly regulations that have made it increasingly difficult for the United States firms and other foreign firms to operate in China in the information and communications technology and internet-related sectors. And so there, I am, as I say, reluctantly coming to see that the United States, or at least to argue that the United States actually should take some action. I'll come back to that in a minute. But when you just look at the scene in terms of China now, 8 of the 25 most popular internet sites around the world are closed in China. There's Google and YouTube. They closed the New York Times. Other major, not just the United States, we happen to have a comparative advantage in a lot of this and competitive advantage. So it hits U.S. companies more often, but it's just across the board. And the series of laws that have been passed, and I'm not going to go all over the national security law and several intelligence laws, the recent cybersecurity law, which came into effect formally in June, are really making the scene for a U.S. company to invest or to operate there increasingly difficult. The cybersecurity law has a sweeping definition of sectors and what cybersecurity means to the Chinese. It goes well into what we would count as domestic sectors, domestic industries. There is the force that anything that is counted as a critical infrastructure, and that could be a wide sweep of sectors, has special relations about data. You cannot move data around without checking in with the authorities. There are going to be sweeping national security reviews. A lot of this you've heard, and there's the phrase that comes up again and again, that data on the internet should be secure and controllable. So this makes it very difficult, I think, for going forward for U.S. and other foreign firms, I think, to operate competitively in China. Apple has just set up, as you probably may have seen, those of you who follow this, a data storage facility in southern China. But Apple was forced, in order to do that, to have a Chinese partner, which is actually a company that is really controlled by the local province. That partner actually will be the interface between Apple and its customers, and Apple and the provincial and the central government. Apple there is the same rules that I said before. You have to have permission to move data out of the country. It is, when you look, it's not just companies like Apple or not these companies like Google. It's companies that actually who are in other sectors, in manufacturing sectors or other service sectors, who need to move data back and forth. Now, let me admit that around the world, countries are looking to see how they will react in terms of where data goes and whether you have to have it, what data you have to store locally, and data you can move around. But I think in China, it is increasingly impossible, actually, to operate under the conditions that the Chinese are imposing. I just want to make two other, actually, points so we can get to questions and debate here. The first one has to do with, okay, what do you do? I am someone who has always been skeptical of, and certainly in terms of the 1980s with the Japanese, opposed reciprocity issues. I think it is very dangerous. I also think that the United States, the political structure in the United States, the way we operate, makes it even more dangerous, because everyone will come forward with some reason for reciprocity. But I think increasingly that with the Chinese, in terms of investment at any rate, we will have to move towards some kind of set of rules. Whether we do it through, I'll come back to CFIUS, the Committee on Foreign Direct Investment, in a minute. You could do it just arbitrarily by naming China. And I'm talking here about investment. I'm not talking about trade rules, because investment rules in the WTO are much looser and almost non-existent. There would be some problems with some services, but I think the United States could do that. You could, and this is something that I have been reluctant to support in the past, disinter, if you will, or reuse so-called Section 301, which is a section in U.S. trade law, which is a fairly broad definition that we would then decide on unfair trade with unfair trade practices. We could also look to antitrust laws. You could also have special rules about state-owned enterprises. Though a colleague of mine, it'd be interesting to see what the professor said about this, a colleague of mine at AEI has said that a lot of the recent investment from China has been driven on the private side, not by state-owned enterprises. So it's not that you would get right at them, but there are a set of, they operate differently, I think, than private commercial firms. So I have not in my mind come to what would be the best set of rules if we change them and when we change them. But I do think we do have to do something. Now, let me finally end up with the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, the so-called CFIUS process. The Congress looks as if it's moving to amend the rules under CFIUS this fall at some point. It has always been used, in my mind, thus far, responsibly. That law was passed to govern investment that might have direct national security implications and negative implications if a foreign firm or a foreign government was in control. As I say, I think it's been used very responsibly. And hopefully that will continue. There is some talk in the Congress, and I hope it is pushed back, to change our evaluation from a national security evaluation to a general public interest evaluation. I would very much oppose that, because again, I think the U.S. political system, that everyone would be coming up with an idea about why something was in the U.S. national economic interest. And it's an invitation to a kind of protectionism and industrial policy that I would oppose. I do think it is possible to expand some of the definitions in CFIUS, to expand it to startups or other kinds of it's now just for mergers and acquisitions. I would want the Congress to look carefully before they actually expanded it to so-called greenfield, that is new investment from China or any other country. So that I think we will have a some change in CFIUS, but I would still keep it, hopefully, directly related to national security. And that brings me to a conundrum in my own mind. I actually feel that I think the United States ought not to try to expand CFIUS laws so that they cover everything, because what you're doing is you're aiming at China and you're hitting other countries. So that I want to be very careful about changing, and I think I agree with the point that it's a win-win when the United States and we invest abroad and others invest here. So I want to be very careful about that, and hope that in the end that we can keep the Congress from doing something silly in order to get at get at China, but actually ending up getting at all other countries who invest in the United States. I think I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill?
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. It's an honor to be with you. And I'm glad I'm following Claude, because I'm going to pick up on some of the same comments he made, and I think agree with some of them and then provide a slightly different perspective on some others. I think one of Yukon's slides was telling when he talked about the comparison with Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. And I think it's fair to say that China's followed the same trajectory. The difference is that it's done it a lot faster and it's a lot bigger than the others. And both the speed and the size of the change that's occurred really over the last 20 or 30 years has been extraordinary and has had a disruptive impact on many aspects of the international trading system. The two in particular that I'm going to touch on is how the Chinese treat foreign enterprises in China and the impact of Chinese exports into other countries, particularly the United States. And I want to begin by reading what I think is probably the most telling summary of their policy, at least as far as their technology policy is concerned. And this comes from something that the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, ITIF, produced earlier this year. And it's short, but I quote, "As articulated in China's Made in China 2025 strategy and its 13th five-year plan, China seeks leadership in over 400 advanced technologies, from semiconductors, high-performance computers, and cloud computing to aerospace and biotechnology. China pursues innovation mercantilist policies, such as the acquisition of foreign technology enterprises leveraged by non-market government-backed funds, forced transfer of technology or intellectual property, IP theft, abuse of antitrust, anti-monopoly policy, denial or restrictions of foreign firms' access to Chinese markets, development of China-only standards, massive subsidies for Chinese firms that compete, refusing to allow access to key resources unless companies located in China, or any number of other unfair trade practices." That's a fairly comprehensive indictment, and I won't detail it. Claude has actually gone into some detail on a couple of the elements of that. I think their ultimate goal, their ultimate policy goal, is clear, which is to extract the maximum amount of technology from Western entities, and I'm not just talking about the Americans, and then either force them out of China or limit them to a defined share of the market. One of the tricks, or one of the catches in this, is that defined share of the market is profitable. So American companies doing business in China make money. And I used to represent a lot of them, and they were all making money, but they were all unhappy because they were unhappy at, it was fundamentally a non-market situation. They were really there at the sufferance of the government, but they were profitable, so they had a dilemma. So how is the new president and the new administration going to deal with this? I guess the short answer is who knows. But first, let me give you a couple words of context about him. I think he really expresses, and his advisors express, a 19th century worldview about trade, which is basically that the rest of the world is behaving like mercantilists, and as a result, the United States is being taken to the cleaners. And instead of ranting about free trade, we should adopt the tactics of the others and play their game to our advantage. You can't find very many economists that agree with that, including me, but I think that's the prevailing view inside the administration. The second view is they, the foreigners, need us more than we need them. And this is based on his tendency to look strictly at bilateral trade balances, which I think Yukon has already explained is a mistake, but That is, is the prevailing administration view. And he makes the assumption that if we have a big deficit, that gives us leverage because it means they need us more than we need them, and doing something to them will hurt them more than it will hurt us. We can talk about the reality of these assumptions later, but I think these are the operating assumptions. Third, he focuses almost exclusively on both on the bilateral deficit and on manufacturing, particularly cars and steel. He seems to have very little interest in services. Is now paying lip service to agriculture because the farmers have been beating on him, but it's not one of his campaign platforms, and he returns again and again, as he is tonight when he goes to Youngstown, to manufacturing, and particularly steel, and also also coal. Keep in mind also that his negotiating experience and his point of view has been in the context of real estate development, which tends to be a zero-sum process. I win, I get to build a building, and you don't. Trade diplomacy is, if it works, is positive sum. Find a way to produce win-win outcomes in which both sides think they've got something. And you're really good if you get the other guy to think that he got more than you did, especially if that's wrong. This is a big style difference. And the president's not at the table for all the negotiations, but he sets the tone. He sets the mood, and he sets the agenda. And I think this is going to be a rocky adjustment for him to understand how these kinds of negotiations work. So what does that mean for China? First, I think he's been cautious, a little bit to my surprise. That may be because he understands the complexity and importance of the relationship, which is what we spent the day talking about. It may be because he understands they're harder to push around than the Mexicans, although the Mexicans are not going to be any pushover, as I think we'll discover. He also has demonstrated with North Korea a willingness to link issues together. He's a transactional guy and is looking to make deals. You know, he didn't declare them a currency manipulator and then announced that he didn't do that because he's trying to get them to cooperate on North Korea. Instead, we agreed on a 100-day plan to address outstanding issues. There were initial results in May and more recent results last week. The May results were modest. They gave us beef for the third time. They gave us something on financial services for the second time. They promised to do something on biotechnology applications, which they've partly fulfilled. We gave them some chicken and some gas, and we went to their One Belt, One Road forum. Actually, in a way, this is reassuring. Conventional negotiation, conventional outcome, declaring victory when we got very little. Overselling trade outcomes is standard procedure. This is the way the system has worked for a long time, and it was kind of reassuring to see that maybe it'll work that way again in this administration, which is not a conventional administration. Then we had last week's CED results, which I found at least, and my colleague may disagree with me, I found them less reassuring because I don't think there were any. And I was surprised at that because it's customary in a negotiation, particularly a high-profile one, to paper over disagreements with a small list of victories or at least commitments to do something in the future. And they didn't really do that this time. I give them points for honesty. It also makes me worry because I think there are people in the administration who would very much like to call this internally a failure and use that failure as justification for taking unilateral action down the line against China. The most immediate opportunity is steel in the 232 context. I'm not going to talk more about that, but we can if you want to. But there's also, the longer-term question of how we proceed on a whole raft of the issues I just talked about. If we do go down the unilateral road, I think we face a boatload of trouble. We may face it anyway, because if we actually at some point get around to focusing on what really matters in the relationship, which are the problems I described to you earlier from ITIF, go back to that statement, and instead of focusing on a series of individual transactions, the bilateral problems of the moment, I think we also get ourselves into a hole because the bigger issues that I've described really are very difficult to resolve, and they cannot be resolved without fundamental changes in the Chinese economy, which I think China will be reluctant to make for a whole variety of reasons we can also go into. There's also no question that unilateral action on our part would produce retaliation. The Chinese have already said so. They said so last fall. They specifically mentioned the obvious, Boeing, Apple, and agriculture. But the reality is there's a lot more they could do because we have a lot of supply chains that run through China one way or the other that would be susceptible to all kinds of Chinese disruption. And I don't want to give anybody any ideas, so I won't provide any further thoughts about that. So what do we do, and what should we expect to be done? Because it's not necessarily going to play out in the right way. It may very well play out in a problematic way. The two things I suggest that we should do is, first, we should have a strategy. If our approach is only to deal with whatever bilateral issues are on the table at the moment, we're going to win a few minor battles, beef, maybe Ipe, maybe not, but we're going to lose the war. So we need to think comprehensively about the problems, and by the way, talk to the people that experience the problems, which means the American business community primarily, and also experts inside and outside the government and the intelligence community who can speak knowledgeably about the state of the relationship. Second, something that this administration doesn't seem to do naturally, which is to accumulate multilateral pressure. Experience suggests that China is uncomfortable being the sole outlier. If you have a bilateral dispute with the United States, it's easy for them to dismiss that as part of the great American plot to encircle and destroy them. We're not that well organized, but it's easy to think about that if you're looking at it from China's point of view. If, however, you can construct a multilateral effort that includes the EU, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, all saying the same thing and all doing it at a high level, that's much harder for China to ignore. Prior administrations have made progress doing that on market access issues when they've been able to present a globally united front. A current example of that is the Global Forum on Steel Overcapacity that the G20 initiated. It's apparent that that agreement there is not going to be an easy task, but I think it has promise because it's a multilateral forum which allows China to argue that responsibility for the problem is spread widely amongst a number of countries, which is true, and it's easier for them to make concessions as part of a group rather than individually, which is what would happen. That process got a shot in the arm in Hamburg when deadlines were set, not entire deadlines, but some deadlines, which was a victory for the Trump administration. What's unclear is whether the administration is going to respect that result, let it play out, let the multilateral process do its work, or whether he's going to trample all over it by taking some preemptive unilateral action that will make it irrelevant. We'll see about that. What do we expect above and beyond that? I think you can expect to see more WTO dispute settlement complaints filed on both sides against each other. The Chinese have learned how to play this game very effectively, having been victims of it for a long time. They, with the help of a lot of American law firms, they have their own law, and they've complicated the scenario. I once asked one of my corporate members what he thought about anti-dumping countervailing duty laws, and he said, well, we're a petitioner in one case, we're a respondent in another, and we buy products that are subject to a duty order in a third. So you tell me what our position is. This whole issue has gotten a lot more complicated. The Chinese have become aggressive prosecutors as well as defenders, and this administration has made clear its intention to pursue more cases as well. So I think you're going to see an escalation there. I think you should also expect the U.S. eventually to beef up our laws against unfair practices. That's complicated and weedy. The most obvious problem is circumvention, where that is stuff goes from, it's subject to a higher tariffs when it comes from country A. So country A doesn't ship it to the United States. Country A ships it to country B, where it's relabeled and becomes a product of country B and then shows up here. That's fraud, basically. But we don't have a very effective way of dealing with that. There are some things one could do. These, however, are micro remedies. They deal with individual products, individual sectors at a time. They don't deal with macroeconomics. The ITIF recommends a whole long list of other things to do. I won't go down the list for you. You can read it on their website. But there's a couple that I thought were interesting. One, that legislation that would allow firms to ask the Justice Department for an antitrust exemption so they could coordinate actions regarding technology transfer requirements from countries like China. They could do some things to expand one of our existing trade laws, Section 337, which deals with patent infringement, to counter theft of trade secrets, which is a case that the steel industry is currently pursuing. A third one, which I think probably goes too far but is interesting, is deny use of the U.S. banks and the banking system to companies that benefit from stolen IP. And there's a bunch of other ones that I think are worth talking about. Finally, to pick up on one of Claude's points, I think you can also expect a closer review of inward Chinese investment, which had been growing rapidly, although I think it's slowed down in the last, at least the first part of this year. I think it's very likely that Congress will again debate expanding the basis for denial, possibly by going beyond national security into something that Claude referred to, a net economic benefits test or something like that. That will probably come up. The first thing they will take up, I think, is applying the review to more situations. CFIUS review is limited basically to acquisitions. It excludes greenfield plants. It includes other kinds of technology acquisition arrangements. If you look at the total number of technology transfer agreements that this country enters into annually, CFIUS actually deals with a tiny fraction of them. The Defense Department has issued a report on this subject that's expressed some concern. This has caught the eye of people in people in the Congress, and I think you're going to see something about that shortly. That will raise the issue that Claude doesn't want to have raised, which is the issue of reciprocity, which has been gaining in popularity as a strategy for dealing with China. I'm inclined, I think, for the most part, to agree with Claude. He and I both lived through the first forays into that issue during the 1980s when it was Japan and not China, and reciprocity was the buzzword of the 1980s. I know the idea is an attractive one. At the same time, I think we need to remember that we have better global trade rules now than we did then, and it doesn't do us or the system much good if we violate them just because the Chinese have violated them. The United States is a rule of law country, and overall, the rules have been good to us. They should be. We design most of them. Our adherence to them helps keep others in line with them, helps build rule of law. That's why I was disappointed in what the President did with TPP, because that would have helped build rule of law in Asia where it's needed, and ultimately would have helped build it in China, I think. If we abandon rule of law, we shouldn't be surprised if other nations do that as well, and it comes back to bite us. But the temptation is there, and I think you'll see a congressional debate about it this year. That will be led, I think, by Congress, not by the administration, and it will be bipartisan. But I think you can, in the near term, that's something that is most likely to happen. And with that, I'll stop, turn it over to my colleague.
I want to first thank Dr. Hong and Dr. Wu for inviting me. This is a challenge. I'm assigned to talk about something I have never talked about. That I'm not an expert, but I learned from 3 presentations already that this is not a black and white issue, although I do hear from Claude this is quite dark. A dark force is moving, and then from Paul. So what I'm trying to do is, as a layman, trying to contextualize the economic and trade relationship between U.S. and China. So first of all, 3 short stories. First is, Mayflower story. This is a hotel that reminded us of the beginning of the country that we call the United States. So I was in the room last night, I was still suffering from jet lag, looking at the graffiti on the wall, and I saw the name of Richard Nixon. So I don't know whether Nixon stayed in that room or somehow he spent some nights over here. It just reminded me of in 1967, when he was about to run for president, he wrote the article. Zhu Feng wrote the article for Foreign Affairs that someone mentioned today. In that article, he said, we cannot leave China outside the international community, angry and vowing to bury the Western civilization led by the United States. I was one of those angry young men growing up in China. Now, fast forward to today. The Chinese are celebrating its astounding rise. Chinese are celebrating becoming the second largest economy in the world and vowing to be on equal foundation with the United States. So at the same time, Americans are getting angry, and this anger is personified by Peter Navarro, whose documentary, Death by China, was narrated by Martin Sheen. And Trump is a big fan of that documentary. And I read last night that Peter Navarro has been stalking the West Wing, hoping to get into the Oval Office to brief Trump on how China is killing the United States. And of course, there are other people who are less angry than Peter Navarro, but they're equally upset. For example, James Mann, who is a resident writer at Johns Hopkins, not too far from here. He wrote that little book called The China Fantasy. He said, engagement policy should end. And he said the China model, the model of wealth without liberty, is a threat. Is a threat to national security of the United States. So that's the first story. The second story is a story about steel. I read last night also, in April, China produced more steel than all the steel-producing countries combined in the world. Now that reminded me of what happened in late 1950s and early 1960s, when Mao launched the Great Leap Forward, which in turn led to the unprecedented starvation in China. Now the goal of the Great Leap Forward is to catch up with the United States and Great Britain in output of steel, which caused disaster. But today, just in a short period of decades, China has overcapacity of steel production. China has to cut down its overcapacity, and because of this, China has to launch its BRI initiative to export steel, if not to the United States, if not to the EU, but to some other countries. So that's the story of steel. What happened when China wanted, at the expense of 40, possibly 50 million people, to today that has become a big issue. And the last story is the global warming story. For many years, China refused to join the global fight against global warming. Most Chinese, including the top leaders, basically said that's a Western conspiracy. That's an evil plan cooked up by the United States to undermine the rise of China. Now things have changed. Trump, in his tweets, basically said global warming is a Chinese conspiracy to undermine and to destroy the American economy. So these stories basically shed light on the decision made by Nixon, subsequently by President Carter, whom I'm working for today, unleashed forces that created what we see today, whether you call it dilemma or you call it a difficult situation. But if you look at it overall, both countries have benefited from the opening up. China was outside the door. China got in the WTO. I remember at the WTO time, so many in China claimed if China entered WTO, the Chinese national economy was going to be destroyed. It was not destroyed. It actually contributed to the the rise of China. So these three stories also told us that nothing is black and white. If you look at trade issues, I think Yukon's PowerPoint highlighted that, what caused the trade balance or imbalance, why there's such huge deficit, Trump and others, many Americans, because he was elected by angry Americans. He was elected by the steel workers. He was elected by the coal mine workers. These people wanted all these jobs to come back. They will never, ever come back. So I think by looking at these three stories, we see we have to contextualize trade and economic relations. Now, so moving forward, as Paul said, what are we going to do? I think as someone who's not an expert, I think from both sides, they need to look at this economic, commercial, or trade relationship in the context that trade generates prosperity, prosperity leads to desire for more freedom, leads to prosperity. So if you look at this, yes, as many mentioned, the U.S. deficit in terms of trade with China is at $347 billion. That's big. But if you look at the other side, I think there's recent reports indicating that U.S. in 2015 has bought $165 billion of products from China. By 2030, U.S. is going to export products to China valued at more than $500 billion. China is a country with a growing middle class, and that by 2030, China's middle class citizens will outnumber the total population of the United States. Chinese investment, we talk about investment over here, created directly or indirectly 2.6 million jobs over here. So, there are lots of positive sides. Both sides, I think, need to look at this. This is a positive force. There are negative sides. There are lots of issues that have been discussed over here. But, they need to believe that economic growth. I don't think James Mann is right in saying the China fantasy, that China will never liberalize, no matter how much wealth China is going to accumulate. Now, the second issue I want to say is less politicization of the trade issue, the better. You talk about CFIUS. If Congress is going to amend the law to make it more difficult for Chinese to invest over here, I think currently this year there are 9 reviews pending, largely in the technology and the financial sector. I saw one example saying Jack Ma's group wants to buy MoneyGram. I thought that was a good investment. But then there's the argument because American servicemen use MoneyGram. If Chinese controls this, we talk about data and all of that. So maybe this, I think they're filing their second review with CFIUS. And also, I think politicization is, domestic politics in both countries. Here, Trump has a mandate, as he was said he was elected by people in Pittsburgh, not by people in Paris, when he pulled U.S. out of the Paris Accord. Now, in China, President Xi is not elected, but he's also held accountable. We heard 19th Party Congress a lot today. And of course, the 19th Party Congress, on the one hand, he cannot afford to appear weak and making concessions to the United States. On the other hand, he will have to demonstrate to the people that he can manage this volatile relationship. More importantly, he wants to maintain stability in China, and cutting steel production will lead to firing of so many people in Hebei, which is a huge steel producing province in China. You have China, you have US, you have Germany, you probably have Hebei right there in terms of the output of steel production. And so I think we need to have a better understanding of the politics, but less politicization of trade and economic issues. And on the comprehensive economic dialogue, I think all agree, maybe with the exception of Ambassador Trey, who today said, it's very productive. We have the 100-day review, and moving forward, we have a 1-year plan. But I thought, although Ambassador Trey today said everything happened according to the plan, I think the failure for President Trump to meet with Wang Yang is a big mistake. Wang Yang being the last survivor of the 4 previous party secretaries in Chongqing, and Wang Yang probably will become a member of the standing committee at the 19th Party Congress. Wang Yang being the party secretary in province, he's representing the liberal force. He's at a much higher rank than Yang Jiechi when during the diplomatic and security dialogue, Trump met him in the Oval Office. So I don't know the motive or the consideration in not meeting with him. I think by not meeting with him, regardless whether there will be particular outcome from the, because he already said, this is not negotiation, this is dialogue. Dialogue basically is designed for mutual understanding, not for concrete examples. President Trump should have met with him. By not meeting with him, now it's not just a face-saving thing. I think you probably have created an enemy, who will have a lot of say in the coming years in terms of U.S.-China relationship. And so lastly, I want to say is, Ambassador Cui today said, you have to look at the trade economic relationship, in a wholesome way. Yes, U.S. has a huge deficit. Yes, there's a lot of, the issue of fairness, the issue of balance, the issue of reciprocity that was discussed over here. I think if you look at, I think that's my assignment, is look at where China is going to go in the next 10 to 20 years. There was also mentioning of the 2 centennials China is going to celebrate, the so-called new normal of the Chinese economy. So China needs to change its economic growth model. China needs to increase its domestic consumption. China needs to create its own service industry, and China needs to have innovation. And because of all this need, the role U.S. can play is central, indispensable. And so I think American decision makers, including everyone in this room and here on the podium, should look at this relationship, and particularly economic and trade relationship, in a long-term way. China needs U.S., and U.S. also needs China. I do believe there is this interdependence. I don't believe that people say, if you look at economic integration of the past establishment power and rising power, it's not going to matter when decisions are going to be made to confront each other. I think they matter, and in the long term, this integration, this interdependence will bring the 2 countries much closer, will make and enable these 2 countries to be anchors for peace and prosperity in the world. Thank you very much.
I'm going to use moderator's privileges and ask the first set of questions, and I'm going to throw the floor open. Question to Bill and to Claude, and the question is, if the 2 sides are able to sign a high-quality bilateral investment treaty, will that be able to cover many of the areas of concern that you have talked about, or will issues of Made in China 2025 still be rearing their head? And let me ask the question to Yahweh and to both of you, and that is, in the last term in office, President Jiang Zemin and Zhu Rongji, they managed to create sufficient political capital to go for a very deep reform, and they brought China into the WTO. Do you see President Xi Jinping, even having accumulated power, consolidated power, being able to take China across the line in terms of a bilateral investment treaty with the U.S.? So, go ahead.
Well, I am fairly skeptical of, I'm in favor, would be in favor of a bilateral investment treaty if it actually covered a lot of these issues that we've talked about. But I don't think that it will. I don't think that the Chinese are ready to actually include such things in a bilateral investment treaty. So, number one, I don't think it's going to come to fruition. And I think if it did, you'd have an administration, I don't think it, for both good and bad reasons with this administration, they wouldn't accept a kind of watered down agreement, and I also don't think the Congress would accept it. I would be in favor of it if it were a real agreement, but I don't think that's possible. I don't know what Bill thinks.
I'm inclined to agree with Claude. I think I'm pessimistic about the BIT's future. It would only be a high-quality BIT if it included the things that we're talking about. If it does not include the things we've been talking about, one, the business community will not in its entirety support it. I think some will, but the greater number would not unless it were high quality. And I think the Congress would not pass it. But I also think Claude makes a good point. I don't think what it would ask, what a high-quality BIT would ask of China would be some extraordinary changes in the way their economy operates that I think they're not prepared to meet right now.
Yukon, do you want to go? No? I'm fine. Yep.
So for your question on, Jiang Zemin and Zhu Rongji accumulated enough capital so that it can push through reform, whether she has enough authority and power to carry out the reform. So on the first question, whether there is political capital or not, she is in an unprecedented position to push reform forward. However, what he sees as reform is an issue here. So, if you look at his Davos meeting speech and many others, where he and Premier Li Keqiang both say, if U.S. is out of globalization drive, we're willing to lead it. Of course, if you want to lead globalization, then you need to adhere to all the principles that have been talked about here: fairness, balance, intellectual property rights. You have to do all these things in the right way. Otherwise, your claim to leadership, or you want to maintain, I think Ambassador Cui today said, we're going to maintain, but at the same time reform global order, then will become empty. So we'll have to see that, China's obviously special interest groups, SOEs, and also, I think just like Americans, they're also using national security to stop a lot of the reform measures. But I think if you look at the big picture, for China's economy to sustain its growth, whether it's a high single-digit growth or low growth, it has to grow. If it doesn't grow, then that's a huge problem for China. And for China's economy to grow, it has to integrate itself into the global economy. So on that front, I think I'm optimistic that China will be more receptive to American demands. It may not happen overnight, but gradually it is going to happen.
Let's open the floor to a quick set of questions. And if you could identify yourselves first.
Gordon Holden, the China Institute. There's been a lot of talk about steel. And my great worry about trade issues in general, I'm a free marketer, but when the governments tell me they're going to fix things and make things better, I get a bit skeptical. And right on steel, I know Yukon, you've been giving us some very good questions where we all got the wrong answers. And we have the impression, perhaps, that China's a massive exporter of steel to the United States. Well, guess which country is the #1 exporter of steel to the United States? Canada. China last year was 11th. Taiwan exported more steel to the U.S. than did China, despite all this sense the opposite. But where I do have some sympathy, where governments, including U.S. government's efforts to rebalance things somewhat, is on this question of the levers that China can bring to bear. It's a rather opaque economic system. CFIUS has only security to use as a mechanism. China, the central government, the provinces, even the municipalities have far more levers and means they can bring to bear, sometimes not visible, that can affect decisions, economic decisions. So my question, really, to come to a question after a statement is, this politicization where governments are going to be involved, sometimes responding to domestic opinion, seems to me risky. It isn't to say that there isn't a role for governments. Just a general comment and question there, perhaps people could answer.
Sure. Oh, please, please.
Well, just keep going.
Please, go on.
Yes, Bill Jones from EIR. I would like to direct my question to you, Con. I thought it was a very fascinating presentation that you gave. But I was most struck by the issue of the development of science from 1981. And of course, the issue of theft is involved in this, and there are classic stories about it. It reminds me of the United States during after the Revolutionary War. There was a process in England which Hamilton wanted to get into Paterson, New Jersey, and we were able to filter it from them. And but that did not create the development of the United States. It was the policy of the 4 papers of Alexander Hamilton on credit, on manufacturing, on national bank, that created the United States of America. In the case with China, in 1980, there was a determined commitment to the development of science and technology when Deng Xiaoping moved into that path. And they had their plans 863 and 972, where they designated certain areas where they, as low-wage manufacturing, would have a savings, but they would begin to direct it into certain fields where they intended to become the experts. And we see the results in the high-speed rail. They bought what they needed. Maybe they stole something, but essentially they developed new technologies as a result of their consistent effort towards science and technology. And that's a tremendous model. We used to use it. They're using it today. The reason we have problems between China and the United States is that we have forgotten how to do it. And we don't do it today. We haven't done it since the space program. Do we have a science driver in the United States today? I don't see it. So how do we develop those technologies? We've become, I guess, fat and lazy and thought we could, exist by simply selling our goods without having a policy that was corresponding to that. And I think that's where we have to get back to. But I think that was more so than theft or anything else, was this determined policy putting science and technology at the center of economic policy, which has led to the Chinese miracle that we see today more than anything else.
Thank you. I'm Wang Ling from a visiting fellow at East West Center in Washington. And my question is about the infrastructure. And we know that President Trump has devoted many efforts. He wants to devote many efforts to update the United States infrastructure. And we also know that China has one of the most competitive global infrastructure contractors in the world. I want to ask the panelists, especially American panelists, Mr. Barfield and Mr. Rensch, from your point of view, based on your research and observation, do you think Chinese infrastructure contractors has opportunities in entering United States infrastructure market based on the commercial common ground, or do you think they don't have opportunity at all because of the perception of national security or the identity of most of the Chinese contractors are SOEs? Thank you.
Okay, one last one right here. Oh.
Huisheng Shou from Tsinghua University. And I have 2 questions to Dr. Huang. The first is, you probably already discussed this in your book, but I haven't read it. So the question is that, are you concerned about the possibility that North Korea crisis could damage the commercial network in East Asia? I mean, in other words, do you think the network is resilient enough to stand the political shock? And the second question is that, I'm sure you discussed in your book, what's your view about the future relationship between China and the US, particularly given the domestic anxiety in this society, in the United States? Thank you.
Would you like to take one last question when you ask?
My name is Lia. Thanks for all your presentation. It's wonderful. But I want to start from the beginning. First, how do you verify your data? The data is whether you just get from somewhere and somebody just send it to you, or whether it is from government record. But there's no verification. A lot of time, government data or their resources is simply diverted to benefit a few, not for general public. And then second is for especially the one who say rule of law is good for production, but the problem is in the United States, the rule of law is missing, and there's no good justice, and a lot of things is the employment of job is really this service is negative productivity. So unless we have two different kind of measure, one is for productivity, one is for negative productivity, unless we separate this out, you don't really measure the productivity right. And some IT or health professionals, or even like any productivity, you just think about it, it's negative productivity. So if we mix all this together, it's not going to help our understanding of real problem. So I just wonder if we can really, based on this concept, and like all the trade negotiations should be based on the general public or the labor or working class rather than benefit the lawyers or the wealthy people or multinational corporation or their investment state provision. We got to do our effort right.
Okay,
Thank you.
You've got questions on steel and its politics, science and technology, U.S. prescriptions, infrastructure, etc. Why don't you go ahead?
Well, I started last time. Bill, it was probably Bill and me. Why
I
don't
can
he
do
start,
two
and then I'll come. I'll pivot.
I can do infrastructure and say a word about steel, if that'll help. On your infrastructure question, I don't think there's a chance in the world that Chinese contractors are going to be given an opportunity to participate in what you're talking about. First of all, it may never happen, which is a question of U.S. domestic politics, but this is the Buy America administration. This is the administration that's determined to do everything, try to create jobs here, for better or for worse. But equally important, you know, the Chinese, despite commitments in their accession, have never signed the government procurement agreement. We have no obligation to them, and they have no obligation to us when it comes to procurement of what you're talking about. So I think that the idea that there's going to be a large Chinese presence on infrastructure construction in the United States is something that's very unlikely to happen. On steel, I could go on at great length. Full disclosure, the law firm that I'm senior advisor to represents steel clients, and I used to spend a lot of time on it when I worked on Capitol Hill. You're right in the sense that direct imports from China have been going down, and they've been going down as a result of the unfair trade practice cases that have been successfully filed against them. But that steel hasn't disappeared. It goes elsewhere, and it ends up here. I mean, the classic example that's been the focus of some debate is the Chinese sell, I don't know, billet or plate or something to the Koreans. The Koreans roll it into coil and then make OCTG out of it, and that ends up here. And it benefits from the dumping, except it's legitimately a Korean product because it's been substantially transformed in Korea, but it benefits from the low cost of China. So I don't think there's any question amongst anybody that's looked at this problem that the major culprit, for the reason that Yukon said, in the global overcapacity problem is China. And that problem is not going to be solved unless China undertakes a significant capacity reduction program, which they are reluctant to do because it will involve the layoff of hundreds of thousands of workers, which will cause them a big political problem. So, I mean, this is not an easy path. However, I think if you talk to Chinese economists, they will tell you the same thing, that that is exactly what they ought to do in terms of making their economy healthy.
I agree fully on the infrastructure. There's one thing that I skipped over in my notes because of the glare here, and that is in terms of the things that we could do that would not go outside of current rules. I have argued for some time that it is far beyond the time that the United States should take China to the WTO for the Great Firewall. Clearly, the censorship regime has been used as an instrument of industrial policy. Without getting into details, we're late now. There is some evidence that the WTO would be amenable to a suit. There was a suit that's not exactly like this that we lost, the United States lost, in which basically the WTO said, look, you can invoke national security or public order or public morals. That is an exception in the WTO. But you can't use that to sweep out whole sectors The point being that you might find an article in the New York Times that you think you should expunge, but you can't just wipe the New York Times off the market from doing that and take that as an analogy. So I think that's a very good thing that the administration should do. We've been reluctant to do it because we're really not sure that we would win, but it's worth testing as far as I'm concerned.
Let me make some general observations on these kinds of very broad issues. You're right about science and technology being very important in China, and they cannot be innovated without the fact that they invested so much in that area. So I agree fully with you. Theft is not successful in a country unless your science and technology capabilities are strong. So if you are a country with very weak science and technology, and someone gives you the blueprints of a great technology, you're not going to make any money from it. So they actually go very, very closely together. That's why there are very few countries that actually can steal technology and make money from it, because their science and technology is not good enough. So one of the things they point out, in fact, a strategy of theft requires actually strong technical skills, and very few countries have that. There's a general question about U.S.-China. Are they compatible in the long run or not? And certainly a lot of discussions. Now, I'm an economist, so I look at it slightly differently. The question is whether the structure of these two economies are compatible, or will they move in different directions? Because in one of my slides, I basically pointed out that China has been very successful in generating productivity increases in manufacturing of a scale that we have never seen before. So what that's done is led to a global fall in manufacturing prices and the quality, which has benefited to the West, because now they have a pile of resources. The problem is that the West didn't take that pile of extra resources and channel it into investment and productivity increases in the United States. So the United States invests about 15, 16% of GDP. It hasn't changed. China invests 45%, 3 times as much. So the critical question in the U.S. is there some way that I can channel what China is doing so that it actually leads to an increase in investment and productivity in the United States? And the answer is yes, there is. It hasn't been done yet. The answer is China has this pile of savings. Remember, I showed you that diagram where China has enormous savings surpluses. Now, what happens to that savings surpluses? It actually goes into real estate. It goes in portfolio things which don't actually generate directly any benefits for America. So it goes to the stock market, savings, U.S. Treasury bonds, boom, boom, boom. The critical point then is, can you take that excess savings and reach a formal agreement with the Chinese to say that I would like to use this for increasing my investment in infrastructure in the United States in the following ways? Because the U.S. infrastructure problem is essentially they don't have a pile of extra savings to actually fund it, nor can they generate the tax revenues to fund it. So it's a non-entity. Here's China with a ton of excess savings going in all sorts of different directions. So how do you transfer that so that you can reach a grand deal with the U.S. and say, let us jack up your infrastructure? That's the role that China can provide, and it's potentially possible. Now, the other point I'd like to make is people like to write that, in fact, U.S. and China are quite different. In my book, I actually say, here are 10 major issues that countries face. And the irony is that U.S. China, they have exactly the same problems. But they don't realize they have the same problems. Let me just give you an example. Both countries have exactly the same degree of inequality, and that's political vulnerability. The Gini coefficient is 0.47. Same for U.S., same for China, but they're different. In China, the inequality is inequality across regions in urban rural areas. In the U.S., the inequality is in the urban areas, and so the middle class shrinking vis-a-vis the relatively others. And the question is, how do you deal with these two inequalities? They're actually driven by quite different factors, but people don't realize actually that these factors are linked. And so I basically discuss how that can be actually affected. People talk about the rule of law here. The rule of law is actually a problem for both countries. In China, the problem is the rule of law in terms of how you govern the state. And that's a problem. In the U.S., the problem with the rule of law is we have no good rule of law that governs the functioning of the market. And both countries, therefore, have a rule of law problem. We have a problem of size in this country. Our banks and everything are too big to fail. China has a problem with size. Its corporations are too big to manage. They have a fiscal problem in the United States. We have huge budget deficits it can't cope with. The great irony is that China has a huge fiscal problem. Its budget is actually too small. So the great irony is in each of these key areas where both sides are actually paralyzed, They actually both have a same kind of a problem, but of a different nature. And they could actually, if they work with each other, find that they could actually find a synergism. But if we begin with the view that the two sides are different, and then we go down a wrong track, in my view, in terms of the solutions. So my book is basically saying, this is the China conundrum. We actually don't understand the nature of the problem. And when you don't understand the nature of the problem, you always go down the wrong path. That's what I think is the fundamental issue here, from an economist perspective.
Yahweh, do you want to have the last word, maybe on that question of linkage between North Korea and trade, or anything? No, you.
I think it was in my prepared remarks is a linkage issue. I don't think U.S. should link what China is going to do to North Korea with trade and economic dialogue, because that's a separate issue. What if China says, we're going to link everything U.S. is demanding to the Taiwan issue? Because that is not going to be productive. But I also believe what Zhu Feng wrote in the Journal of Foreign Affairs, that this is the common ground. Yukon talked about a lot of common ground that a synergy could be created. I think denuclearization, peace in the Korean Peninsula is the issue that can get U.S. and China to improve its relationship. This is what is binding, so Washington and Beijing can work together, can build up the trust that is so rare in this relationship.
Thank you very much.
About translating the book into...
Yeah, the Chinese version is coming out, but it's right now being translated.
It's already being translated?
It's being translated.
Okay. Yeah, I was asking, if not, we'll find a publisher for you, because it's such a good book.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't intend to summarize today's conference. My watch tells me that we should let you go home, but please do allow me a few minutes to share with you my observation on this conference. So the 4 panels that we discussed today are built out from the strategic relations and to the regional issues, Asia Pacific, and to the South China Sea, and finally in the economic and trade relations. Honestly, we do see a lot of difference between the two countries, and which actually build out, I think, a lot of misperception. But we also have to equally admit that we actually have a lot of common interests and convergent views on many issues that we talk about today. So I think both countries and the people from both countries deserve a better and a fair and a more objective observation or views on each other. So I think that's exactly the goal of the Institute for China-American Studies, which hopefully we can provide a very good venue and platform to bring together the scholars from both countries to talk about the issue that we all concern in terms of China-US relations. So I would like to thank, first of all, our panelists who joined us today, and especially to those travel from overseas who still suffer from the jet lag. And I'd also like to thank our co-organizers and the 3 institutions and their leadership who are present here today, including Dr. Wu Shichuan and Professor Gordon Holden, and also Professor Zhu Feng. And I'd also like to thank our colleagues in Icas, and also our students, interns, who volunteered to help us today's conference. So with that, we'd like to announce the conference adjourned, and we hope to see you next year in our annual conference. Thank you.